The following program does not have a normal intro because I was really too busy smoothing other things over to get it done. So, Ori? Good evening, everybody. Welcome to a special edition of, well, it's not really viewers discretion. It's not really following program. A special event, I guess, on Good Lawgic, which is dedicated to you, the dedicated followers of this channel, the amazing support that I've gotten from you guys, which far outshines anything I could have asked for, hoped for, prayed for even. And as most, if not all of you are aware, I recently celebrated a milestone of hitting 100,000 subs, and I felt that I wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude to you, because there's no way any of this would have happened without the just continual pouring rain of support, just encouragement, enthusiasm, as well as attendance, and not obviously financial support as well from you, my amazing audience. So I want to start tonight off by saying thank you to each and every one of you, just for giving me your time, just for giving me your attention. Anyone who's in this sphere understands that it's ultimately a fight for eyeballs. We all understand that you could be doing anything, you could be watching anything, you could be doing anything in the world. I mean, that's just the nature of life in 2024. You have, access to the entire globe from your own living room in 2024. So if you're spending the time to actually sit and listen to me, it's the highest compliment imaginable. So I want to start off by saying thank you. Part of that, and people I need to thank, are those who have contributed to the growth of this channel and my ability to do what I'm doing. And that's why I've invited a whole mess of people to come in here and basically kick back and express my gratitude to each of them, while at the same time being able to hang out and have a good time with them. So this show is supposed to be going for at least 4 hours. I don't know how much it's going to go longer than that. I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen. That's basically the plan right now. There's an issue with respect to coins. I know we talked about that. I'll address that during the course of the show. But I want to start off by actually bringing in, I have a couple guests who are backstage right now. The first one I want to bring in here is actually someone who helped introduce me to the world. And that is this man right here, Eric Hunley, who, Eric, as you know, when you first discovered me, I had way fewer than 10,000 subs. And I was begging. I've been making appearances on variously named shows that Eric has been hosting, from Laidback Law, Laidback News. Before that, it was something else also, right?
Just my channel, just Eric Hunley.
It's just Eric Hunley, right?
You've been around a long time.
Yeah, and we've shared so many different stories, so many different laughs. So I want to start, as I bring people in here, I want to express my gratitude to each and tell them why I appreciate them and what it is I appreciate about them. And it's not simply what he's done for me, but what's amazing at what Eric does is he's able to actually entice a bunch of attorneys who normally would be charging several $100s an hour to sit and have a good time just talking about life and the news and things that are going on. And at the same time, he'll interject when appropriate and knows when to step back when appropriate. And it's a remarkable gift that you have, both for being able to put it all together and then being able to host it in the way that you do is just an amazing thing. Any of you who are not subbed up, he has two channels. He has Laidback Law, and he also has Proven Conspiracies, which is a relatively new channel, which has been exploding over the last month or so since he opened that up. So welcome to the to my thank you show. And yeah, I want to start. I want to just start with that, and that's why I wanted to bring you in first. I feel like I know you a little bit longer than the other guests that have hiding backstage. So,
all right, well,
how you been?
I've been good. Congratulations. I celebrate with my favorite.
Get out of here.
Yes, this is my favorite brew. Is
hold on one second.
Raging Bitch IPA.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. That was I thought it was Flying. That wasn't Flying Dog.
Flying Dog is the brewery. Raging Bitch is the particular flavor, and the artist who does that also did Hunter S. Thompson's books. like
Oh,
Fear
really?
and Loathing in Las Vegas, etc.
That's
I
wild.
think it's Ralph Steadman, something like. I always forget his name, but
Mhm.
you could recognize the art. It's very, very cool. Very
Because
distinct.
I just picked up before this weekend this blood orange
Yeah,
variety.
that's one of their flavors. Not
I
as good
also
as Raging Bitch.
I like the truth. The truth also I like a
I
lot.
can't stand the truth. It was
Really?
it's too much. Raging
You
Bitch,
can't handle the truth.
I can't, man. I can't. It's too much. This I like is because it's a Belgian. So it's like if you take a Hefeweizen and mix it with an IPA, it's got a really neat flavor.
Right. All right. So the next guest I want to bring on in here is someone who I met actually relatively recently compared to some of the other folks coming in here, and we had an instant bond the moment I met him, probably because we both have very strong dedication to our faith. It's a very important part of our lives, and at the same time, and while we can appreciate where we can appreciate each other's perspectives and contexts in ways that it's hard for me to actually. I think it comes across in the product that we produce and some of the conversations we have, and that is, of course, Steve Gosney. How are you, my brother?
Good to see you, my brother. You're a gentleman and a scholar, and I don't know. I mean, we have a natural chemistry, and I think we have a dedication to our faiths, and I every one of our conversations, I walk away, just I think a better person, and so you make me a better person, and I'm really humbled that you're my friend, and it's a blessing to have you in my life. So God bless you, my friend, and thank you for inviting me on. This is my first time being back on the internet for quite a while, and you invited me on. The way you put it was just with such love that I can't say no.
Well, I'm it's my privilege to number you amongst my friends. In the nature of that we do, there's different kinds of relationships that you form with people because of either your personalities, the extent of your interactions with each other, and things like that. And sometimes when you get to meet people, you also form a different level connection because it's just a different thing when you're talking to someone through a TV versus actually being face to face. And the amazing thing is that I haven't met either Eric or Steve face to face, but I actually consider them like a friend, same as someone who lives down the block from me.
Well, you were kind enough to loan me your beach house, so where I'm broadcasting here from. So thank you for letting me.
It's true. He stole my background. It's actually. It actually is a tell that like it's not actually my background. That's actually the background that comes with StreamYard here. Let me get to a couple of these chats here so I can.
I saw a nice one in there.
Yeah, I should probably start with this low watermark.
Wow. Low watermark with a high watermark on that super chat there.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, I normally have my air raid horn, which I actually blasted and no one heard but me. So I'm going to actually have to like share a screen for a moment here so I can, and then and that way when I hit the horn for low watermark, saying I found you from Nick. Congrats on 100K, Joe. I will tell you this. I invited Nick here. I think anyone who's been watching my channel for a long time knows that Nick and I are friends, like are good friends, and that we have deep admiration, respect, and appreciation of each other, and that's I will forever feel indebted to Nick Rekieta for what he did for my channel. So I don't know. I actually texted him. And I didn't put him in the thumbnail because I haven't heard from him. I don't know if he's going to be busy. I don't know if he's going to pop in here. Maybe he comes in. Maybe he doesn't. If he does, it'll be a nice surprise. I haven't heard back from him. So I don't know if he's going to be here or not. But a lot of people are like low watermark. They found me through Nick. And I know that. And I appreciate the exposure that he gave me and the friendship that he's displayed to me throughout from the first time I met him. So yeah, I don't know if he's going to be here, but I appreciate your very, very generous super chat, Low Watermark. Thank you very, very much. Let me get to a few others here. Potentially Criminal. How are you? Okay, with the 20. Congrats, Joe. Here's another 100K. I meant to send you an invite. I'll kick one out to you over here. let me just I wanted to get that out, and there's a bunch of people who I just saw was like, oh, I didn't get a chance to kick I don't know. It was just like a lot of people. When I'm going through messages, it gets very. But I'm gonna drop one over to Potential Criminal because this guy, he and I go way back, and I know that
it's an interesting community, and I think that it's, like laid back law is you're kind of a centralized gathering place for a lot of the people that are in this little community here, and and each person has their own personality, their own perspective. We don't all agree, and we don't agree on some pretty fundamental things, but I think that there's enough respect between the groups that we're trying to generate some positivity amongst each other. There's so much negativity in this world. It's unbelievable. And I've experienced it personally lately, but the thing is, so we can either participate in that and drag each other down, or we can try to drag each other up. And one of the ways to do that is to treat each other with respect. And when we disagree, not be, it's not the enemy, but we're seeking truth together. Right. Yeah.
By the way, agreement's boring. So it is more useful. I mean, honestly, it's more useful if we're challenging each other's assumptions, especially me, because I don't know anything. And a lot of people in the audience might feel that way. You don't move by always being around people who are an echo chamber.
You're making a great point here, Eric. And it's an interesting thing because a disagreement is one of the things that some of the best conversations I've had on your show have been like when I'm sitting there screaming, Nate and I are screaming at each other, and we're arguing about like a circumstance there. The problem is that too often it actually becomes a personal thing where it's just like, no, I'm really angry at you. Like, there's a certain personal level attack, and it's keeping those lines separated can be a challenge sometimes, but whenever I think that go ahead.
Well, I was thinking, why is it that disagreement is helpful to us, right? And the reason is because we challenges you to look inside. You have to approach things with a little humility and say, I don't know everything. In fact, I don't know a whole lot. And if you come at somebody I respect, who I know is intelligent and is playing good in a good faith way, meaning playing the conversation game, they have goodwill and they're seeking the truth together. Then when they come at you and say, you know what, I think you don't have your facts straight, or something's different here, or we have disagreement, but we can either clarify where the disagreement is, or what it can do is it can strengthen who we are as people and strengthen our faith. And like, okay, well, this is the way I believe. And it gives us clarity and sometimes a little humility, because sometimes we're wrong about things, or we haven't really fully thought through what we're saying, which is a lot of the times, which is most of the time. So having somebody who's looking to you as a friend that we were seeking the truth together, that's the key. When somebody's talking to you and they just want to destroy you and tear you down and make you look bad, that's not operating in good faith. Or these people that say, there is no such thing as truth, right? Truth is all subjective. So then they can play with truth. They can just say, well, postmodernist types. I don't find those people productive at all to deal with, to talk with, or to engage with. But if you have those fundamental kind of ground rules of respect, seeking the truth together, goodwill, humility, then interaction with people that disagree with us greatly enhances ourselves, greatly benefits both parties through the dialogue and the interaction.
That's what freedom of speech is all about. That's why there's freedom of speech. So you're not in echo chambers, so you can hear opposing opinions and actually grow by changing your mind. And the only way you grow, you never grow when you're talking. The only time you grow is when you're listening, and when you're listening to someone who has opinions that are slightly different, or at least new and novel to where you're coming from. That's the only way it's possible to grow.
Some of it too is your background, Joe. Like, I can almost have you as a parallel as Nate. Nate's probably my best friend out there. Mm-hmm. And we are the complete opposite in every way. in terms of he's black, I'm white, he's urban from New York. I was born and raised in the desert on our ranch with goats, and on down the line. So a lot of times disagreement comes from life experience and perspective. And when I grow up around guns, and I'll use you as a counterpoint, Joe, how many guns did you grow up with?
None.
Right. Well,
I didn't.
We shot rabbits.
I didn't touch a gun before I turned 50.
Okay, so but we hunted and shot rabbits in the yard to eat when I was a kid because I was very poor. That's a whole different experience.
Yeah.
Neither one is more valuable, but I'm going to come at things with a perspective that you might not have, and you're going to come at things, with your faith and how you grew up.
And also that I grew up in a middle class family, so I understand the economic struggle. I understand that prices are very high.
Unburden us. Thank you for unburdening us.
Because I grew up in a middle class family, so I understand everything. Did you guys see that clip, by the way, of RFK where he was mocking that? Oh my God.
I didn't, but I mean, she drops so many of them that it's just like verbal diarrhea. Which to follow?
I want to get to those. I'm going to get to those super chats pretty quickly, but I want to share this with you and the audience so you can appreciate RFK just hitting her. Oh my God, really hitting her. This was great.
We did something wrong, so tell the truth when we did something wrong. So one time I hit a baseball through my mom's window and broke it. And my dad said to me, before you answer this question, I want you to remember what George Washington did. He cut down the cherry tree. This is a story every American knew at that time. His father asked him, who cut it down? And he said, I did. He always admitted when he was wrong. But now the Democratic Party has given us a loophole around that mandate. All you have to know is 7 words, and you never have to admit to doing anything wrong again. And do you know what those 7 words are? I was born in the middle class.
Great. It doesn't stop there.
So repeat after me. I was born in the middle class. So the next time your boss asks you why you were late for work, what are you going to say? And the next time your wife asks you why you didn't take out the garbage, what are you going to say?
I was born.
And the next time your landlord asks you for the rent check, what are you going to say? That's all you have to know, and you don't have to answer any question.
I mean, that right there is pretty much perfect.
That was great. That was a great point by him there. So
no, well, it was a hive.
Liberal hive mind.
That's it. Yeah, I've seen that.
Liberal hive mind. Let me get to some of these chats which been hanging out here. First of all, we got memberships and Define Badge. Remember, for 7 months, you create a great community. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. It's very flattering. Who's handsome? New member. Welcome to the following. I don't think I'm going to be able to explain to you what the following is tonight. I'm just giving you a heads up. I don't expect.
But it's not a cult.
It suffice it to say, it's not at all a cult type of cult. And who's handsome? Also gifting membership. God bless you. So thank you so much. I had this from MLS. This is funny because he said, "Sorry I can't join tonight, but congrats, Joe." And I appreciate that. And then after he saw what low watermark did, he goes, "Low watermark put me to shame." That's pretty funny. But so you hit me with the 50. So God bless. Thank you so much. What's funny to me about this that no one else but David and I would know is that right after I saw he sent me a super chat, I was like, holy hell, I was supposed to send him a link. So I didn't read the super chat. I just saw this and I started frantically trying to find a link to send him, and I did. And then I was like, oh wait, now I see what that is. Kathy, your realtor, hitting me with 100. God bless you, Kathy. I want to thank you. Kathy is someone who's just been she's certainly amongst those who have been just incredibly generous to the channel.
Joe, check the back room.
over and over and over again. I know I got people in the background. I know
I
want to bring them in. I want to bring them in.
Chats. He doesn't want to have a backlog of super chats when he brings people in.
You know what? But I do. There's actually one super chat here that I really wanted to work my way to. That I sort of. All right, let me
you got Thomas Dietrich there.
Let me. I'm gonna come back to them. Let me get. You're right. I have two people in the back room now. So the first one I need to bring in here is my good friend who I've met a couple of times now, and that is Uncivil Law, Kurt from Uncivil Law. How are you, my brother? One of my genuine friends who I've met here. Look, frankly, you're gonna be meeting a lot of my friends tonight. How you doing, my brother?
Doing reasonably well. How are you doing?
Thank God. Thank God. Can't complain. I also have someone else who's been waiting back here, and that is DUI Guy coming in.
Hey, Larry.
Everybody, good to see you all.
How are you, my brother?
Good. No complaints here, my friend.
All right.
Although I will take a note for my parents who live in upstate South Carolina, who fortunately were spared the worst. But I'll take a note of the people in that part of the region of the country got some hit pretty bad by the hurricane. So Hendersonville, North Carolina, and Asheville are basically underwater at this point. So I'll take note of those people who are not doing so great. So God bless you.
Yeah.
All of you who are in the path of Hurricane Helene, please make sure you stay safe, and our prayers go out to you that you should first and foremost have physical health and retain the health of you and your loved ones, and then obviously your financial health as well, because it's a terrifying thing.
They've been without power for 4 days now, and it's probably not looking great because telephone poles the power poles no longer exist, so that's a problem.
Wow.
I think we in Florida we had a lot of pre-positioned electrical trucks, and the government here, we've gotten really good at dealing with hurricanes. I think DeSantis just sent them all up to North Carolina and the Tennessee area there where the flooding is. So good for the private industry. There's been private people that have been running trucks up there, and the FEMA response has been terrible, but the private people have been, what was it called, the Cajun Navy. The fact is Americans are coming together and helping out, and
the laundry lines. Did you see that earlier? Like all these women are lined up to get the laundry for the linemen to try to take care of their clothes and stuff. So civilians are stepping up.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a terrible disaster that's not getting the attention it deserves.
I was doom scrolling YouTube today, watching some of the footage out there. It is unreal. Like the entire town of Hendersonville is basically underwater at this point. And Asheville was essentially closed down, I think, until earlier today because the storms were so bad they weren't letting people in or out of the
Chimney Rock is gone.
Yeah, so it's rough.
25% of the buildings in Cedar Key were destroyed. I found out today, which was so sad.
Yeah, Cedar Key was wiped out in Florida, but it's a relatively small town. I think the flooding that's going on up in North Carolina is just horrific, because in Florida we had warning, and Floridians kind of know hurricanes, they know how to get out of the way. I don't think the people in North Carolina were warned at all. They did not expect what was coming, and that makes it a lot worse, because human life is what's precious.
There are actually two people, and I hate to cut this conversation off, but there are two people who I know are watching right now who I need to express a very heartfelt thank you to. And while I know that they're here in the audience, in fact, one of them is not just here in the audience, but it's actually backstage, and I'll get to him first. I actually want to express my gratitude to them first and foremost. This next guest is someone who I probably would not have a channel without, and that's not any exaggeration. Everyone knows how I've thanked Nick Rekieta and recognized him as building my channel from nothing. Nick Rekieta never would have found me though. And no one would have found me. I would have been someone who had like 50 people maximum ever listening to me, if not for the next guest who's backstage. He happens to live around the corner from me. He's a phenomenal individual, he's a phenomenal person, brilliant attorney, well-respected attorney, very, very surprisingly funny, and literally nothing I have here would have been remotely possible. None of you would know who I am if not for Ron Coleman. So I just want to express my gratitude to him. Most of you know him. Most of you know him as a great attorney, but what he's done for my personal, just for everything about my life. Because frankly, this channel has become after my faith and my family. This channel has become my life. Like everything about that is really just a product of him, of him basically throwing out to what everyone else was a no-name videos where I'm ranting and stuff like that, and that just happened to just catch through God's help, ended up catching the right eyes at the right time. And so I just want to express publicly, probably for the last time, but
because you're killing me with this,
right?
You no longer need him. You no longer. He was great getting me this far, and now I can step all over.
No, it's like it's not the first time I've said it, but I feel like this is a moment where I should actually give what we call a cards
make a deal that it will be the last time. Okay. I'm good with that. I'm good
all right.
with
so
that.
When I hit 1 million, I'm not going to.
I don't even know what I did. I tweeted you maybe 5 times or something. I got no idea why you deem this so significant. But I do know that you came to my house with a Shach Manis with a Purim gift when I was out of the house, basically crying to my wife like a girl, because you probably had been drinking already, even though I'm sure you couldn't have been because you were driving. Right. But that's when I started not understanding. But go figure. I mean, listen, I'm Joe. What you have done is what God wants you to be successful at, and you're a lesson and an inspiration for everybody, because I frankly never in a million years thought you could possibly succeed at this. And,
Thank you.
I mean, I waste my.
Are these backhanded compliments here, Rob?
It's all thing. It's like a cultural thing.
I never would have thought.
It's par for the course. No, I mean, I'll tell you the truth. Now, Joe, in the process of explaining to me what he wanted to do, he explained to me how the whole what YouTube is and what you like. I didn't really know anything about LawTube, and he told me, he introduced me to Nick and introduced me to Nate and all you guys, and it's been a great adventure for me. I kind of got in a little bit, late in the game, and as you can all see, I'm pretty close to the end of the line, so I'm not really going to ever really, go anywhere with it. But because I'm old, but really, you, and let me tell you also something. Maybe Joe mentioned this in the beginning. His wife's support for him is mind-boggling. In a million years, I mean, this guy. I mean, it's true. He did start out streaming from his car because he wasn't allowed to do it in the house. I have to admit that those moments, Joe, my heart did go out to you. Those are. How long was it before you were allowed into the house to do the stream?
Well, no, the streaming actually was indoors. It was the videos I was making at first, where yeah. I'm happy to celebrate this with you. Well, thank you.
That's incredible.
It's great to see a guy, find and listen. I really believe it's important. I didn't come to understand what it is I should be doing and how I should be doing it until I still haven't actually. But when you're middle-aged and you've done a little bit of this and a little bit of that, to say no, as you did, to say I think I really identified what I really want to do, and not only did you focus on it and commit to it, you've grown so much, Joe, as a commentator.
Yeah,
I mean, you didn't know jack about politics.
I remember the first time he came on, he was like, "No, that's the stupidest take I've ever heard in my life. That makes no sense at all."
But listen, but seriously, you dish it out. And of course, I mean, it was Thanks for inviting me on. Thanks for your kind words. What I did for you was really trivial. But obviously it meant a lot to you, and
it did. It did.
And you're not used to people being nice to you, and I understand that, and I understand why.
Speaking, right? Thank you so much. There's actually another person who popped up backstage who I really want to give a very huge thank you to, And there's someone who sent me a super chat, who I assume that when people send me a super chat, they stick around until I read their super chat, who I actually have a gift for. One of the people who actually not a panelist but someone.
Darn it! I was really hoping.
Someone I actually have a gift for, because I want as a way of saying thank you to that person.
You have a gift from Melody. That's what you really have.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. But before I get to that gift for someone who, like I said, someone who actually sent me a super chat already, so I'm assuming he's still watching. But before I bring in the next guest, I do want to tell you that I've mentioned him before. I'm always touting him and telling you all how he literally inspires me as far as like what type of content to put out, how to improve my craft. He's literally taught me different tricks of the trade. When I was not monetized, he walked me through how to get monetized. And then when I was sitting there just on the cusp of 100,000, he literally stopped his show. He happened to be watching me streaming, and he stopped his show and said, I am not going any further.
And Joe, wasn't it like an hour before Shabbos?
Yes.
It was like going to be another frustrating weekend for you to go into. You were going to turn into a pumpkin.
I was covering a trial, which is the only time I ever have growth, and that was the Alec Baldwin trial. And the Alec Baldwin trial came to an abrupt halt out of the blue. No one expected it, and I was like, it's not. I was like, oh.
And remember, I see this guy in person. Okay,
I was sitting there,
the moping, the moping.
Anyway, and this guy was streaming as he does every day, roughly. I think he starts like 6 p.m. Eastern time, 3 p.m. his time, or I don't know. He's in some weird time zone. Arizona's in a weird time zone. But he said, "I'm stopping." He said, "I'm not going forward until Joe crosses 100,000." And like pinball machine, my number is just ching, 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 ching. And it was so literally from before I was monetized, when he didn't know me, never said a word to me, was encouraging me and started giving me advice and helping me out for nothing. Didn't know. Spent an hour on the phone with me as a total stranger, trying to encourage me not to lose heart about the fact that I wasn't monetized till I actually till carry me across the 100,000 threshold. That is the incomparably talented, brilliant attorney, phenomenal podcaster, and more important than any of those attributes, just genuinely like a mensch. Like there's no other word. There's no other. I don't know a word in English that like a salt of the earth, whatever it is you want to say. Genuinely amazing human being and friend. And I want everyone who ever watches my show to know the extent of appreciation I have for the phenomenal Robert Gouveia. Dude, you are an amazing individual.
Joe, thank you so much, Joe. That was really, really, really nice, man. And honestly, all credit goes to you. I really appreciate what you do in our space. I feel like you are in many ways a connector. You're kind of like the oil. You bring a lot of people together like this. And I don't know about anybody here, and many people here, we kind of have been in circles in a long time, but I think this is the first time we've been on a panel together. So it's awesome to see
Rob,
everybody.
you and I have never been on a panel together, to my knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of my point is Joe, kind of makes that happen. And in many ways, I feel like an introvert, I kind of like staying on my channel, doing the show, kind of digging into what we talk about on our channel. But Joe always has been very, welcoming and warm, and we're grateful for that, Joe. So it's been awesome to be a part of it, man. And I think it's all you, man. We just caught a wave on that day just by dumb luck, just timing, just opened it up and boom, your channel was there. And so it was a ton of fun. And we're really happy to see you, continue to.
I need to ask you a quick question, though. He needs to ask you a quick question. I'm sorry, Robert.
No,
he's the most likely one to be streaming what I'm planning on streaming tomorrow. Are you planning on streaming the hearing in Georgia tomorrow? That I should tell everyone tomorrow morning, our favorite judge from Atlanta, the one who coined the phrase odor of mendacity, is going to be conducting a hearing to determine whether or not Brad Raffensperger has to overhaul all of his protections for the election of 2024, because the encryption key is basically been stapled on the front of every Dominion machine, and it's so easy to access and steal this election that he's been taken to court and they're having a hearing tomorrow to determine whether or not Brad Raffensperger.
How do we get into this?
Well, the reason I'm bringing this up is because the hearing is coming up tomorrow,
and you want to.
I wanted everyone to know that I do plan on live streaming this, and I was wondering. Sometimes I end up, we'll both end up live streaming, and that happens. But I was wondering if you were planning on live streaming that tomorrow as well, or you're just going to sit that one out.
No, I was not.
Oh, okay. Ooh. Well, everyone should know that tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I will. Yeah, you guys. So you guys, any of you who want to jump on in and participate in that would be amazing.
And I want to say something to Rob. Now you said your stupid thing. Okay. No, seriously, no, it's not stupid at all. This is what you do. If I could do this, I would have a big audience too. If I could be so phony and
wow,
no. In all seriousness, what you said that Rob and I did, what we did for you in our little own respective spheres, we have a Yiddish word that it's garnished. It means nothing, but it is so redolent of nothingness. It would take so little for people, and all the guys here are cool. People promote each other. People give each other, acknowledge each other's existence. It is such a better world to live in. If you help out a friend, give a guy a retweet, give a guy a like, jump into a chat, do a super chat. This is the week of Rosh Hashanah. We're beginning our new year. Okay, so we assess our relationships, Jewish people, with each other and with God, and also
is
with
it yet
ourselves.
Another Jewish holiday? How many of them do you guys
It is
have?
a Jewish holiday, but it's not. It's considered part of the high holidays, and it's not at all like a festival type of thing, like the solo New Year that everyone celebrates on January 1st. It's really, it's about prayer, and it's
I've got a video on that, but
it's not at all.
All I want to say is everyone. It's such a big deal. Your life becomes so much richer if you just, because I was saying before, what did I do for you, Joe? What did I do? Joe says, no, you did a lot for me. When people call me and I pick up the phone because they think, oh, Ron Coleman, he's famous. I'm internet famous. I'm not really famous, but if you give people a few minutes of your, you know what I saw? There's a famous saying, you see this all the time, about how the big shots in the world, they know how to say no. They know they're great at not making time for small things. They're great at prioritizing. They know how to say no. They know they're great at not making time for small things. They're great at prioritizing. They know how to say no. They know how. Why the hell is that happening?
I don't know. That was weird. Not at all. Not at all on my end. Nothing I did at all.
Maybe I was. All I'm saying is that's not a way to live. Now it's true. I'm not a big shot. I'll never be a big shot. But you got to live for people. Joe is a people person. I have been in his home. I've seen how he relates to his family. He takes care of his family. I was committed to his family. You start with your family. You start with gratitude. You start with kindness. The world is built on kindness. It's great to be with great people, to meet people through the internet that you would never meet in a million years. My world has been so enriched by the people that Joe has allowed me to meet through this particular medium. And I'm really glad to be here and to be part of wishing Joe congrats. When 100,000, seriously, I remember.
The play button, baby. The first milestone.
Well, I do have a play button that I plan on opening tonight. But before I get to that, yeah, I didn't open it.
They actually shipped you one? Wow.
They did, and it's actually much smaller than
they changed the format recently.
They did. Now.
Yes.
They're trying to save the material, I guess.
I feel like I got in like
it's called
really
shrinkflation.
Don't make enough money. Like, are you crazy? Whatever.
Yeah. I actually have two people backstage who, and I'm trying to figure out. I think I have enough room for them. I'm not sure how this works, but we'll see. We're gonna see how this goes. So the first one who is waiting here, George, how are you? This is George the Giant Slayer. And
George,
how you doing? How you doing, my good friend? Oh, Ron, hi. Always great to talk.
How you doing, my brother?
Doing great. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you
and right
so
before
much.
And right before Rosh Hashanah.
There you go. Right before Rosh Hashanah. Well, I mean,
that's a good thing.
There you go. There you go. Good. Hey, look at that. Are you a member of the tribe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh wow.
Oh, you didn't know.
No. So I don't know. I mean, look, you're not.
Well, you guilted me to come on here like my bubby said. I was like, what the hell?
that is pretty much how I roll. Yeah, Rob Gouveia was asking me how I get people together, and Ron was chalking it up to me being affable or something like that. But the reality, I just rely on the old Jewish mother guilt that I just sort of, I'm like, how can you not come?
You're persistent too.
Yes, yeah, I try. I try. There is
appreciate it.
I want to see if I can get in this other individual as well. I think, yeah, look at that. I got V Radio in here. How are you, V?
Hey, man, what's up?
One of the very first guests I ever had on this channel, V Radio. And he's someone, you talk about bringing people from different sides of the aisle. He's someone who politically, he started like, I don't know, way over here. I think I've been reeling you in. I've been steadily reeling you in.
Looks like an anarchist to me, but I don't know.
No, not actually, but I know why you would think that.
Yeah.
I would call myself more of a minarchist, but this has been my
Okay, you're not an ANCAP?
No, definitely not.
All right.
But I have a lot of friends who are, and I did some time in the Libertarian Party, so I get that. But no, I'm actually a further left than that for sure, but not like all the way. And there are a lot of things that, like, you'll see that in my imagery, I've got like both the donkey and the elephant decapitated, because I don't actually like either of them. I guess you could start to call.
And you're wearing anonymous as a mask. Where am I going to go with what you are? That screams anarchy, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, no. It's no reason to apologize. I'm just saying I specifically am not, but there are other people that are fans of the V story that are not anarchists. So.
Speaking of anarchy or minarchy, did you guys see that Elon Musk tweeted out that if the irony is that if Trump does not win this election, we'll never have an election? You guys all saw that?
I mean, that's kind of routine stuff on the internet, right? But for him to tweet that, I noticed it also. I was kind of surprised.
I mean, that's the left says that. They've said parties. They've been saying that for a while, though. To be honest.
Yes, I'm used to seeing politicians say that. Usually, it's the left saying that about. They've been saying about Trump. It's sort of like almost like this is the end of democracy, and they'll scream that. Yeah, I don't know that we've seen a figure who's not inherently political of his magnitude make that claim. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, he's got how many? He's over 1 billion followers, right? I mean,
if you think about how many people have been saying it lately, though. I mean, when you listen to Kamala in the way that she wants to be able to, I mean, the whole let's censor things by calling it disinformation. We're in a different era. People have said, this is the election of our lifetime since I was in shorts. But I think there's a bit difference this time because of where we're at. Now, I have faith because of you and Ron and everyone here that y'all aren't going to allow that to happen, and with all these people. But I think Musk is just trying to get people to understand the reality, the gravity of the situation.
But my question?
So far, go ahead.
Yeah. No, my question really is whether you guys think that, in general, I tend to think of it as being hyperbolic. But when I'm seeing things like this election thing going on, in where they're talking about Dominion machines basically being, potentially easily hackable, at least if you believe the allegations. I'm not making those allegations, Dominion. Okay, don't name me your next freaking defamation suit. I'm simply repeating what is put forward in the complaint.
I think it's more a case, and Elon has posted this as well many times. He's talking about the loss of his citizenship by illegal migration coming in and allowing them to vote, because every signal coming from the Kamala front is to legalize people, to give them the amnesty, get them the citizenship, and therefore you will effectively have created the last election, because they'll just skew the numbers.
Well, you have a supranational party.
If I can add for a moment, because I did a lot of research on this. The funny thing about this whole election fraud stuff is that this used to be a left position. Like, the Democratic Party
Oh, yeah.
maintained, like for the longest time. I actually have a video of like the Democratic Party complaining about election fraud for 20 minutes,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
straight on my channel.
Mhm.
But I interviewed the man. His name is Clint Curtis. You guys can Google him and find him. But he testified before Congress, in fact, in front of Maxine Waters and many others, about how he had been hired to write software that rigs these machines. And he's now actually running for Congress in Florida. He's a lawyer, actually. You guys will like him. If you ever want to interview him, Joe, I'm sure I could get him for you. But basically, he testified that he worked for a company called Yang Enterprises, and that they were approached to write software to rig elections. The thing is at the time, we're talking about like Bush Gore and Bush Kerry days, and there were some weird things that happened during those elections. So, yes, there is election fraud on the computer level. What I think that Republicans will have to accept that it's kind of bipartisan. I wouldn't even really call it an individual party thing. It's more of a deep state thing. And usually what happens afterwards is some major war.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, that's why you had Weinstein the last couple of weeks, Eric Weinstein, talking about what he thinks, how the outcome of the election is going to come and who he thinks is, behind everything. When he went on, what was it, Chris Williams' show? And then, I mean, it's a bit, I don't think Musk is too far off the mark, especially when you look at the rate that they are now legalizing citizens. Forget even the open borders. We're talking about the rate, how fast they're doing. It's like, okay, we'd have a one-party system. So I think that's what he means. He just put it in Musk's terms. What are we going to have? You're going to have one party that has, look, we've legalized 22 million people or 15 million people. Well, now
he has to fit a message on a bumper sticker for everybody to pick it up and for it to resonate. Absolutely. That's why messages like, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Boom. Can you fit it? Or, you need to do that. And Musk is a master at cutting through noise and putting out a particular meme or idea.
Absolutely.
Which kind of like what Trump did. I mean, the reason I'm questioning the level of hyperbole, because it always feels like it's hyperbole, but like the reason why I start like thinking, I can see where they're coming from as far as it not being hyperbole is I look at a state like Michigan, which I don't know if you're following the way they change the laws in Michigan. I think the most likely, a couple of you probably are. They literally made it now impossible they stripped away their election board's rights to investigate irregularity in an election, and they left it exclusively in the domain of the Secretary of State, the one who's overseeing the election, which is basically a red flag that we're going to make sure that anyone who has any sort of issues with our elections can do absolutely jack diddly about it. And they legally stripped away, right, Rob? I mean, Rob, you saw it,
yeah,
right?
That was Jocelyn Benson, right? And then she had that clip that she was warning people that if you don't automatically essentially confirm the election, that she's going to be investigating you for being out of compliance with the law. And she's got a nasty history. And we've seen other litigation there that we've covered on our channel where they were not checking signatures. I mean, they called it a presumption of validity for the signatures that were coming through, which means you don't check it. You just presume that they're valid. And so she had tried that multiple times, just got overturned on that, was one of the cases that we covered. But this is the problem. And I think this is what Elon is talking about, is like the infrastructure of the whole country is changing pretty rapidly. And this just recently, we saw 2 attempts to remove Trump off the ballot, right, in Colorado and in Maine. I mean, literally trying to take him off the ballot. That had to go up to the Supreme Court. And both of those people
in Colorado. When our suit against Colorado, Ron Coleman wrote it.
Oh, wow.
Amazing. I did not know that. Yeah.
That's actually my favorite part of the current rhetoric, is that we supposedly have to vote against Trump because he's the biggest threat to democracy. But instead we should vote for the party that
confession through projection,
that appointed their person without a single vote being cast for her, and we should take other people off the ballot. But don't worry, it's actually Trump who's the threat to democracy. It's not the Democratic Party that's literally subverting democracy directly. The gaslight,
right, and filing it in litigation to take him off the ballot, and they're going to be the ones who are these scoreboards, right? They're the referees of these elections. So when 2024 comes around, we're still going to have Jenna Griswold, Secretary of State in Colorado, who's on MSNBC all the time screaming about Trump. We'll have Jocelyn Benson in Michigan, and the list goes on and on. So I think Elon is right that if there is another 4 years of this, they will have gobbled up so much infrastructure power that it will look like California all over the country. The DOJ will continue to indict their opponents. and the list will go on and on. So I think I'm happy to hear that and I agree with you, Joe. When I first saw that X, I thought it was very, unequivocal. He was like, wow, okay, it's interesting to hear that from our side.
The problem is, though,
I'm glad he's laying it out.
Even I think that you can make a case, as you guys have, for it not being merely hyperbole. But it is such an over-the-top claim, taken at face value, that I think Elon has to be careful not to lose his credibility as a fair broker. I mean, he's not officially part of the Trump team.
He's not part of any team but his own. So Elon's a wild card, and Elon's going to do what Elon does, which I think Trump actually appreciates, because Trump's a bit of a wild card himself. But as soon as somebody says, hey, Elon, or tries to control him, good luck to you.
My view here is that this kind of rhetoric, though, is inherently dangerous, because when you say things like this is the last election, or we're going to have a civil war, or you say other things like that, the problem is if enough people believe it, it becomes true. The very act of saying it is like self-fulfilling prophecies to some degree. So because the rhetoric is inherently inflammatory. If you inflame enough people, you get inflammation. So I think the rhetoric is inherently dangerous.
But you don't think it's dangerous, the fact that we had a president and a candidate pull back, and then without another primary for the Democratic Party, the VP was installed? What about disenfranchising all those voters? I mean, shouldn't that have been talked about every single day, everywhere, instead of people accepting it?
Well, the Democratic Party actually defended themselves against a lawsuit in court back when the Bernie supporters were upset that when all that stuff got revealed about how they had rigged the primary against him.
Right.
And they defended themselves in court by pointing out, well, we're a private organization. We could draw names out of a hat. We could, appoint people in back rooms. They're literally on record as saying that's what they do. That they don't care about democracy at all. And during the course of the fighting over Gurney, and several of them were even just told outright by Democratic Party officials, this is not meant to be a democratic process. They don't want it to be a democratic process. It's a club appointing whoever they want. And the Republican Party would have done the same thing to Trump, or would have tried. The reason that they didn't is Trump said, "You screw around with me, and I'll run third party."
I mean, both parties have procedures for this. In the event that Donald Trump were to pass away, for example, the Republican Party would appoint someone to take his place on the ballot.
Right.
Or because both parties have procedures like this.
But I think George is.
I get that they're private corporations. I'm talking about the way. I mean, when you have Musk making the statement that he did, look at the position that we're in today, and it just went by in the news. There was very little coverage of it, but there was also very little emotion and grassroots activity that was saying, "Hey, wait a minute here, this hasn't happened before, at least in our lifetime. Let's take a look at this."
The Democrats already canceled their election. They already had their primary election. They had it and then changed it, right? And they didn't have it. It didn't. It wasn't representative. So if they're going to come down on the right for saying essentially the same thing they're saying, every time there's criticism against Trump, it's the end of America, end of democracy, we're all going to die because there was a 4-hour riot. I think that's their argument. It doesn't hold water when the other side is prosecuting their opponents and trying to throw them off the ballot and incarcerate people. It's a whole different ballgame from my perspective.
I think George was hitting on an interesting point as far as the public just learning to just accept whatever comes, which to me, that's one of the scariest elements to sort of priming a nation to prepare and tolerate and accept tyranny. Correct. Where it's whatever happens, no matter how bizarre it is, no matter how weird it is, how unorthodox, how arguably undemocratic it is, of all things, considering the party it's coming from, that you're just going to accept it. And I think I almost feel as if what we experienced in 2020 with that various illness and the various regulations that came down, it was almost like it was bludgeoning the public to learn to just, this is what your masters are telling you, and just parrot it and accept it and parrot it. Are you going to be someone who's actually beneficial to society, or are you going to be someone who's a lunatic conspiracy theorist, who's a weed, who needs to be lawn mowed over?
Aren't we just
uprooted.
deviating to the norm of all of human history? I mean,
well, I actually did a
I'm
video
literally
about
sitting
this.
here, Andrew. That was the exact same thing going through my head throughout the entire conversation.
hey man, sorry I missed you in Vegas. I'm sorry I couldn't make
History
that work.
repeating itself. Don't worry about it. We can talk about it later. But it's like I'm sitting here listening to you guys go back and forth, and I'll be honest. Like, let me be the first to say I am not politically inclined. I watched Chandler, who says hi, Joe. By the way, congratulations on 100,000. And she watches Ben Shapiro, and she watches like all these, lefties losing it. I think is one of her favorite channels or whatever the show is called. And I look at it and I listen to all of this. And like I said, I'm not very politically inclined myself, but I see all of these elements that we've had in past elections for not hundreds, thousands of years. And they're simply repeating themselves. Now, one thing I have noticed very, very starkly is that we're approaching what I think and what I deem to be about as close as 1861 as we can get. The divide between the polarity between Republicans and Democrats is so vast. There is such a giant valley. There's no overlap anymore. There used to be overlap. There'd be Democrats with Republican values. There were Republicans with Democratic values. There was a lot of crossover. There was a lot of overlap.
But 1861 is a good analogy, but this one, this time the Democrats are in command of all the resources.
I mean,
all the
to
leaders
be honest,
of media, all the control of government, all the industrial leadership.
Do you really think things are more paralyzed now than like in the 60s and 70s when
100%
Vietnam War and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
Oh yes.
I mean, with the bombings and the weathermen and all that stuff. I mean,
I think Kurt's
the bombings are coming back.
The
just not
weathermen
reported
are
in the
also
news.
the weathermen are actually not really gone either. They're just
No,
they're the parents of the Antifa and the.
I mean,
remember the arson
at each
and
other's
riots of a
throats.
couple years ago. The arson and riots we all saw, the mostly peaceful protests. They come back whenever the Democrats need them. So
Right.
if they're in abeyance, it's because the Democrats believe it's in their political advantage not to be burning down cities at the moment, but they can burn down cities anytime they want.
I think Kurt does bring up an extremely valid point. In 1972 or 3, there was over 2,000 bombings in a year, public buildings everywhere. We are seeing nothing in comparison to how bad it got.
But they don't need to.
Presidential assassination.
You're talking about violence. I'm talking about we had 2 presidential attempts on Trump, and they get memory hold.
Hold on. Gerald Ford was, they attempted to assassinate Gerald Ford twice, and he was president at the time.
What percentage of the public knows that?
You're correct, but
Nobody knows that.
No, because it was memory hold.
Well, then it doesn't matter.
Repeating itself is what I'm saying.
Then it doesn't matter. If nobody knows, it doesn't matter, right? I think we can agree.
I think they've replaced the bombings and the attacks with the type of censorship and media control.
Yes, they don't need to bomb anymore. They control all the means of communication.
That's
Twitter.
That's the key. Andrew, I think you were kind of bypassing Eric's point. His point was we tend to want to look at our current times as being unique. But the reality is that Kurt was pointing out that we had all these bombings, we had assassination attempts 40, 50 years ago. And by that perception, one could claim that today is nothing crazy unique. It's just a return to that sort of crazy times. But
we don't have Zeppelins floating over our cities, dropping bombs, either.
In terms of controlling the media, I think it's more controlled now, basically, than when there were 3 stations and Cronkite. I was basically the one source of truth.
You mean Project Mockingbird, Kurt?
Yes.
Hold on.
Then we were not immersed in social media like we are today. It's a different.
That's
world.
kind of my point, though. Everyone's getting their
Ron
information from one source.
No, Ron has a point as to why this is so different.
Here's the difference. In those days, civil disobedience was recognized as a problem by the establishment.
Yes, exactly where I was going.
Today, the establishment promotes civil disobedience and is contemptuous of the idea of punishment for crime.
Well, some civil disobedience.
Yeah, that's
right. Except for that makes it worse. That makes it worse. Much worse. Because now they have brown shirts. And now they literally have brown shirts. Their own little brown shirts.
Going to Andrew's point, and Andrew's topic, we're in a situation now where the most defensive thing you can do in a red jurisdiction is defend yourself. In a blue jurisdiction is defend yourself, especially with deadly force. That's what's different, because
I can think of a
couple
more
of us here
things
were there in the 60s. Okay, I wasn't there. I was a kid, but the police was the police. The state was the state, and there was consensus among the establishment that we've got a problem.
Right.
We've got to do something about this. And yes, they did fold on the college campuses, just like they're folding on the college campuses now. That's an old problem too. But yes, that's what's changed, is that the organs, and I think Rob also mentioned this.
I guess
the
my
people
point
who are
is
supposed to be framing what the standards are, what is going to be allowed and not allowed. When Martin Luther King did his civil disobedience to achieve what he achieved for civil rights, he understood that he was going to be imprisoned, and he was going to sit in prison, and because he was a Republican, he respected the law of the land. We're not there anymore.
So I made a video a little while ago around the time that Elon was going to buy Twitter, going a little bit back because there was something I wanted to say before. And it goes into the fact that the government had actually done a study, it was actually through the military, to determine how many people within a given society you have to convince of something before it becomes the accepted social norm. It creates like a social chain reaction. And what they found that it's about 25%. And shortly thereafterwards, and then mainstream media reported on this, by the way, like The Guardian and NBC isn't like Alex Jones stuff, even though it sounds like it. But mainstream media reported on the fact that the Air Force then paid a private organization to develop software to make armies of fake, social media accounts to be able to create that false sense of consensus, to try to create that social, distortion. And they got caught doing it. And then they claimed, well, don't worry, we only use that in like third world countries or the Middle East and stuff like that. Oh, sure. Yeah. Like we all believe that. So that's, if they can capture a certain percentage of the population, or like try to make something seem normal to a certain percentage of the population, then more people accept it. It's that's really why they were freaking out about Twitter, because they were clearly using it for that.
Yeah, propaganda is done because it works. I mean,
right.
People are readily amenable to brainwashing, especially the majority electorate in the United States is readily amenable to brainwashing. It's effortless. Any of us who cover these
decades, which we've been doing for decades. Project Mockingbird, Chaos, COINTELPRO.
Okay, it's always been done through all of human history. Propaganda has always been done because it always works.
Right.
It absolutely does. So what I'm trying to say, and to circle back around, part of the reason Kurt said, hey, you know what, it was really bad back then. Consider some of that to be a cautionary tale, because it could get to that point. We are on a path right now where we could get to the bombings everywhere, like we saw in the 70s, especially.
They don't need to bomb when they can just steal the elections. They don't need to bomb anything. They're in power. They're in control. They don't need to drop bombs on anything.
If you can create chaos, then you can make people more interested in feeling safe, and then they'll be more interested in draconian measures. That was the thing I noticed the most about the riots of 2020 was that
2020
much more moderate Republicans, people who would be aghast at the idea of like rounding people up and putting them in camps, were starting to go, somebody needs to do that to all these frickin' rioters. You make them scared, then they're going to be more interested in, well, what kind of draconian measures are we willing
to no one does that. That's not a real thing. That's imagination.
Andrew, if there's no threat at all of them losing the election, then why was Trump almost shot twice?
Who said there was no threat to losing?
They can rig the election.
Losing this election is the end of America. I didn't say there was no risk to losing the election.
Think of it as a hierarchy of ways we're going to win. So we have, creating a lot of citizenship for these illegal aliens that we're bringing in. They're going to vote for us. So we're going to have all these hacks into the machines. We're going to try and kill it. If we kill him, well, we don't have to worry about him. Think about it as a hierarchy. They're going to try the most extreme measure and then trickle it down, and hopefully one of them will work, and then we win anyway. It kind of makes sense when you think about it.
It's helpful to look at the Japanese military and say 1943, when the war was already lost. They just had to go through another couple of years of losing. America was clearly in dominance. We were going to win. That's what America feels like now, not the American side. We feel like the Japanese side, that the tipping point's been reached. What's changed since the last election to keep them from stealing this one? Kamala Harris is a Thanos snap away from turning 20 million migrants into American citizens instantly. We will never have a truly contested election in any state in the United States again. That's over. Those are the stakes.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to point
Sorry.
out. No, I want to point out. There's a couple of things you said there that I kind of disagree with a little bit. Number one is she a Thanos snap away? You say what has changed. I'll tell you something that's changed dramatically, which is we are far more aware of the different natures of what to look for this time, so much so that tomorrow there's going to be a whole hearing to try and prevent there from being from there being manipulation of votes in Georgia in the 2024 election. There's so much more keen awareness and alertness to openness or to availability of fraud that it becomes a little bit more challenging to actually engage in that type of fraud. So that I think that definitely is a change from what we saw in 2020. Does that mean they're not going to be sufficiently creative or in order to redo what they did in 2020? No, it doesn't mean that at all. But I don't think we're going to see the same thing where we're going to see that they stopped counting for 3 days at a time. I think that all this stuff got so much publicity,
but they still won.
Yeah, no, they got away with it, but repeating the same heists.
It's the margin of fraud that you've got to worry about. That there is a certain threshold that things can't be stolen. Like if things are close enough, you can kind of keep counting. You can find box 13 going all the way back to 48. Thank you, Linda B. Johnson. You have options like that, but if the margin is wide enough, then you're screwed. And I think that's why amping up the rhetoric, whatever it is, to say this is urgent, this is critical, this is the most important ever, which actually does have some truth to it beyond the rhetoric. I mean, Elon Musk is putting out the call very specifically why to overcome the margin of fraud.
I think that's exactly why they replaced Biden. There was no way there was no way he was going to be able to win. How do you convince people of that? You have to be able to.
I believe that the last election, when I saw Trump getting 50,000 people at every appearance and Biden getting people in 6-foot circles, I thought, well, there's no way Biden's going to win. This is ridiculous. Why are we even having an election? But they did. They are willing to do what's required to win.
I will say there's a difference, though. We also don't have Ronna McDaniel isn't in charge. You have Laura Trump, and they're supposedly have hired or are in the process still of hiring 100,000 people to monitor the elections.
I love all you guys. I'm on your team. I
know you are.
I hear this, and it feels like nothing but wishful thinking to me. I hear the people playing the music on the Titanic.
Let me ask you this question of the people: what is the check on institutional power that exists that will check the corruption that Andrews talks about? What is the check, the real check?
The Declaration of Independence.
That only means what
forced by who?
There isn't one, not a practical one. We have a written one, sure. But to actually look what happened last election, there was no recourse. Nothing happened.
Right. How many tank divisions does the Constitution have? I mean, it only means what we say it means.
I was kind
collectively
of
as the American populace.
Flowery, but not necessarily practical.
I came here for a party. This is the most black pill discussion.
I blame Branca.
I came in and you were talking about people dying in floods.
Yeah, seriously.
And this is worse. It went downhill from there.
On the plus side, I no longer have the most depressing topic, so that's nice.
Speaking of depressing, George has to go. I just want to say thank you so much, George. What I really appreciate about you, George, is this guy. He just brought me in out of nowhere, and he introduces me to all these cool people who are definitely a celebrity step beyond me, if not 2 or 3. So and we have amazing conversations on there. Those of you who are not yet subbed up to George the Giant Slayer, I urge you to check him out, A, for the content he puts out with his standalone videos, but B, on Sundays he puts together a panel of people who literally would not look in my direction. I mean, people who I'm fans of, like people you're fans of, like Mr. Reagan or Anton Daniels, Matthew Marsden. He for freaking Dean Cain. He's freaking Superman. He introduced me to Superman. This guy,
Wow,
literally introduced me to Superman. So, so I want to thank you for that, George. I look forward to hanging out with you in the future. And yeah, what's coming up for you before you get on out of here?
I just put out my new video on Am I a Racist, because I was behind on that on Matt Walsh's.
What a great movie!
Yeah, it was. It really was. I thought
I
I
went and saw it in the theater with my son. It was great.
It was. It's a couple of times he stepped on his own message going too far, but it was funny. I liked what he did. I liked the story he told, and I couldn't believe the race to dinner, folks. Oh my God. It's like, talk about paying $2,500 a plate to go through almost a Hollywood struggle session where the end of it was, we hate America. We want America to burn. And, Republicans are Nazis. Thank you for coming. Hope you enjoy your enjoyers. I mean, that was brilliant the way he got them all. So thank you.
I can paint you a completely different picture, everybody. Maybe we'll do a special stream to get everybody feeling better about this.
No, I'm not letting you go so
Andrew
fast.
can't come.
After the election.
Oh, no, after the elections, won't be any more streaming.
Wow. Really dark places.
All right, guys. Abyssinia, Ethiopia, whatever they call it now. Great talking to you all. Joe, Mazel Tov, you're an American, you're a great American and a good friend. And you have you have great friends, and you guys are all great. And good night. I'm going to go home.
Don't buy any pagers, anyone.
Congratulations, also, Joe. Great to meet everybody.
Great, thank you so much, George. And Eric also has to get on out of here. So I want to make sure you all, in case you join late and you're not familiar with Eric Hunley, you damn well should be. I'm on his show every week. On Friday, virtually every week on Friday afternoons, and we have the most amazing discussions with other attorneys about various legal goings on in the world. We have a good time. We have great laughs, and that's on Laid Back Law. He also has a second channel they recently started called Proving Conspiracies. These are things that are already established, that they were once labeled conspiracies, but actually have been established to be proven as fact. And it's funny, especially in this age where anytime you say anything against the left, everyone screams conspiracy, and we know what garbage this is. But he actually he does these phenomenal videos that you guys should all be checking out on his new channel called Proven Conspiracies, which is only like a month or two old and is already monetized. So God bless him. And yeah, any other
only
thoughts?
For 10,000 subs anytime.
Nice. All right. So I really appreciate your friendship, brother, and I look forward to hanging out with you.
Good seeing you, man. Thanks a lot for having me.
Take care.
All right.
Yeah, man.
I was hoping that Ron Coleman could white
I'm at
pill
the bottom
you.
of the pile.
You're very much a black pill here.
No, I got here last. It's fine.
I need Rob to white pill you. Rob,
you need to put me like in black and white motif.
Rob, can you white pill Andrew Branca? Do you guys know each other, by the way?
I do know Andrew. I don't think we've been on a panel together, but it's good to see you.
Andrew Branca
I think we
is.
have. I think. Well,
maybe we have.
Okay, let me. I didn't really get a chance to introduce him when he came on here. So let me tell you a little bit about Andrew Branca. Okay, the very first time that I texted him, I tried arranging with him to have him on his show. He was the most cynical, annoying son of a gun you could possibly.
And it's only gotten
imagine.
worse.
And he's literally gotten like blacker and blacker. But he happens to be a very smart attorney, and he's got phenomenal personality, and he also happens to be the preeminent expert about self-defense law.
That's true.
He's literally written the book on the law of self-defense, and he happens to be just genuinely like a really good person. I've had the pleasure of actually having lunch with him and
kosher
hanging out
pizza.
With him.
It was awesome.
Kosher pizza in New York. And you guys should all be checking out Law of Self-Defense because that channel is amazing. But he can be a little bit of a downer sometimes and that's why I feel
say it with a smile, Joe.
You say it with a smile, but like I feel like your cynicism sometimes comes across as being too closed-minded and just like I feel like a lot of times people end up being black pill because they feel like they have like fear on one thing or another, and it's like they feel like, okay, at least this way, if I feel like I called it, that when it comes to pass, that I'll be more girded for it and I'll be in a better position. And I don't think that's true. I don't think it works. I think it's a much healthier perspective to actually be white pilled.
Because there are those people out there who are always, every year they predict the stock market collapse, right? And they're always wrong until they're right? 1 year out of 20.
Right. Okay. So, but that doesn't mean. But if they're right,
I am open to persuasion. If someone has a reasonable argument to the contrary, I'm more than willing to discuss and debate it. And perhaps there are errors in my thinking that's happened before. I have an ex-wife, and this kind of stuff can happen. So persuade me.
So Rob, are you able to be a white pill here or no?
Not really. I don't think I'm a good candidate for that one.
You're letting me down, Rob. You're breaking my heart.
Yeah, I mean, I do think on on a longer timeline, I actually think that Trump wins this election, but I think that Branca is right that the trajectory of America, I think, is not really healthy. Yeah, just to say that. I think when it comes to spending, when it comes to the border, I think that the numbers
just a big problem.
Are not good. And I think we have a whole generation of people that have been brought up not understanding anything about free speech or the Constitution. And there's like this bubble that America is going to have to deal with. The people who don't really like the country, don't really like America, they're all going to come up and, live full lives here. And so until it gets bad enough and until we have a generational change, I think that things are going to be a little rough for, old America. I think that there's going to be a little bit of a life raft. I like Bitcoin and crypto, and I think that there's going to be sovereign communities that build up and start to organize. I think that as the my white pill is that I think that as the government becomes more corrupt and more incapacitated, ultimately, that they will fail and they'll be less like a jailer, and will actually be more free as they lose their capacity to be so dictatorial, and that there'll be, I think freedom is in the human spirit, and that there'll be pockets of freedom.
It's not.
But you don't think so?
No. Look at all of human history. America is a unique experiment because of the freedom that we've enjoyed. That's not normal in human history, that people are generally free to pursue happiness. That's not a normal state of affairs.
Do you think the hard left would be happy to have you live your free life outside their control?
No, I don't think it's the default, or maybe it's that what most people want, but I think that there's a contingent of humanity that perseveres for freedom. I think that
every time we try to sell this overseas, it collapses horribly. People, it's not true that human beings as an innate matter prize freedom, liberty, pursuit of happiness. They'd much rather just get along in whatever their social construct is as best they can. That's the norm of human history. That's the norm of the world today. Today, most of the world's not really free.
And it is a conservative predilection. What Rob is referring to is kind of the conservative default, which is to, I'll leave you alone, you leave me alone, and things will work out. But I don't think that's a good.
Yeah, I'm not
take
saying
on
that.
reality.
Yeah, I'm not.
I mean, I don't think that's going to work in the present environment. And I'd also say that I think that the problems that are all coming from this country are basically failures of morality and faith. That all of these problems are coming from the electorate, from the populace. It's the populace is projecting into the institutions all of the pathologies that are bringing us down across the board. At the root level, they're all connected, and it's connected by the failures of the individual within the entire society. If all of Americans agree to destroy the republic, the republic will be destroyed.
Right. And look who we're hanging our hat on, right? We have Donald Trump. We have Elon Musk. We have 4, 5 maybe on the Supreme Court. Who else? That's it in a country. And of course the 7 of us who are on this panel right now. But
right,
who else in a position of authority? If we were to lose Trump, Musk, and a majority on the Supreme Court, does anyone believe there's any hope?
Okay. None of you want to white pill it. It's very easy for me to white pill this. Okay, it's very easy for me to white pill this. Because do I think that this election is going to work out? Yeah, I do think the numbers are going to be too dramatic for them to actually cheat. I think it's going to be beyond the margins that they're going to be able to cheat. We're looking potentially at a dominant dominant election here that states that they're not even thinking they're going to lose or thinking that they need to cheat in, that are just going to be swamped. Like I think no one's thinking from their side that New Jersey's in peril. And I'll tell you right now, I think New Jersey's going to go red. That's how dominant I think that Trump is going to be in this election.
Y'all, Jersey.
That's the short-term white pill. But the actual white pill I would give you on the long term is, because this is going to sound like a black pill for a moment. I mean, let's face it. Everything we can love about what Trump did as president in his first term and stuff like that. I mean, seriously, if you just step back for a moment, put aside everything you know about him for the last 8 years, he is Donald Trump. He's not the bastion. He's not George Washington. He's not Hamilton. He's not some hardcore conservative. The fact that he's the savior is actually kind of almost a joke from the perspective of like conservative values and coming back to old school values. That's just I'm speaking from reality. Do I think he did a phenomenal job as president? Yes. Do I think he'll do a great job and that he'll be a great leader and he has phenomenal leadership abilities? 100%. I think he's been the best president of my lifetime. But as far as who he is as an individual, this is not the heroic figure that we learned about in grade school.
But it's all we have.
Right. But here's the point. And yet, still, despite the fact that our leaders don't have nearly the same levels of greatness that they had centuries ago, but still our country continues to grow and thrive. It's been a long time since we had great leaders. It's been decades, generations since we've had great leaders. And there's always been strife. There have been some phenomenal times, and there have been some pretty crappy times. At the end of the day, call it the grace of God. And I do think that there will be that the best and easiest cure for America would be a strong return to faith from people of all faiths, of actually just recognizing God and putting more trust in God. But I don't know how quickly that's going to come about.
Every martyr in history has believed that.
They
were still martyred.
Yeah, you know what? So is every hero.
Fair enough.
Well, they're talking about faith. And that is the first commandment. And that is the problem, is the idolatry problem. And that is that people when they've lost their values, I don't mean they don't have values. I'm saying that they've placed their value system, the pinnacle of that value system has been placed in something other than God, which would be, for example, power, which I think you get a lot of people that worship power in this country. You get a lot of people that worship themselves. A lot of people that worship money, a lot of people that worship everything except what is at the pinnacle of your value system. And that's the question people, that even if they say, well, I don't have faith, they do have faith. And that is that they have a value system. It may be warped, it may be evil, but something is at the pinnacle of you. And the problem is people are unconscious. They're walking through kind of life unconsciously, and they're being programmed by the mass media, by the dominant media culture, the cultural institutions that are dominated by the left. So they're being unconsciously enslaved by an ethical system not within their control. So it's incumbent upon us. Go ahead. It's incumbent upon us as individuals to, well, they may not, but I think that's my view of the problems or the pathologies of the country right now.
My political enemies they're not lackadaisical. They don't lack fervor. They are rigorously devoted to their cause. Joe, you said we haven't had a great leader in however many years. I would say Barack Obama was a fantastic leader for his side in this battle. He swore to fundamentally transform America. Does anyone doubt that he accomplished that? Would we be in this position today were it not for Barack Obama?
Oh, I think he destroyed this country.
Right.
I think he destroyed this country. I think the divisiveness we all feel today is the natural outgrowth of everything that from his campaign through his administration was about. It was about sowing divisiveness in ways that his victims, who became entirely divisive, did not even realize that they were being programmed. When he was
a fantastic leader for his side.
He still
is, I would argue.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You guys all studied Yuri Bezmenov's discussions about ideological subversion, the
Yes.
KGB.
Yes, I've seen
defector. Yeah,
Yes.
I think that we're just
Rings 100% true.
Absolutely.
There's another source, V Radio. I don't think I've met you before, but good to meet you.
Hi, good to meet you too.
a source that is some people need to look back, and I think it's 1975's Weather Underground Manifesto called the Prairie Fire Manifesto, which was a plan to undermine the United States through using Marxism, which is using the proletariat dichotomy and changing that into race and sex. And I would say that the racial element has not been as successful lately, but the sexual division between men and women politically has been highly effective.
Oh, yeah.
And that is one of the ways that was planned way back in 75. And the left is nothing but, perseverant in bringing down this country. So read the Prairie Fire Manifesto from 1975 and see if these things aren't, Marxism being grafted onto racial and sexual divisions within the country to use to undermine the country. And it's been highly successful.
Well, yeah, and that's the part that I was saying earlier is the Weather Underground never really went away. They went into education and they all became professors.
Became president. Obama was part of this group.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. No, you're right. He is connected to them, and they're also like kind of behind some of the funding for BLM and like all of that. But like I was at Occupy Wall Street, and like they were much more brazen and open about what they were up to back then. And that's why when this whole thing about everybody pretending that Antifa doesn't exist, like was kind of like a chuckle to me. Like, no, I watched them right up close and personal. They're very real, and this is who they are influenced by, is the Weather Underground.
And they're very dedicated, and they are determined to win at whatever cost.
Right, because it's a religious substitute.
Right.
These are not religious people. They are religious. They have a belief in a communist system, or that's an old term, but basically that's what it is. It's a religious substitute, a secularized religion. In fact, communism was an attempt to rationalize morality. If you look in old communist Russia, they were seeking to codify ethics. The ethics is ultimately rational. Ethics is not ultimately rational. It's ultimately irrational. It's ultimately faith-based, and that's why one of the reasons it was unsuccessful in doing that. And what happens? It devolves into ideal. The problem is we have enemies of the state, and the enemies of the state who don't agree with the state, and that's why it ultimately results in mass murder, because we have this utopian vision of the left, and when the utopia is not achieved, when they achieve power, the enemies of the state become the enemies of utopia.
As a general matter, human beings cannot exist without some form of religious faith. We've never had a human society that ever lacked some form of religious faith. And if you take away in the modern era the traditional forms of faith, whether it's Catholicism or whatever it might be, that vacuum just gets filled with something else. It doesn't stay empty. Individuals can be agnostic or atheist or whatever, free country. But as a group, collectively, human beings need a belief in something greater than themselves. And if a formal structured religion doesn't provide that, they'll just fill it with communism or Marxism or swinging or whatever.
Well, that's because man always needs a God. And if man doesn't have a God, man makes himself God. That's essentially what it is.
Man's search for meaning addresses this, in that man needs purpose. Purpose gives people life, and leftism fills a purpose. And this is an alternative purpose from the religious purpose. But we need a reason to exist in order to survive, and that's a fundamental human need. And Frankl developed that very well. In Man's Search for Meaning, a great book that we've forgotten about. A lot of these things have gotten forgotten about because they're not taught in schools. Instead, what's taught in schools is propaganda rather than meaningful things like Frankl's book.
Pronouns, gender fluidity.
Right. And so when I interviewed Lynn Wood back when he was still working for Kyle Rittenhouse.
Lynn Wood.
I
have some good Lynn Wood stories.
But I told him that the missing cog in the machine of American capitalism was Christianity, because it's important not just to the left, but it's also important to the right. If you let right-leaning people get completely free of devoid of any faith, then they do very selfish, nasty things. And Yuri Bezmenov pointed that out too, that if your profits get your need for profit gets so out of control that you're willing to destroy people's lives to keep it, well, then you're going to make it way easier for communists to show up and go, I got your solution right here. You should listen to us. And that's why if you break capitalism, it could be broken from the top, by people doing outsourcing without any sense of what it's going to do to the economy and different things like that. Well, you're going to make people much more interested in listening to the communist idea. He tried to warn them about that. He said that, what do you say? The wealthy will buy the rope they will be hung with. that's what your investment is.
And of course, capitalism can be a religious cult too. I mean,
oh no, absolutely.
Especially in a capitalist society, if you take away all religious constraint and you tell people the highest value you can possibly have is to maximize your return on investment, whatever the cost, then that's what people will do.
Right. And that's why I'm not an ANCAP, because that's kind of the direction they take it. Like they, but yeah, it's the funny thing is that the ANCAPs really love Ayn Rand, and they also really love Ludwig von Mises, who both have something in common. They both think that anarchists are idiots. So that one piece of their beliefs that
I would concur with that.
Yeah. So,
I guess we could talk about it separately.
I didn't want to disrupt the conversation, which is why I wasn't pulling up the chats of people who were wishing me congratulations. I don't want you to think I missed your super chats. I haven't missed them. I have them stored here, and I appreciate it. Those who were gifting memberships and things of that nature. I just didn't want to disrupt the flow of conversation, which is why I wasn't pulling them up when they came up here. Don't think I'm not appreciative. I certainly am, and I'm going to get to them shortly. I still remember that there was a person from my audience who I plan on giving a gift to during the course of this stream we got sidetracked because everyone started coming in here. But I know that DUI guy needs to go. So I want to tell you that the DUI guy is actually a really cool guy who I had the good fortune to meet at the DEP trial, and this guy is a fire pistol. That's all I can tell you. If you're not following DUI Guy, I don't know. You are. You're
a few words about me. I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
You're not a fire pistol. I highly recommend you guys check out his work. He was shrewd enough to actually name himself with a name like the law of self-defense. It's like, this is where I'm coming from. Me, I come up with good logic. Everyone's like, what the hell does that even mean? Most attorneys just go with their name or something like that. But he's like, this is who I am. I'm DUI Guy, and like law of self-defense. Yes, he too. It's like, that's what you do. That's actual marketing. This is why these people grow. And I basically sit here and thank God and pray for God to actually bestow my blessings and kindness of other co-creators and obviously you fans. So anyway, thank you so much.
I disagree with you, Joe. If I may just say something before I bounce out of here. I've been watching you from the sidelines for a very long time. I mean, since we met, like you said, at the Johnny Depp trial. So what is that, 2.5 years ago almost now? It's hard to believe it's been that long. But let me tell you something. I've been watching your growth, and I've been watching what you've been doing, how you've been doing things, who your audience is, what your target demographic is, what the topics that you bring up. And let me say something about all this. Your appeal is so specific that you
sounds like an insult.
Listen.
Every compliment I get sounds like an insult. There's like 12 people out there.
You don't have like a broad appeal because you are very intelligent, you are very poignant. You speak about topics, you dig deep, you do not scratch the surface. You go into them, man. You take a shovel and you just keep digging until you find what you're looking for. And that is rare. Most content creators, myself included, we like to scratch the surface and move on to the next topic. And maybe that's why we have like a broader appeal. Don't take this the wrong way. Your audience, let me tell you something about your audience that are watching right now. Your audience is so intelligent and so dedicated to you, Joe.
Well,
you have one of the most dedicated audiences I think I have ever seen on YouTube. And that's
actually what I take great pride in. I mean, the amount of super chats that I get on a per viewer basis are arguably better than anyone else in the country. Yeah. I mean, when I look at I'm saying statistically, when I looked, 2023 was not as strong a year as 2022 for anyone because 2022 is when we were able to benefit from the Depp trial and the rain from there. 2022, I was in the top 50 American earners of super chats, and no one in the top 100. People behind me, the channel right below me that had fewer super chats, like a little bit less super chats than I did, had 3 million followers. I mean, just think about that for a second. I was at 70,000 and they had 3.5 million. They had literally 50 people for everyone that I had, and they weren't earning the super chats because, like you said, my fans are amazing. They're really engaged, they're really intelligent, they have insights they want to share and hear my thoughts back on. And you're right. My audience is just unbelievable. That's why when I say it's like the grace of God that my channel has grown the way it has, it's because what I'm appealing to is not really someone who's looking for something superficial. I'm looking for people who actually want to engage in a thought-provoking conversation. And yeah.
And that's the reason why you're going to continue to grow, Joe. And I wish you nothing but success.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. You too, my friend. Please send my best to Chandler.
I will. All right. Bye, everybody.
Take care, brother. I do want to start getting to some of these super chats.
You gotta share some of that super chat magic with the rest of us, man. I'm just saying, though.
Go right ahead.
I do want to share some. I want to get to them because people, when they share a super chat, I know they want my feedback on it. So Kathy, I didn't really get to give you your horn before. She actually sent a couple of super chats, and I want to just call her out because in particular, when I was working on that motion and trying to get that application, which is now hopefully going to go to the Supreme Court with my application to get Trump ungagged, which some of you may not know this, but Robert Gouveia actually spent, I don't even know how many hours like editing my work for me and helped me out that way. But she was like financially, she's like, whatever your costs are, I got it. And I was just like, wow. So then the costs are not cheap for printing and all that other stuff. I mean,
that's
just
awesome.
Yeah. So I just wanted to express my thank you, not just for that time that she did. She's routinely just very generous with the show. So I want to say thank you. And a lot of people have been very generous, as I was just pointing out, but I just wanted to call her out for that. Not to diminish anyone else. Nananos, thank you so much for the congratulations. All right, the next super chat I want to get to here, I actually have to tell you a quick story. So that is about these coins. These coins, which I don't know if you can see.
You have your own coins?
Well, sort of. Yeah. They're numbered 1 through 10. And yeah.
That's awesome.
Initially,
I
was
like how you wrote "This is not gay" on the back of the coin.
I didn't make
helpful.
the coin. A fan made these coins for me. There's a lengthy story behind these coins, and I don't want to get into it. I don't want to, because if I get into it, I'm going to be stirring up drama. Initially, I planned to actually be auctioning these coins off tonight. I was like, you know what, the 100K thing. Someone else made them, and I ended up buying them from him. It's a very lengthy story that I don't want to get into detail about. And I really thought I was going to auction them off. They are numbered 1 through 10. And I have with my locals, which is goodlogic.locals.com. So I have a pretty significant following there, people who call themselves diggers, which that has its own story. I'm not going to get into that because if you know, and if not, you
hey,
probably don't want
it. This is. Are you referring to the infamous jute tunnels?
Here we go. No, that was just a fortuitous event which happened after they coined the term diggers for themselves.
They coined the term, did they? I will tell you that the chat's going wild with your coin here. You're playing into stereotype here by your
a hard R there, Joe. Is that a hard R?
Well, okay, fine. The digger. When I go into locals and I start streaming there, I often start with like, "What up, my diggers?" But yeah, it actually stems from a story. Okay, if you want, I'll give you the quick version of the story.
All right,
that when I was a counselor in camp, so I would like, so I my kids.
What?
The Old Testament.
when I was a counselor, so I had this group of, so I would always
Just one time at band camp.
I would try to make like my bunk like we were like a gang. Like I was like, I'm gonna go play kickball. Let's all go, and they all be like, yeah, let's go. I was like the leader of a little gang there of 6-year-olds, and so we'd go play kickball or dodgeball, whatever it is we were playing. There would be these 3 kids. I couldn't convince them to join in with anything. They just wanted to sit in the corner with a stick and just dig holes in the ground. And I was like, I don't understand what the hell is wrong with them. But I was like, they're happy. They're socializing with each other. They're safe. I'm doing my job. I'm okay. I'm making it available if they're happy digging. So those are my diggers. And when I saw that in locals, when I'd be streaming, that I'd be having a conversation. I'd be talking about, it didn't matter what the topic was. I could be talking about election fraud, and maybe, and in locals, there'd be like this really engaging conversation about waffle recipes or something, nothing related at all to what I was talking about. And I was like, they're there, they're happy, they're talking with each other, they're my diggers. And I made reference to that. And then when the New York story came out with the Jews, the Jews in the tunnels and stuff like that, well, then the whole Digger thing got cemented. But anyway, so that's why Digger, that was the birth of Digger and how that got cemented. So these coins were made for me. I ended up buying them. There's a whole long issue that I don't want to get into online, which was basically a whole lot of drama. So I'm not going to be. I don't think I can auction off these coins. So, but I can give them away, and I'm certainly not auctioning them off tonight. But this guy over here, but the diggers got registered. The reason I told that story is because the diggers basically each got their own registered number that they chose for themselves. And there's one person who's registered there who is, he goes by Digger number 6, or over here it's the Unburdened number 6, who's wishing me a congrats on 100K. And this guy has been watching me since I had 12 followers. He's literally been watching me from like day one. But he's not just watching me. Like, he'll give me like great recommendations, and he professionally happens to be a guy who does audio for different that he goes to different events, and he coordinates the audio to make sure the sound levels. So like, Trump holds a rally, he'll be the audio guy in the background there. So he's actually volunteered and helps me out because I'm a boomer and I have audio issues all the time. And he literally has not just been a fan of the show for 3 years and a mod for, since I opened up here, but he's actually been someone who just donates his time at the drop of a hat. He'll come in when I'm having audio issues and he'll just correct it, and he'll just help me out, and he'll drop everything to make sure that the show is running smoothly. He's continually in here with amazing comments, and I've never met him, but I consider him a friend. And that's why I decided that, and to express my gratitude to him, that I'm actually going to be sending him coin number 6, because he's Digger number 6, as a way of expressing to him my gratitude for the years of dedication and just really selfless help to the show. So I just want to say thank you, Sound Guy Joe, Audio Joe, Unburdened number 6, and that I need you to send me your address, and I'm gonna kick this out hopefully sooner rather than later. But I just want to say thank you, and you're awesome. So yeah,
Joe, do you plan to call those challenge shekels?
I didn't design it. I didn't do anything with it. It says it on I don't know why it's called challenge. I don't even know what challenge means in this context.
A challenge coin? You know what a challenge coin is?
No, what's a challenge coin?
Oh, wow. Okay.
that explains.
Is that why it went over my head? Is there a concept of a challenge coin?
There's actually a thing, Joe.
Yeah, it's mostly in the military. When you serve in like a particular military unit, they give a coin to show that you are part of that unit. And then if you are like out for drinks or something, someone can say, "Show me the coin," and if you don't, like, you owe a beer or something. It's called a challenge coin.
Whoever has the lower ranking coin has to buy, because
That
you could have
too.
a coin that's not yours. It might have been given you, say, by a general, gave you his challenge coin. If you have that one, you always carry that one because it'll trump whatever somebody else's challenge coin is, and then they have to buy.
Right.
But this, of course, would trump everybody's coin, given the current conflagration in the middle.
I guess it makes a lot more. If you have that background, it makes a lot more sense. The whole challenge shekel thing. So there you go. Still 101K. When Waynestown Subsidy gets under 100K, guess they'll stay over 100K. Congrats. Thank you, Thomas Dietrich, hitting me with 100. God bless you, Thomas. Another generous supporter here. God bless you, brother. Mary Coppola. This woman also has been a dedicated fan for much longer than the 14 months you see here. Congrats, Joe. Got my headphones on. My Ravens on mute again. Wouldn't miss you at all. You're awesome. Thank you so very much, Mary. Blast the ring. Congrats from a long-time lurker. Molotov or whatever. It's close. Molotov is close. It's pretty close. Pretty close where you're going. Congrats, Joe. Thank you, Eric. Fractal Machine, happy holiday. I'm going to talk about Rosh Hashanah, but about IDF finally unaliving Nasrallah and his buddies. That was a good. It made for a better weekend. Removing one dictator from the wall. Thank you so much, NJ Kathy, Howie Brown. YouTube is a whole new industry creating unlimited jobs. Please have Lady Lawgic on. We love her. Yeah, she's camera shy. But I'll probably have her on some more. Minimal Lawledge, congratulations on 100,000. Good Logic, thank you. Tracksuits and tight polo shirts for everyone. So yes. I'm gonna do this once. Okay, I'm gonna do this once. And normally I didn't keep track of who it was that was brought in here, so I'm only doing this once tonight. And you guys are here for it, so you can get to enjoy it. And that is Low Watermark gifting 20 new Good Logic memberships. God bless you, Low Watermark, and bringing in 20 new people to the following. Some of you may be confused if you were brought into the following, you've never been in the following before. All of a sudden, now you're named a follower. You might think, oh, I don't want to follow this guy. Don't worry. I am not the leader of the following. Okay, Joe is not, say it, Joe is not the leader of the following. The following is not at all a cult. Type of cult. There's no self-harm, no harming others, no Kool-Aid, no stabbing yourself with the jabby jab, no squirrel mutilations, no goat sacrifices, no around bonfire fires.
No Kool-Aid, man.
That's how the cult leader lures you in with
there.
promises.
There wasn't Kool-Aid in that one cult until there was.
Right, exactly.
No mandatory tracksuits, mild farm work, no goat heads hanging in the background. It's just about community, unity, and leadership training so that we can all strive for greater personal growth. So welcome to the following, those who joined, and thank you, Low Watermark, for bringing them on in. And speaking of bringing people on in here, I have a guy who I think he's only been to the channel once. And the first time I ever met him was on X, and we had crossed wires, and he thought I was like some crazy lefty based on sarcasm that I had used. And then I got snarky with him. And after that, we basically recognized, no, we're pretty much on the same side here on things. And I had him on this show, and he's actually probably the most official celebrity out of anyone I've ever had on this show. Even though he doesn't hold himself out that way. And when I had him on, I was blown away. I was blown away by just how cool and awesome he was. And
is it Clint Eastwood?
Close. It's actually Matthew Marsden. Welcome to the show, Matthew.
How you doing, guys? I'll take close to Clint Eastwood.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah,
awesome.
So,
how you doing?
How you doing, Matthew?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm awesome, Matthew. So I only had him on here once. I've only had the privilege once, but I've hung out with him in various panels with George the Giant Slayer, and I'm wondering, are you the same black pill? I don't know if you know anyone on the panel here. So the guy right below me here is Andrew Branca. Before you got here, he was cynically trying to black pill the world that America is going down the toilet and that there's no salvation for it. So
not for 8 weeks or 10 weeks, Joe. We have time.
Okay, he thinks that the election is going to be stolen and that there's no stopping it, and that Kamala's reign of terror is going to commence, and that she's going to be there for 8 years, and we're never going to have a real election again. Is that fair? Is that a fair way of encapsulating what your position, Andrew?
Yeah, the French Revolution reign of terror will pale compared to what's coming.
Wow.
Okay, so I've tried white pilling him. I think I did a pretty decent job on white pilling, but I'm looking for other white pillars. So are you able to white pill, Matthew?
Well, I mean, hello, everyone. And by the way, it's an absolute pleasure to see you again and to see all you guys on there. It's really awesome. And we're all very grateful for you, Joe, because you're a terrific human being. So I just want to put that out there. You're thanking everyone, and I want to thank you. So do I think they're going to steal it? Yeah, I do. Actually, I think that all the, like going from saying that, these rallies don't matter, that's no indication of anything. The fact that, Trump's packing out stadiums, that doesn't matter, to doing all these AstroTurf rallies and saying, "Oh, look how many people are here for Kamala," when nobody likes her. I think they're going to try and steal it. Do I think that it's going to be? I think that we will have overwhelming numbers, to be honest. And I think that Trump might do it, but they're certainly going to do some shenanigans. But if she gets in, it's over, I think. I hate to say it.
So let me ask you this. Okay, those of you who think that she's going to be able to so easily steal this election, and I do think Michigan is lost, because I think that there's no way that they're not going to steal it, and they've cut the head off of anyone who has a chance to challenge the authority of any theft in that state. So I think if they have to print out 3 million votes, they will. I don't put anything
3
past
billion. They would just print them.
They would. It would just be like, it's like Monopoly money. But I don't think other states are as geared for cheating to the same degree. And I also think when we look at the polling numbers now, right? When we see the polling numbers here and compare them to polling numbers in 2020, the polling numbers in 2020 had Biden leading by 6 to 8 points in all of these challenge states. Now, and even with the cheating, they're winning by like 10,000 votes, 20,000, 30,000 in this state. Now, instead of it being a 6-point lead, which we know they're inflated, even by their yardsticks. They know that their numbers came in high. Even if all the ballots that came in 2020 were legitimate, they know they overstated it by 3 to 4%,
and they won.
Right, but what I'm saying is that's today's numbers. No one was thinking that Trump was going to win potentially the popular vote. They're neck and neck right now in all of these states, and I know the left is freaked out by this because they know that there's an inflation in their favor. So that being the case, don't you think that it's going to be really kind of challenging to throw in that many extra votes? I mean, in 2020, all the ducks were in a row to cheat. Every state had tons of mail-in ballots. Everyone was mail-in voting.
There's less of that now?
Yeah, there is, because then you had
states?
COVID. There you had COVID.
Colorado is completely mail-in.
Colorado doesn't count because Colorado, you're not winning.
Okay.
You're not winning. No,
that's my point.
You're not winning.
You
Colorado
start
doesn't count the same way. The same way
You-
Oklahoma doesn't count because those states are predetermined.
Okay.
but you're just writing off state after state, and then the thing
It's
is
not state
that-
after state. I'm telling you right now. There's like basically 100 electoral votes or 120 electoral votes that you need to that we should be writing off because he's not winning California. He's not winning Colorado.
There's no check on this power. This is the problem. There's no check on it. I mean, it's because what happens? Okay, you're saying like Michigan's gone because they're going to cheat. So you get a Soros-backed prosecutor in a inner city, and they can print out as many votes as they need to win that state in these inner cities. It's a city versus rural problem. The Democratic Party is based primarily in big cities. And those big cities are governed by Democrats all the way front to back, along with Democrat prosecutors who will not prosecute voter fraud. They control the elections office, and they can mass print votes in very small areas, and that's how the cheating occurs.
We've already had in the last election more than 100% voter participation. I mean, they're obviously just printing paper and then counting it as votes. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do research in the middle of the panel.
And then the other thing is
it's not hard to find.
Assuming that there's
in Detroit, there was a guy in Detroit who refused to certify because they had 101% turnout.
But then there's going to be some drop of the hat. There's going to be some late surprise that we haven't yet anticipated that the conservatives aren't paying attention to, and it's going to be some big surprise, and all of a sudden things are going to get stopped. Like, oh, we've got to stop the voting here for a few hours while we figure out how many votes we actually need in order to make the state swing, like in Georgia. So it's just, I hate to be cynical about it, like Andrew, but what's the check on these inner cities?
Too big to steal.
That doesn't mean
too
anything.
big to steal. I'm telling you that that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at too big to steal. And
So,
by the way, just
if
to clarify,
Kamala gets 200% of the available electoral votes, so it's
I don't-
impossible to be a legitimate win. What's gonna happen? Is someone going to show up with a bunch of rifles and stop her from being president? That's not going to happen. Look what happened when people just protested on January 6th. They're all doing 5, 10, 15 years in federal prison now. People weaponless.
I think we're going into uncharted territory. You know, if that happens, if they do have the stop, which is saying that, I mean, and again, like I agree, actually, I don't think they can allow Trump to win. So it just depends on margins, right? Like
So,
how much
I
is
think
that
they
gonna be?
can allow him to win. And the reason but that's even more of a black pill perspective than anything Andrew's been saying.
Right? Because it doesn't
Do you
matter. You're saying it doesn't matter even if he wins, they still
Yeah.
win.
In other words,
Right.
what I actually think is that if you're in the Democratic Party and you're part of the system and the machine, you know just how deep this rot runs, and you're like, okay, there are enough General Millies out there. There are enough Bill Barrs out there. There are enough Christopher Wrays out there who wear a red tie and claim to be Republican.
There's not
enough,
only enough. That's everybody, Joe. That's everybody.
right now-
there are
right now,
enough
who
of them there that even if we have a president who's not on board with our system, it's
They'll
not
stall him. They'll
Who's
delay
running
him.
the president now? Who's running the presidency now?
It's not
Who's
Biden,
in charge?
obviously.
It's not Biden. So
It's not
who's running the
Kamala.
country? Yeah, it's
The
not.
whole
it's-
thing kind of reminds me of like the last few years of like, or maybe 1 year or 2. Basically, there was a point where Ronald Reagan was pretty clearly out of it, and there was obviously like his aides or whoever was surrounding him was running the country at that time. And I think that's basically what's going on now. And they like that. And Kamala's just going to be an empty seat who's probably just doing whatever Obama wants her to do as well. That's the only reason they like her, is that she'll just shut up and do what she's told. You know,
Right, but I'm old enough to remember when the U.S. Supreme Court was basically the super legislature of the United States, and nothing could be done that was not consistent with what they wanted to be done. That's what Kamala's going to do. And of course, if she's elected, she won't have to load up the Supreme Court. I mean, let's face it, Clarence Thomas isn't a spring chicken. Some of these conservative guys are going to leave and they'll just be replaced. And then for the next 40 years, 50 years, the Supreme Court will again be the super legislature of the progressive left. And we don't have a mechanism, absent a super majority change in the nature of the country, which is not going to happen with millions of migrants coming in and being made citizens by a Thanos snap. We don't have a way to fix that. We can't vote our way out of this implosion. There's no, our structure just isn't built to do that. And of course, that's exactly why these attacks are taking this particular form.
Let me ask you this, though. I'll ask you this. No, answer me this.
By the way, I haven't said it yet, Joe. Congratulations on 100,000.
Yeah,
you
made my day. Thank you. So let me ask you this. If they were so confident, these people who were so confident, why would they be trying to get rid of him? Why are they so desperate? Why are they so
Because they'd rather win sooner than later.
Why are they so desperate to put him in the ground?
Because he is the enemy, and
He's
he's
the
the
biggest
next
threat.
person. He's the one in the way now. When he's out of the way, it's going to be you and me.
It also might send a chilling effect to anyone else who might want
Sure.
to talk like him in the future.
Yeah, and who's left? Who's going to take the mantle from the Republican Party and
J.D.
march
Vance.
this forward
I mean,
if it's
come on.
not Trump?
Right.
I imagine I always kind of wondered why his son isn't running. He's pretty good at talking. He's pretty articulate.
Not the same guy. I've met his son. I like his son. He's a great guy. Not the same dude.
How not? Can you
Come on, Trump has an exceptional force of personality that very few people have.
He's
His
a
son's
star.
more of a normal person.
Trump's a star. I've been trying to tell the Republicans this for years and years and years, because they think that by having the better message and the best virtues and morals that they're going to win. AOC, whether you like her or not, whether you think she's dumb, she's a star.
Right.
And that's what they trade in, because they understand. I said in 2016, a friend of mine, Matt Peterson, who's vice president of the Claremont Institute, he asked me, who do you think is going to win in 2016? I said Trump. And he was like, initially he was like,
how could
what?
that happen? Right. I thought it was crazy too.
Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't, because, 17 years in Hollywood, he's got brand name recognition. He's all over everything. and he's a master on his feet because he's been in front of a camera for years and years and years. And so, you know, when you have improv like that, do you remember that line where he turned around and he said, because you'll be in jail?
Right.
Just one of the greatest one-liners of all time. And I think that Republicans, look, there's a reason why Obama went to Netflix, right? There's a reason why they reach out to Hollywood. And there's, you know, this goes all the way back to the JFK debate, right? Like they realized that actually it's in what you look like and the way you behave on camera is very important.
This is a reason why movies have a lead, right? There's a lead star who gets the bulk of the money in terms of the cast because he carries the film.
Yeah, and you know they're not necessarily the better actor.
No,
they're just the star because they have charisma. They can draw people in. I mean, like, you know, The Rock is not going to win any Oscars, but he's a star.
All right, Steve. I know that I think you were supposed to get on out of here at 10 o'clock, and I apologize that I ended up keeping you a little long here. You have
nice house, Steve, by the way. I like that.
Yeah,
the new Joe, thank you for letting me use your beach house.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Feel free. I might pop on in over there after you leave because I kind of miss it. But yeah, so it was great seeing you. I want to have you back on soon so we can actually have more talk about the need for America to return to religion, because right now I think that's our surest chance at salvation.
The proper religion.
It's when I say religion, I hate, you know, and of course I have my view, you have your view. I'm talking about being conscious of God, conscious about where we place our faith and our value system. You may, you know, because everybody that they need to reconcile themselves that faith is what determines your value system, and what is at the pinnacle of your faith, and being realistic and honest and finding out whether or not that pinnacle point that you've placed that faith is worthy of what you are giving it. And of course I have my views. I think I know what's worthy and what's not, but I just want people to recognize that faith exists, because people they're unconscious and they aren't really considering where their ethical value system comes from. Be honest with yourself and be honest with others about that, and make that conscious choice to place that faith in something that's worthy in that placement. So that's kind of but we'll have a longer discussion. And thank you for having me on. Congratulations on 10,000 or 100,000 subs, which will mean nothing when the revolution comes and the guillotines come out. But I do appreciate.
And I'm blackpilled.
Were you the one who wanted to discuss anarchism with me?
Right. No, but this is my first stream I've done in many months.
Okay, let me explain something to y'all. Okay, you asked me how you get super chats. Black Pill doesn't buy super chats. Okay, it doesn't get super chats. It's death on super chats. People feel like everything's ending. Okay, all you guys just did basically is you took out your big old junk there and just whizzed all over my super chats for the last hour. People are like, oh my god, despair. You want people happy Christmas time. That's how they go shopping. Okay, you don't bring them in here and just start telling them the world is coming to an end. You just basically completely prime super chat material here. I love you like brothers. I gotta teach you. All
right. Well, we're learning from the master. But I will say, and thank you, Low Watermark, for the nice chat, welcoming me back here.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a horn for that. I wanted to pull this up before you left, but thank you for the 50, Low Watermark. It is great to see Steve Gosney here. You're a phenomenal human being and a great attorney. And this guy actually convinced me. He turned me from being someone who was very strongly pro capital punishment into being like, I don't know how we can have capital punishment, which is an amazing feat on his end.
I just think we should privatize it.
Actually, Kurt,
so like Running Man type of thing, like you basically get shot into a thing.
I don't trust the government, but if we privatize it.
That whole idea was Kurt was involved with that, because Kurt and I had a discussion. I think it was on Ricada's channel, and we went on for like a half hour. And Kurt was making good points, but I'd heard him before, and then I've making my points, and I've heard myself talk before. And I was like, this needs more organized analysis. So I spent some time. So he's talking about death penalty debates, which is one of my books. I will say that there's going to be
it's your best. If you
There's
ask me.
going to be a third edition of Ideas and Answers in Law. So maybe I'll come on and promote that. Although your super chatters aren't really book buyers, but I will be doing that. That's in pre-release. So Ideas and Answers.
What are you
Law,
saying,
third
Steve?
edition.
He sold the chat pretty well there.
Thank you,
this
brother.
chat doesn't buy books.
And they don't
You
buy
guys
books,
suck.
so just
Yeah.
watch
You need to put out a graphic novel, Steve.
yeah. Well, that'll get me in trouble even more. No, anyways, it's wonderful to be with you all. Good to see everybody here and all my buddies. And I got to go to bed because I'm working my butt off. And I don't have time to stream anymore. But thank you.
All right. Well, it's great seeing you, my brother. Take care. And speaking of Kurt, I know that you got to head on out of here. Also, we want to share with the audience here. So I want to just pause and thank you for being such an awesome friend for the last, I don't even know, 3 or 4 years. We're starting to feel like we're both getting up there in age. You want to share with the audience what it is that you're doing?
Yeah, so I'm doing try to put out a video at least once a day. Starting next week, we'll be doing the coverage of the Sarah Boone trial out of Florida because she is such a treat, and I've been enjoying some of her pre-trial stuff and enjoying that. But we got videos coming out all the time. We got one coming out about Pal World versus Nintendo. We got one coming out about something else that I can't even remember what's on my docket to-do list. But, we try to put out something every day. So tune into Uncivil Law. And we got Supreme Court, of course. Supreme Court is going to pick up Monday next as well they start session first Monday of October. So that's coming up pretty soon. So we'll be doing Supreme Court stuff. So check all that out on my channel.
Awesome. Thank you for coming by, my brother. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Were you raising your hand at me? Were you raising your hand also?
I was saying peace to Kurt.
Oh, you're saying peace to Kurt.
But I am going to wrap it up and get on out of here too, Joe.
Yeah, no, that's what I figured. Can you tell everyone what you're about and where to find you?
Yeah, we do Watching the Watchers live. We do a live stream 5 days a week at 6 p.m. Eastern time on our channel. We talk about a lot of the same stuff that you talk about, Joe. Right now we're focused on really the Trump trials and the latest, what's happening there. We're talking about the January 6th case, Judge Chutkin, Jack Smith, all the things. And so we have a ton of fun. We have a live stream, and we'd love to have you come join us.
Yeah. No, look, I love hanging out with you, and I actually when I'm really desperate and it's a slow news day, I literally will go over to your channel and I'll be like, "What's he talking about?" Because it's gotta be. It's like an advantage to going after Robert because I'm just like he's gonna be covering something that's gonna spark an idea for me. And
that's all right, man. I rip off everyone else too. I'm scrambling around trying to figure out what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah,
so
what are we going to cover tonight? What are we going to cover tonight? I don't even know what we're going to do.
That's great.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you so much, and I look forward to joining you when you're celebrating 1 million subs.
Dude, I appreciate that, man. Joe, we love you, man. Thanks for the great work. Thanks for inspiring us. Thanks for bringing everybody together. Like I said, I think you draw people out. At least speaking for myself, you draw people out of their comfort zone a little bit, and you bring people together, and we love you for that, man. So great job. Congrats on the 100K, and we'll see you out there. Good to see everybody else.
Take care, my brother.
See you later, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Eric, sorry. You want to tell everyone how we met? Do you even remember how we met?
Do I remember? I mean, I think Nick got us connected at some point. That was probably a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
At this point, yeah, that was. But I've been watching your stuff since then. I've been following it, and it's funny because I go to New York quite often, and it's interesting to see your evolution and what your growth and all the things that you've been doing, and it's been great. Like Andrew, it's been awesome to see you jumping in and out of there. That was probably my first foray into what's going on into the greater law tube, but. Yeah, that was pretty much where I started. I think it was it Kyle Rittenhouse or what was it that we were doing the first time?
It was Kyle
right?
Rittenhouse. Yeah, yeah. It's that long ago. When was Kyle Rittenhouse V? When was that?
I should know that, but I don't remember the exact.
It's 3 years ago now.
It was quite a while ago, but yeah, it still seems like yesterday in some ways. But yeah, that's kind of that's how you and I got networked as well.
So much has gone down since then, including this guy, potentially criminal Sean. How are you, Sean? You got no
I'm
audio.
doing good. I'm doing
There you
good.
are. There you
Yeah.
are.
Yeah, Rittenhouse was 2001.
There we
Wow. Damn.
No,
And
not
it was
2001.
21.
2021,
No, wait a
sorry.
minute. I was like,
Yeah.
21. 21.
2021, yes.
Yeah.
Rit Kyle will be 50 years old now.
Wow.
I bet he feels like he's 50.
Probably.
So, Sean, I know you know Andrew, right?
Yes.
But you don't know anyone else here.
I know V.
You know V Radio?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So why don't you tell everyone else who you are and what you're about, brother?
Okay, yeah. My name's Sean, also known as Potentially Criminal. I am an attorney over in the Cleveland area. Obviously, do a lot of criminal-related stuff on my channel, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Try to talk about as many things as possible. Got a channel. I'm on YouTube, Rumble, all the fun things like that. Just got done. We were watching this trial. This guy down in Southern Ohio. As soon as the jury was about to come in, he's like, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it." And he looks at his daughter and he says, "Please forgive me for killing your mom." And every day he's had some sort of outburst, and it's actually it's been really good. It's been really good so far. And then Sarah Boone's coming up. That should be a fun case. Killed her boyfriend by shoving him in a suitcase and suffocating him.
Yeah. When
in
is that supposed to?
Self-defense.
Well, I think she's got a way she could say like she lured him in there and like I didn't know he was gonna die. Maybe I don't know.
I feel silly for carrying a gun all these years. I should have been hauling a suitcase around.
Yeah.
Those of you who are not familiar with the Sarah Boone story, so she basically tied her boyfriend and locked her boyfriend in a suitcase, and he was playing some sort of weird. They were playing some sort of weird.
Yeah, they're both very drunk.
Game. They were both very drunk, and he locked himself in a suitcase, and she left him there overnight, and he asphyxiated, or he had a heart attack.
Yeah,
or,
no, he asphyxiated, and
He asphyxiated.
She filmed him while he's in the suitcase, like
begging
trying
for
to
help,
move it.
begging him to begging her to let him out, and
she's laughing.
Yeah, she's cackling away at him like
there was no safe word. Listen, there was no safe word. It's not her fault.
Yeah,
that might be a better argument.
Lock.
Yeah. So, what do you guys think the next big trial is? For a long time, we were all looking at Alec Baldwin.
Oh, we have Daniel Penny will come up eventually.
Yeah,
that's a New York subway guy. We have Courtney Plenty down in Florida. I'm not sure why she hasn't been tried yet. That's the only model who's
there was a
Penny's not going to be televised. It's illegal to televise trials in New York.
Then it'll be irrelevant for our purposes, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well,
Courtney Plenty's in Florida. That'll be televised.
Yeah. Well, there was an issue with the boyfriend's laptop.
The parents stole it.
They had stolen it, and then like the attorneys had it, and they knew it was stolen, and then it became an issue of like tampering with evidence, and that kind of set everything back. So
it's been dragging on for years. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I mean,
so the next really big trial is probably the Washington 4. No.
Oh, Brian Koberger, you mean?
Brian Koberger, no.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while though. I think
that's at least probably like a year away. Honestly, I think the state's in trouble on that case. Every time I see an update on that case, Andrea's supposed to be on here later. She's actually covering it more in depth. But every time I see an update from her about that case, I'm just like, I have no idea how I don't know how they're gonna convict him.
It just feels fragile, doesn't it? From the state perspective,
so ridiculously fragile. Like the probable cause and the evidence just keeps splintering away on them. And if you ask me, my gut says the guy probably did it, but I just feel like I don't think.
And he's smart enough to stay quiet. Which is helpful.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. He is. I got a bunch of other super chats, but I'm having a difficult problem here with Rumble. I don't know why. I can't get my thing to play on Rumble. I don't know what's happening here. I haven't seen complaints that it's not showing on Rumble, but I can't get my chat from Rumble. I don't see it. All I see is the same stupid video looping over and over again, and I don't know why it is that I can't get Rumble to work. And I'm actually getting very freaked out about that I might have rants in there that I'm completely missing, and I don't know how to get my hands on them.
Have you tried Grindr?
That's you. And people wonder why I keep Mr. Blackpill around. That's why.
Yes.
That's why. That's why right there. Are you going to join me tomorrow when I'm live streaming? Tomorrow I'm going to be live streaming a hearing about it's so outside your zone. It's so outside your zone. That's why
Do
I was
you
like,
want me? You know how disruptive I am.
I know that you don't play well with others, but it's a hearing with that same judge who was from Fannie Willis. And
Oh no.
Oh, McAfee. Yeah.
McAfee, yeah, with Judge McAfee, where he's having a hearing to determine whether or not Dominion's system is too corrupted for it to be used by Georgia in the election next month.
Does anybody think judges are smart enough to actually make these decisions? Because I don't.
They spell out how like under Georgia law you have to keep that encryption key locked away, and the encryption key is so well known at this point that they're thinking about making it a T-shirt. Like it's like that's how available it is to any hacker who has the capacity to basically slip in a malworm or something else to basically change the votes as they come in or change the totals afterwards, and that they need to basically, and that Raffensperger needs to like completely change basically change everything that's set up for November before the election, because otherwise their election is going to go to pot.
I feel like a lot of our judges are like the slow kids from class that got slid into those, like the BOCES bus kids that just got slid into those positions.
Well, he seemed actually pretty decent.
Sometimes it's very true.
Did you, Sean? Did you cover the Fannie Willis hearing?
Oh yeah. I thought overall it's good, and I think like
your audio went out there.
Oh,
yeah. Now I hear you
better now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fannie's under the desk pulling on the cables.
Yeah. No, I think there's a big problem for Fannie with the her daughter getting stopped by the police, and then she shows up on Nathan Wade. Like, oh yeah, hey, he's just my friend. Like, I thought you were done.
Our relationship ended long ago. Oh no,
seems totally legit.
Yeah, but no, I think that might be kind of like the sleeper coming up, because the Trump, like, that case is getting televised every chance it can be, and I will say the YSL trial is a preview of how bad the state's going to do the Trump case.
They're terrible, aren't they? That's never going to get to trial. That's never going to get to trial.
I don't think it will either, but I'm just saying this is a preview of how bad Fannie's team is going to put it together.
Yeah, they're so bad. They're so bad at their job. They are so bad. Did you see the question? Like, have you been watching the YSL trial?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. I mean, like, they have no idea how to control a witness. They seem completely incompetent in new and embarrassingly creative ways. Like, it's like, how can you be this bad? How can this be what you do for a living?
Okay, can I suggest a different point of view, a different perspective on all this?
No.
In a traditional sense, of course, as a prosecutor attempting to secure a conviction, they're horrific. they're unimaginably bad. They're completely incompetent. But I remember the George Zimmerman trial, Trayvon Martin case, and that prosecutor, I followed that trial from long before the trial started, and there was never any reasonable prospect that George Zimmerman was going to get convicted. That was the cleanest case of self-defense I've ever seen brought to trial.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't brought to trial for the purpose of getting George Zimmerman convicted. I mean, they would have taken that if they got it. But the prosecutor brought that case to trial because she was running for re-election. And that trial was going to help her win re-election. And people think she lost that trial because Zimmerman got acquitted. She, in my view, she won that trial because it did, in fact, secure her re-election. She got re-elected. If the purpose of this YSL trial is not actually, who gives a shit whether these guys get convicted or not, if they don't really care, but they're just going through the motions. How bad can we be? How long can we drag something like this out so that when we pull Trump into a parallel prosecution, how many years can they keep him occupied in this thing? I think they're doing perfectly. I think it's the perfect training paradigm for that.
You're saying using the process as the punishment?
Of course.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Makes a lot of sense.
It doesn't look so stupid from that perspective, does it?
Nope.
Matthew, do you get up on watching trials? Do you enjoy
I
watching trials?
do, actually. It's funny. I've got the kind of most bizarre story about the Carl Rittenhouse. So I'd actually come out of having a colonoscopy on the day that he was acquitted. And I go in the car and I'm still like all doped up, right? Because I've been put under and I've been following it, because I thought, if ever he goes down, this is it. Like, this is really, really bad. And I was in the passenger seat of the car and I'm watching it on my phone, right? And that moment, where they say, not guilty. I was like, oh, because I was all doped up. I was just like, this is a great moment for America. but he was. But it was just funny because I was all like, I have allergic reactions to, I found this out now. I have allergic reaction to general anesthetic. So the first time I did, I was trying to fight someone when I came out of it. And this time I was so they gave me a little bit more to make sure I was under. So when I came out, I had to sit in the chair for a little bit longer and then leave. So I just thought that was a great moment to share with you. So
it sounds like you're really unloading yourself on us here.
I really was. I was I was unburdened by what had been.
It sounds like that story was really backed up inside of you.
It just had to get out. It had to get out.
The whole chat here.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. It's just a true thing I had to tell. But no, I do actually. I enjoy watching. I do enjoy watching them. Especially ones that really mean a lot to the country. I think that, and there's been quite a lot of those recently in recent years. I think as you, certainly for me, evolving, coming over here because you don't really have these massive trials like this in the UK. So coming over and seeing this is amazing, and what you guys do is absolutely incredible. It's great listening to the commentary on it because it's like learning a new system, and having you guys break it down really, really helps.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at tomorrow's trial, okay, and I'm thinking to myself, there's no way people who are watching this are going to understand. If you're not a lawyer, they're going to understand what is happening, what the nature procedurally is, what the objective is. Okay, what will a win look like? If they do win, what happens at that point? And you really need someone who actually has some sort of understanding of the law, even though, look, Georgia election law is certainly far from anything that I was trained in. But as an attorney, you sort of have enough wits to, especially if you prep a little bit beforehand, to figure out exactly where this is going. And you can tell, as a litigator, you could tell when a trial is going well and which witnesses seem to be doing better than others, how the judge seems to be handling various issues of law. So I really believe it's a completely different experience when you're watching it with an attorney versus just watching a live stream, where it becomes digestible, where as opposed to being this mass of just words that you might think you understand and you're not sure, and you're trying to digest, and is this impactful, and why is this objection overruled and that one sustained, and you're just left with all sorts of questions about the motives of the actors. And sometimes there's going to be objections that are sustained, that are good for the state, that you're sort of, that you have to explain that that's the right call that the judge is making based on the nature of the question of the law, and that it's not that the judge is in the tank for the other side, but that's how the law operates.
But normal people don't know, right? Because they're not. To me, it's like, if any of you have children and they've come of age to learn how to drive, and you try to teach your own kids how to drive a car, you know how horrific that is, right? Well, for us lawyers covering these trials, it's like we're the person who knows how to drive, right? And then the general public is the 15-year-old driving the car while we're in the passenger seat scaring the crap out of us. It's not that they're bad people; they just have no idea what they're doing or what they're saying or how to evaluate what they're saying. It's a completely alien environment for them, which makes it great fun, much more fun than teaching my teenage daughter how to drive a car.
I was going to say, Branca, there were times when my dad had told me things, or my parents told me things growing up, and then I learned. I'm like, "Hey, Dad, you know about this?" He's like, "I've already told you that, but I'm glad you're listening to someone." And I kind of feel like we do that too every once in a while, where we're telling people things they probably already heard before, but we're just getting through. It's just another outlet they're hearing, and it finally clicks. Hopefully.
Well,
That's
you know
what relevance means.
Yeah.
you know what else? You know what else it does? I think that, certainly when in years gone by, for us old farts on here, you used to have pillars of the community, right? And judges, for the most part, used to be a pillar of the community back in the day.
Yep.
And so we've lost kind of, doctors, nobody cares about what they have to say anymore. That, politicians, that's gone. So you're kind of looking at the last kind of bastion, really, of fairness and truth and honesty. Well, you'd like to think that. So I think that one of the other things that makes it so interesting listening to fair commentary is you get to figure out whether or not the judges are biased.
Yeah,
which
and
we've seen a lot.
At least in America, we have a lot of bad judges. I think Sean would agree. I think Joe would agree. We have a lot of bad judges in America. In fact, it's so bad that when I cover a case, I shouldn't speak for the other gentleman. When I cover a case and there's a good judge, it's notable to me. I mean, I comment on it relentlessly. I'm like, oh my God, this judge is making such reasoned decisions. I may not agree with the decisions, but they're reasoned, logical decisions.
Mm-hmm.
That's not that common today.
No, and you're right, Branca. There's a couple of these cases where I've been thrilled, like, wow. I disagree with him, but at least I understand everything he says. It makes entirely sense. That's just, is it, tomato, like, we're going to have to agree to disagree. But otherwise, yes, I know how he's going to rule. And I've only watched this guy for 20 minutes. It's very nice.
And when we were watching Judge McAfee, that was the feeling I got from him. That the decisions that he's making seem fair and logic-based. I might not always agree with the direction that he goes. Right. I feel like in his ultimate decision, there was a bit of cowardice. When you say odor mendacity and don't find that there's forensic misconduct, when you talk about how, this was actually probably a mistake for her to go out on a racist rant in church, that's probably improper, but you're unwilling to pull the trigger, at least he's calling it out. He's not trying to pretend that it's okay. He's just too gun shy to actually say this is now a dismissal of the case because at least he has proper logic. He's not trying to justify being corrupt. He's trying to basically find any way possible to keep it alive for Fanny. Even though I think in his heart of hearts, he's like, yeah, I'm going to leave this for the higher court to knock out rather than some first-year judge.
It's like when the FBI director was talking about Hillary's secret server in the bathroom closet, and he was saying, yeah, no, if this was anyone else, definitely we'd prosecute them to the nth degree. But it's Hillary, and I don't think in my opinion, no federal prosecutor would bring charges in this case. It was like you listen to the first 40 minutes of his exposition, his speech to the media. It's like, oh, she's going to jail. She's going to prison. She's done. This is 100%. He's in. And then the last 30 seconds, he's like, yeah, but never mind.
Yes.
She definitely did it, but we're going to pretend like she didn't.
But so for any of you who know anyone who's ever had a security clearance in the U.S., if any of them had ever had a server in their bathroom closet, they'd be buried under the biggest federal prison you've ever seen in your life. I mean, it wouldn't even be a close call.
Well, Branca, did you see that lady in the Navy? She had a Starlink on the destroyer she was on. Right. It's like, why is she not in jail for that? I'm like,
and she was like a master chief or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I will give her credit. That's hilarious. She had it on there, but
so the Chinese are like, all right, not only is the ship there, but she's watching this kind of porn on her Starlink connection.
Yes. Well, and Joe, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but I know somebody was challenging McAfee for his seat this fall. How is that race looking? Do you know? I know Phil Holloway.
I know his primary was being threatened, but I think he survived. I think they had the election.
I thought there was a Democrat challenger because of everything that happened.
George Soros candidate.
I thought he was a Democrat.
Or Fanny got money somehow to throw in there. Yeah.
But a lot of you might be saying to yourself, if he's unwilling to pull the trigger, then it's a matter of semantics. Who cares? At the end of the day, he's not going to be able to provide the relief that we're looking for. And that's true and not true. Because even if you look at the decision that he put after the Fannie Willis hearing, he left enough factual finding meat there to enable the higher court to overturn him. if instead he has factual findings that are like, there's nothing, I don't find that she actually did any impropriety with, I found her credible, even though the whole world's watching and finds her lacking credibility. When he calls out that she's lacking credibility when she's denying stuff like that, and that's a finding of fact, which the defense then was able to use in their motion to try and have the case dismissed by saying he even recognized that her statements weren't truthful. So those findings of fact are beneficial at the next level. Now, unfortunately, in the context
it's a slim read, but it is a read.
It's better than him saying, "Oh yeah, no, everything."
There's nothing here, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's better than him saying there's nothing there. Now, in the context of tomorrow's hearing, considering the short time deadline we're on, and how long it takes for the appeals process to work through, if he's unwilling to pull the trigger here, that's far more concerning. That he's gun shy. But at least he's having the hearing, and at least we know that he has the capacity to be fair in making appropriate rulings. So, we can at least hope that truth will out ultimately on this particular scenario here. I got a bunch of super chats that I got to get to here that I sort of want to run through. I pulled up short like a half hour ago, and I'm still way behind. Where was I to do that? Gosh, this is way back. I don't want to miss any. All right. Can you just, it's all about 20, it's all about Agenda 2030. I'm not sure what. And congrats on 100K milestone. Thank you, 10K view. Jenny L hit me with the 20. She pops in here and just drops me 20 on a fairly regular basis, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you so much, Jenny. You're awesome. She doesn't usually weigh in with like a whole long comment. She's just very kind and generous. Mo Zamboni, former editor of mine. Congrats on 100K subs. You were one of the catalysts to get me into streaming. I'm so glad. That's very, very flattering. You took a chance on me when I was a YouTube greenhorn, the channel I run with others. The GCA started 6 months ago as the cusp of monetization. God bless. Go get him. Mo Zamboni. Nice. Jennifer says, do any of you think the Musk Brazil thing is a move by BRICS?
I think it's a Brazil doing Brazil things more than BRICS.
It's a Brazilian.
Yeah, I mean, their president's a commie, so I mean, it's just them doing their thing.
All right. Kat says, mods, please put the links to all the guests in the chat. Joe, congratulations on 100K. I'm going to put links in the description. They're not there now, but I'm going to make sure I go over everything and get it done soon. Bill Dozer sent a rant here, and I need to apologize. The rants got chewed up on me. This is the only rant I have. If someone can help share the rants with me where I can actually read them as opposed to just having the numbers, that would be really helpful, because I feel very uncomfortable about people ranting and me missing it. So Bill Dozer says, my rant earlier was just congrats and sincere thanks for shouting out my account on X a few months ago to get me over 1K. I'm now less than 100 away from 2K. Awesome. Hoping to inform and entertain. That's great. Go get him, Bill. Jackals says, more Americans have been extinguished due to leftist bureaucrats in the last 5 years than have ever been claimed by conflict of any era or street strife in U.S. history. Tammy, thank you for the congratulations. Kimmy Joe says, don't forget Biden gave full authority over to WHO during pandemic that they deem what it will be. That was definitely some of these chats that I pulled up before, where during the course of the conversation, I'm gonna skip past those. Allegan said, new topic, how far will Diddy case go? Just him or into other pop stars?
Well, it's a slippery topic, really.
Very nice. Oh yeah, he's Diddy's I think it's gonna be even worse for Diddy because it seems like they really dialed in the RICO stuff for him. So it'll be very interesting to see how deep everything goes before either Diddy please or he happens to pull an Epstein.
Right. I think he's cooked. I think he's cooked.
But is the diddler an FBI asset?
Oh, you're saying like Epstein?
Aren't they?
Yeah, like is he an actual asset, and is this going to disappear because he works with the government?
Well, if he was working with the government, they just would have kept it going. There's a
number of ways
they would have made Little Rod disappear. Yeah.
I think he probably had dirt on people that are powerful in the government. But
Does anybody think Epstein wasn't working with the government?
Yeah.
I mean,
obviously, I think he was.
Well, they disappeared him pretty good.
Yeah.
True.
I think that Diddy just pissed the wrong person off, and then they just decided to get rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think he got out over his skis and he forgot he's your job's to sit there and hump people and compromise them. You're not actually in charge of anything.
No, we've all seen. We're all mature men, right? We've all seen this 1,000 times. People can get away with murder until they piss off the wrong person, and suddenly they're held to account for that.
Yes,
that's what happens in the real world.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run through some rants because I'm way behind on the rants. I had trouble getting in there, but I appreciate Neurodivergent who brought them up here for me. So I'm just gonna pull them up here, see if we can get these bigger. Congrats, Joe. Debstep, thank you so much. You're always the highlight of every group stream. Here's the next 100K. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Crank says, congrats, Joe, long-time listener, first-time Rumble ranter. Get Steve on with Sitch and Adam to argue the death penalty. I actually invited Sitch and Adam on here. We'll see if they Adam said he's going to try to come by late tonight. We'll see if he comes in. Hey, Joe, just finished Viva and Barnes stream. I didn't realize you were going on so early. That's okay. Squeaky Wheel, congrats, Joe. Thank you so very much. Bill Dozer, congrats on 100K. This is what he referenced earlier, that he wanted that he's getting to 2K. Jacob Castro, all hail, dear leader Joe. Here since 20K. Here's the 200K. Salute. God bless you, brother. I have always thought Joe is grounded in his faith, or character, or reasoning. He has caused me to reassess my views based on logic. So glad I found your channel. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Squeaky Wheel. That's really what the whole purpose here is. And Shipwreck says, P1, I mentioned Sean Ryan on your locals. The vets he interviews are very disheartened on the wars. Some of the point that Afghanistan is where empire, some to the point that Afghanistan is where empires go to die.
Sean Ryan's I love his podcast.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's had Trump on there. He's had Eric Prince on multiple times. Like he's got a lot of connections.
Part 2, they mentioned the Dick Cheney, who backs Kamala, received no bid contracts for Iraq and Afghan. Also, Eric Weinstein mentioned that they may not allow Trump to be president. My thought, and this is where got me started on this before. I disagree with this take. I think that they're not afraid because the corruption runs so deep that it's like, what is he really gonna do? What can he do if the people who are supposed to be carrying out his orders are basically like, I'm not doing it?
He can stall things another 4 years. I'm going to be 60 this year. Another 4 good years would be nice to have.
Yeah. You know what? At the very least, yeah. Okay. But
I mean, when the train cars show up in Warsaw, Poland, it would be nice to have 4 more years before that happens, right?
And he finishes with get World War III underway as a worst case if Trump is elected. Thank you all for the excellent content. I listened to most all of you. Did you see that Zelensky met with Trump this weekend?
Yes, he had to because he's smart to know he'd better cover his bases.
Did you see his face as well? He was like that.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed.
Trump was like, that was the worst piece of ass I've ever had.
I will say,
I heard they were great. I heard Ukrainians were great. It was a lie.
Not true. Not the men. They're terrible.
That's pretty good.
72 virgins.
I'm disappointed Zelensky couldn't wear a collared shirt to America. He has to keep wearing his I do heroin chic everywhere.
Yeah, he needs those heroin fatigues.
Well, thank God he wasn't wearing a Speedo and high heels like he did in that video. I wouldn't have put that.
He could just play the piano. That's his only skill set.
Playing it with his D.
Yeah.
So I have someone backstage here who I think I've thanked him fairly often. Everyone here knows that he's a longtime friend of the show. Honestly, he knows. I think everyone on Earth knows that this channel would not be anything if not for the ridiculous amount of exposure and just tremendous niceties that he's done for me for years now. And far more important than that, I consider him a very close friend who I've had the privilege of meeting, and I am very excited to bring back here onto the stage our good friend Nick Ricada.
How are you?
Hey guys.
What's up, guys? I hope I'm coming through okay. I have someone else's headphones in. Everything's a disaster over here.
Sounds like a potato. It sounds, but like you're.
Oh, great.
Yeah, you sound robotic. You sound like RFK pretty much.
Nobody sounds as bad as RFK.
Like when you take a tin can and you have a string to another tin can. That's what you sound like.
Perfect. I just hopefully won't sound like I have a gun in my mouth. Anyway, what's up, man? How you doing?
No matter how the stream goes, that's how people are going to say you sound. So
might as well.
I missed.
Well, hey, congratulations, dude.
Thank you so much. Did you, when you first brought me on, did you tell the truth? Did you think my channel would survive or not?
Yes.
I was just literally trying to get Jew powers on my show. I was like, is his channel going to survive? I'm like, yeah, they run the banks. They run the banks. They'll be fine. He's going to be okay, but I want to run the banks, like in the weather machines and shit. Like, no, man, I liked it when I watched your initial little clip on Twitter. I was like, oh, this guy's great. This guy's got what it takes to just sit there and kind of fire off a rant, and people love that. They love passion. They love expertise. They love strong opinions and conviction.
Bagels.
You got all of it in spades, dude. They love bagels, really good bagels. We like them.
Everyone loves bagels.
Oh, put cream and cheese on it, please.
Schmear.
Schmear.
Well, yeah. Well, I actually, it's funny that you went right to the whole bank joke thing. I actually made.
Well, you asked. I just told the truth.
That was good. No, that was good. I made the most. I learned from you to lean in on that rather than like ever feel like remotely bothered by it. I actually saw, and I've actually even used you as an example when I was telling another streamer who was once dealing with some sort of issues where I was just like, look at how Nick leans in on his nose. Like, look how he leans in on that schnoz. He puts more weight on that nose. He makes more rain from that nose. A lot of people, if they have a facial feature that everyone's always knocking, they get self-conscious about it. No, he leans in on it. And
lean in, Joe. They call me tripod, and not because of my penis.
Joe wasn't trying to shill shekel coins 30 minutes ago.
You missed when I was going to be. All right, fine. I'll auction off the coin.
Forget the buy gold sponsor. Joe's like, buy shekel.
All your super chats today can be a half-price silver coin shipped directly to your house.
I was waiting for the Birch Gold commercial.
Oh my God!
They're not Jewish. That guy's Iranian. I don't think they get along.
I mean, those bastards.
Or Iraqi. Maybe Iraqi.
I made the most. It was inspired by that I made the most anti-Semitic joke I've ever made when I was on his show, and it just popped into my head. Where
Are we doing that tonight?
How anti-Semitic, Joe?
Okay.
I feel like it's a dance-off now.
I didn't know it was a challenge round.
Let's go.
I was in the middle of. I was going through like a diet phase, and
some people should try it.
Someone sent a super chat, which based to Nick. I was on this thing, and someone asked me if I tried the Holocaust. Do you remember this? Someone asked me if I tried the Holocaust diet.
Oh, yeah.
And my response to that was, well, I thought about it, but then I realized it was just give me gas. I
don't think I heard this one.
Yeah. It was right off the cuff. Yeah, it's like if you show people that I don't care, I'm not gonna worry about it. It just totally strips them of any power. It actually becomes your own power, and that's one of the things that I learned from you early on. So
yeah, you just take that power and throw it right in the furnace.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of hot.
There we
Look,
go.
man, they passed that law where if you have an apparent Semitic features, you get to play the anti-Semitism card, whether it's true or not. Like,
That's
so I don't even.
true.
Yeah, I get to steal your Jew defense without even being Jewish. It's perfect.
You don't get to steal the Jew defense. You don't.
You get to borrow it.
No, Joe's going to just start mailing out pagers to everybody. That's going to be his 5K gift for local.
You have to admit that operation took a lot of balls. Well, there we go. Anyway, so it was great having a channel, y'all. And I appreciate that you came on here while I still did. And yeah, and there you go. Anyway, so I did.
I probably election fraud talk that we had earlier. So I think you
election fraud.
What was that?
They didn't zap you for all the election fraud talk we had earlier. So yeah, that's a good sign at least. I talked about election fraud for about 10 seconds on one of my Kyle Rittenhouse streams, and they banned me for a week for it. But they don't do that.
I told this story over here the first time.
No, they won with it, so they don't need to stop you anymore.
They, they actually made it official that you're allowed to talk about election fraud for my first year or two that I was streaming. You weren't allowed to say fraud without having your stream come crashing down, and then they publicly came out. I think once Trump announced, and they said you can say the words election fraud without it getting you some sort of punishment or something of that nature. And yeah, there still is one topic that I won't talk about because that's the only topic I've ever gotten a strike for, and that relates to certain treatments for certain things.
Oh,
being certain laws, and I've gotten struck for that, and I was like, you gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them, and that's when I'm not going to win on. But speaking of someone who seems to understand YouTube, understand YouTube in ways that I try to emulate, and is probably America's favorite Canadian. It's got to be Runkle the Bailey. How are you, my brother?
I'm doing all right, but understand YouTube is something I do not.
Oh, stop it! Stop it! Don't even play coy on us. How have you been? I haven't seen you in ages.
Oh, been all right. I just started another fight with the government, so that's fun times.
Do tell.
Cool.
So I applied for a business firearms license for permission to basically have everything. And they gave me permission to have machine guns, but they didn't give me permission to have overcapacity magazines, which the capacity in Canada is 5.
What? That's
so
great.
Five. So it's like I can have a machine gun, but it can't have more than 5 rounds in the magazine.
Dude, yeah, all you need is a backpack, then you can drop magazines like the Parkland kids anyway. Swap them out.
I mean, those 5-round magazines, you're slapping them in and out for those drive-bys. I've seen those all over Chicago.
Now, Runkle, if you have something
at that point, it's like Canadian hookers.
So, Runkle, if it uses linked ammo, can it only have 5 links in it, or does that not count?
I think it would be 5 links. It doesn't come up all that often, but the really annoying thing is that for a lot of the videos that I'd want to do, like doing analysis of something, I'd probably be borrowing the guns because some of these guns are insanely expensive. Like, oh, I want to talk about an MP5. That's $15,000. Great. But I could borrow one from a film prop house, but they're not going to modify their magazines to send it to me. So I basically filed a challenge to basically say, what the hell? So the other thing is they said, because the thing I got it for is film armoring, because I'm doing videos for myself, they put in a condition that you can't have live ammo on the film trucks or anywhere on the film set. And
We've had this problem down here in New Mexico.
Can you hire Hannah guitarists?
Yes. Can Seth Kenny be your mentor?
There are ways to get them on set.
But the thing is I'm not trying to do like movies. Like I'm not going to be armoring the next John Wick movie. I'm just trying to do like a YouTube video to be.
No, Alec Baldwin's going to say hi to you in a week or two.
Yeah.
Runkle, you just hide the bullets in the assistant director.
And there are a lot of Ukrainians in Canada too, so it'll work good.
Runkle, would the Canadian government look more favorably on all this if you were doing gay films?
Well, ironically, there was a guy who did a piece for. Well, he did a gun control video or a gun control news story about how easy it was to remove the pins from these magazines to make them illegal, and they didn't actually charge this guy, notwithstanding the fact that he wrote a newspaper article about how he was committing crimes. So maybe I just need to say Trudeau's gun control is great and they'll let me do whatever. But and I mean that's pretty close to what you were asking. So
I mean, if you said his gun control was gay, could he really take offense? I mean,
that's a good point.
It might be a compliment.
He just went on some rampage because somebody asked a question about whether a bureaucrat was meeting with foreign politicians in a bathtub. Because
exactly. That's where I do all my meetings.
We for some reason bought an apartment in New York that has a $9,000 bathtub and all sorts of other stuff.
That sounds awesome.
For all the hookers.
Just pack them all in and so yeah, it's going to be interesting because I've already had to engage in some really bizarre legal arguments because they put in a rule that if you want to challenge the refusal of something in the firearm law, you have to turn in all of your guns. Now, the assumption was the assumption is that you've been refused your basic firearms license, and so that their view is that you can't have any guns. But I have 2 firearms licenses, and literally, tomorrow, I could order a machine gun online and have it sent to me, and I'd probably get it by Friday. So I just, our laws are so insanely stupid.
Is there a machine gun American near you?
Yes.
There is? There's a machine
gun.
Well,
it's
yeah.
I mean, you have to have it's like a class 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't remember the specific thing, but you basically have. Well, you can have that for being a distributor, I think. Right.
No, you can privately own machine guns in most of the U.S., including, believe it or not, states like Massachusetts, where I lived for 25 years. We had a machine gun range at my local range. So there's a federal conditions. You have to get a special license, and then a state could theoretically prohibit it within their state boundaries, but very few states have done that. So the trick is, though, in America, the machine gun now has to have been manufactured before, and I'm going to make up the year,
86
or something like that, right? So after 1986, no new manufactured machine guns after that date can be in private ownership, which of course just means the supply is limited, so the cost goes up tremendously.
It just sounds like a good Charles Bronson movie, hey,
He made it.
I live in Massachusetts. I'm going to order one of those extended magazines for you, you punks. You cause problems. I'm going to order it and get it in the mail.
And what happens is they come to your town and they burn the whole fucking thing down.
Yes,
when I become president, shoot your wife.
When I become president, we're gonna invade Canada. What people say, we're gonna invade Canada and we're gonna free the Canadians. We're gonna be able to get your guns again.
It would be an act of mercy. It would be if we actually
it would be hard work. Come on, I've been there.
Well, somebody on Twitter was basically saying we need to invade Canada, and I was like, "Go for it!" And he's like, "Well, you're obviously not going to And my thought was basically, listen, either you succeed and we get gun rights, or you fail and we still get gun rights. Because if the U.S. tried to invade and failed, there would not be a Canadian politician who said we need to pin magazines for the next 100 years."
Listen,
so it's there's no downside for me.
True. The whole Canadian border is basically lined with strip clubs anyway, so the soldiers would get that far and no further.
I'm in the cold part of Canada, so I feel like a lot of the, at least the soldiers from the south would just not do well with Canadian winters.
Yeah, true.
I'm way behind. I'm like really way behind on some of these chats. So can you guys let me like just run through like a bunch so I can like be like only like an hour behind instead of like I'm gonna try to catch them better. This is very poor form. It's very poor form on my end. The Dems are afraid they're losing power. They're going back to the 60s to reestablish the power the same way they got it. Yeah, I think we're seeing rekindling of that. Kathy saying there's a great panel. Would you consider creating a show to discuss legal concerns like Mr. Gouveia just mentioned the Constitution, maybe once a month? This is a sort of thing which I actually would really enjoy doing. It's a matter of actually getting people to free up and come
would
in.
You pay for that?
I think people would enjoy it. The question is how to.
We're all busy.
That's the problem. That's the problem. I sort of need to like have like a birthday or like a celebration in order to like assemble a panel like this. To be just being realistic, I can get people on one-on-one, but like having a whole panel discussion like this, it really only happens when you have like an event type of thing. Marksman Hitman, welcome to the following, my brother. Thank you for joining. Law of self-defense topic. I don't think guys. I think we covered this. That was when we were talking your blackpilling. Even the word divisiveness is an Obama artifact. Before Obama, it was pronounced with a long I. Divisiveness.
Yes.
I. And that's how most people say it. That's an interesting point. I hadn't thought about. Thanks, Joe and Rob in the panel. Sounds like you have another stalker. Okay. Joe, not only is your fan base intelligent and loyal, but also extremely handsome and humble. There's never been a more handsome, humble fan base. That's almost definitely true. Cash says, wait, all those super chats and no Jeep. Congrats on 100K, Joe, from one of the original 50. That's true. Cash has been here forever. And God bless you, brother. Debbie O hit me with 10. Count them, 10 new members of the following, as did Spuds with another 5 also. God bless you. Welcome to the following. Those of you who are gifted memberships, I urge you to please express your gratitude to those who were kind enough to welcome you on into the following. And I thank those of you who are supporting the channel in that way or in any way, even just by watching. I know a lot of people just don't have money and it's a buying economy, and I certainly don't begrudge anyone that. I just appreciate having your time and your attention and the opportunity to express myself to you. So Mr. K says, congrats on solidifying 101,000 button clicks. I hope with this milestone you can imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. It's definitely helping. We love your reaction to this John Kerry at the WEF. Did you guys see John Kerry at the WEF?
No, but I'm sure it was about us more bugs and pods.
World Economic Forum?
Yeah.
Yeah, more ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah.
I can't really.
I can only imagine. Runkle, are you working something leather?
I can't really.
Okay.
You can't react to things that involve John Kerry. That's how you get tased. That's where "Don't Tase Me" broken.
Yes.
That's how you get dogs on the top of the roof of your vehicle.
But ironically, actually, when that kid was doing that, he was actually talking about the election fraud we were discussing earlier. That's why he got tased.
Don't tase me, bro.
Yeah, he was literally talking about the machines counting his votes backwards.
The thing is if they do send dogs after you, then you just get the ATF in, and the ATF shoots the dogs, so it cancels out.
Congrats, Joe. Thank you, DS. Ank gifting a membership. Dan A, a new member. Janelle Orella. I $2 Joe to death, but gag when I see monthly. So it does add up. Thanks, Farmer Joe. You were my first super chat. I was too intimidated, but your chat made me feel at home, and you had such a neat response. Congrats, and thanks for making people of faith and conservatives welcome. Oh, that's very thoughtful. Thank you. And by the way, to the rest of you who've gotten super chats from him, you're welcome. Because once you pop that cherry, you gotta be careful.
Is that how it works, Joe?
Yeah, go on with that subject, Joe. I'm very curious as to what was going to follow.
Well, I'm saying once someone pops their super chat cherry, their info is logged into the system, and it just becomes very easy to ignore.
Thank God I went to high school in the 80s.
You get very loose, and you get the super chats fall out of you.
There you go. Now you're renegade. How are you, brother?
What's up, Valiant?
And to all the Valiant Raiders,
we're doing ASL mode.
Yeah.
Is that a SIG hat?
This is the worst. You're the worst
Yes,
ASMR content creator ever.
Hey, my SIGA.
I could probably pull off ASMR.
All right. Eventually, we'll hear you. That moment has not yet come to pass. I'm going to go through super chats.
There we go. Okay, I'm sorry. Go through super chats.
Sorry.
I had tech issues. Sorry.
They don't just give the coin; you have to earn it. Grats, Joe. Thank you. Lucas. Lily Smith. Love you, Joe. Stay safe. Your streams are so great for me. I'm so happy about that. Thank you. Aaron Hacks is 15 months. Is that long enough for a new tracksuit? Finally, it probably is starting to reek by now. So it's probably a good time for you to get a new one. Ron Coleman is really the leader. Kidding. Debbie O. Congrats on 100K, Joe. Good to see you on with some famous friends. Hello and thanks to Shana. God bless you. Marcellus hitting me with the 100. Congrats on 100K, Joe. God bless you, Marcel.
Very nice. Nice.
Marcel Checa. I actually noticed that he actually sent me a second one. This guy. I'm going to raise a glass. I'm going to raise a glass. I'm going to raise a glass.
The lead attorney. Yeah.
Marcel Lechka to the panel. Do check out the lead attorney for all the YSL trial content. I am a massive fan of the lead attorney. I think that he's a phenomenal content creator. He's a really smart guy. He's a great lawyer. I think that guy understands podcasting in ways that I think he's amazing. I think he's
also
good at
more handsome than the rest of this entire panel combined.
That's true. No,
come on.
He's a good-looking dude. I don't know.
No, he is. He happens to be a good-looking guy.
You know, he's pretty hot profile pic.
Look, I'm just trying to help Runkle get his license.
So I'm just saying he's a great content. He's entertaining. He's smart. Everything about his channel is worth a follow.
You sound like Jesse Jackson talking about Obama. You gotta calm it down, Joe. It's not good right now.
What, calling him entertaining is offensive?
Never mind. Never mind.
All right. All hail Joe, leader of the best 100K strong cult. Mazel tov, thank you so much. Prince of God, new member, not his first rodeo. I can speak to that. Joe V, at 500K, you must wear a tracksuit. I will. At 500K, I'll wear a tracksuit. Great stream. Branca always reminds me of my husband. No matter how much he pisses me off, I still feel the need to listen to him.
I still love you, baby. Even though we got divorced, I still love you.
Says, a part of the problem is the Trump campaign is blocking volunteers. I've been trying to phone back to no avail. Even surrogates can't reach the campaign. Wildly Law says, after Frank and Coleman recount Minnesota, promise me never again with trunk ballots all over the state. Omar's district now has whatever turnout is necessary to flip state offices, 126% once, less since, but Dems gave up on out of states.
Yeah,
so you tell me.
Al Franken was totally legit. I mean, brilliant guy.
Tell me, Nick, is there any chance Minnesota is not going to be stolen by the left?
Stolen. They don't need to steal it, man. It's the most communist state that exists. Seriously. The only state that didn't vote for Ronald Reagan, and that legacy has never changed. It's a blue state through and through. Even the outstate, sure, you have a red outstate, but you have the overwhelming majority of the population in the metro area. Minneapolis-St. Paul metro is something like 4 million in a state of 5 million people. Like you just will never compete with that population density. In the metro area, the outstate, I mean, you can kind of balance it out in the state house, but you can't get there at the national level. You're going to lose to Democrats every time.
Can I ask a question, Nick? Is Walter Mondale still voting there?
Yes, I'm sure he is.
Reform Comics is convinced on his diggers, not the leader of the cult. Thank you so much, brother. I agree with Branca. It's a foregone conclusion. Don't go out and vote. Stay at home.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, that's what people. That's how people take it, though. So,
It's not my
and
fault
we need a
because-
massive. The only thing that can save us, this nation, right now, the only thing that can save us is a massive, crazy turnout. A massive, too big to cheat, too big to steal. Basically, that's what we need. Joan Wall, new member, welcome to the following. Joan Wall, Fletcher boy. The government should never have the power to unalive a citizen. That was when we were talking about capital punishment earlier. Come on, I bought Get a Box once. I'm not sure what that means. JC, people ever hear sarcasm? Sean is here to market Ozempic and diabetes meds. There you go. J.H. Schwalbeck says, congrats. I really want my hoodie with the hood cut off. Joel's
I'm actually here to sell sandwiches, but that's here nor there.
Joe's Mower. That's pretty good. I like that, JH. Will be a hit. I was born in Flushing, grew up in California. Remind me of my uncle, you bastard. I grew up in Flushing. I spent the first the first 35 years of my life living in Flushing.
Hey, PS 139 right here, brother.
There you go. I grew up 4 blocks from PS 200. So not that I ever set foot in the place.
New York people.
I only went there. I only set foot in there for elections. So God, Sean the best besides Joe's. Yeah. B-Twin says, can't send a super chat with the comment found in the live chat. Odd. Congrats. Rob G sent me here. Here's to 100,000 more. That reminds me, by the way, I think I missed this chat. I'm not sure if I did, but I'd rather belt and suspenders. Mary Coppola sent this a while ago saying, Joe, I've been trying to gift memberships, but keep getting a spinning wheel. So for all your hard work and love you give us, even if we fall asleep late at night, LOL. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your generosity there, Mary.
Very, very nice.
It is very nice indeed. All hail Joe Leader. This one I got already. Sorry about that. I was sort of trying to come back to the right spot here. Brandon says Wisconsin will have a good trial eventually. Elijah View was a 3-year-old went missing months ago, remains found last week. Mom sent him to her boyfriends to teach him to be a man before he went missing.
Perfect plan.
All right.
Yeah, it's not going to go well.
C.A. Human, thank you for gifting 10 good Lawgic memberships. God bless you, C.A. Human. Really appreciate it. Neurodivergent will be putting Rumble Rants into Locals chat. I appreciate that. That's where I found them. Thank you, Allegan and Neurodivergent. Shiloh says, I get so lucky to see so many of my favorite people in one stream. Joe, you knocked this one out of the park. The memes will be epic. Almost certainly. Steve VC says, congrats, Joe. God bless, brother. Thomas Burton, welcome to the following. Thomas, as well as whoever Samuel Main gifted. But thank you,
Samuel Main. That's one of my guys.
That's one of your guys.
Came over. Yeah.
There you go.
Hey,
now
Joe,
you're finally
Joe.
pulling your weight.
What's
Joe.
up? I try, man. I try.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I got to go, man.
All right, my brother.
But
I'll send you a link
congratulations on 100
tomorrow.
grand. It was a great pleasure to be here. Great pleasure to meet all you other gentlemen here. And I hope everyone has a lot of fun in the hours coming.
Please tell everyone about where they can find law. Please tell everyone before you go, because people need to understand the law of self-defense.
How you can shoot someone and be hard to convict. I'm your guy. Lawofselfdefense.com.
Literally, this guy wrote the book.
Nearly 100%.
You get a free book.
Success rate at our clients not getting convicted. So that's pretty good.
My dad loves this book, by the way.
When's your
that's very
next?
kind of
When's
you.
your next seminar, Branca?
October 19th. Go to lawofselfdefense.com/advanced for our advanced class coming up.
Is
in
it
just a couple
available in
weeks.
audiobook yet?
It is audio. Yeah. I mean, I have links out the ass, my friend. lawofselfdefense.com/free book. They'll offer you an audio book right there. I've got all the links, but it's not my show. So, Joe, congratulations on 100 grand. I'm
bless
sure
you, brother.
200 grand will be coming around like Thanos. And I hope to see all of you gentlemen again real soon. Take care.
Thank you for coming by.
Hey, Nick,
Take care, brother.
See you,
call me,
Branca.
man. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, we'll do, brother.
See you, Andrew.
Peace.
Y'all had
Joe, I've got to go as well, brother.
All right, but thank you so much for coming by, Matthew. I want to have you on again real soon, where we have a chance to like one-on-one stuff.
Yeah, that'll be great. And again, I want to echo what the last guy said. Just a terrific human being you are, and you give a lot of entertainment as well and a lot of knowledge. And here's to 1 million follows. Let's
Amen.
go big. 1 million
Amen.
subs. All right.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Gentlemen, lovely to meet you all.
Have
See
a
you,
good night.
Matthew.
Nice to see you.
All right. Bye-bye.
That is as a Hollywood. That guy's been in movies. He's been he was in Black Hawk Down.
Yep.
Yep.
And Rambo.
I thought I recognized him.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
He was Schoolboy in Rambo. Best actor, I think, besides Sly in that movie. Marsden is fantastic, man, and he's one of the few out there that's actually got the balls to stand apart from the rest of Hollywood out there in social media and say what needs to be said. Mad respect for that man. Great dude. Just a treasure.
He basically said, "I don't care about my career. I'm going to stand on principle," and that's a remarkable thing. That's a remarkable thing. Thanks, Joe, for assembling the smartest people on YouTube and helping me feel dumber than usual. You're very, very welcome. And God bless you. Appreciate the super chat there. Nathan C, my guy here. Sup, my diggers. Hit the damn like. Show the play button. I should show the play button. Let's do that. I think this is a good moment for the play button.
You got the play button?
I got a play button that I have not opened yet.
Wow.
Holy
Don't
crap.
they usually take a while to get
I've
those
not
out?
opened it yet. I planned on opening on the stream, and I probably would have forgotten if Nathan's the guy who's sort of like my organizer behind the scenes.
How fast did you get that, Joe?
It came pretty quick after they let me order it. They took a while in letting me order it, but once I ordered it, it came pretty quick.
Because it seems like
Holy
some
crap.
channels, it takes months and months and months.
Yeah.
No, I ordered. They didn't let me. They basically didn't register that I had 100,000 subs for a few weeks. But then once I did, within like a few days, I got it.
Oh, and when you got to 100K, did you go up and down? Did they take away subs, or did they let you keep cruising past?
No. Well, so I happened to get lucky in that Robert Gouveia, I acknowledged this before. When I was at 99,920, and when the Alec Baldwin trial wrapped up, and we were doing like the post wrap up, like literally during the stream that it had wrapped up. And Robert Gouveia was watching us watch that trial. And when he saw that I was at 99,920, he was doing his regular 6 o'clock stream. And he said, I'm stopping this stream until he hits 100K. So guys, go over there, sell it to him. He's a great channel. And he was basically, it was amazing what he did.
Nice.
In a span of, over the next 24 hours, over the next, for the numbers start pinballing. And I had to leave because Shabbos was starting, so I had to shut down. I came up out of Shabbos and I had 102,500.
Rob's a good guy.
That was just amazing. That was just amazing. Now since then, YouTube has been tithing from me, and now I'm like I went back down to 101.7, and now I'm back up at 101.9.
Is it really tithing? They usually take about 30%.
Yeah.
I love to use the word tithing as if it's like a religious organization. Like they're screwing you.
Yeah.
Joe, and if you go back below 100, you can have another 100K show.
Yeah. I guess you got to know how to monetize it. Yeah, no, but so funny, I actually tell this story over. I've told about the V Radio is here. I had him on here, and he was at 2,800 subs, and this is back when I had 30,000 subs, and I was really impressed with the way he broke down the whole backstory on Rittenhouse. Really, really impressed. So I had him on to basically to break down the whole backstory and basically get to know him. And I was pushing him to my subs, and I'm watching his numbers during the course of the stream. And he started 2,850, and over the course of the stream, I see him go 29, 3,000, 3,200, 3,400, 3,700. I was feeling so good about it. I got to 3,900, and we wrap up the show, and I felt so good about myself. And I was like, let me refresh after everyone left, and he was with me. He'll never forget this also. And I said, I was curious to see if he crossed that 4,000 threshold, because that's monetization. It's a big deal. So I hit refresh when it was at 3,970, and he was at 2,600.
I had the analytics.
He had 200 fewer than when we started.
Yeah, it was far. I had the live subscriber feed thing that you can have open on your analytics, and I watched it just blam, 1,000 went away instantly while we were watching live. It was they definitely don't like me.
I couldn't even believe it. I couldn't.
So I'm
even
not
really-
going to bother you for a Rosh Hashanah stream, nor will I bother you for a Yom Kippur stream, because apparently that is going to be way worse.
Oh well, I'm definitely. I wouldn't stream on those days anyway. So because I literally shut down. But
I would hope not.
yeah. Wow, they actually didn't make any mistakes. So here it is, the unveiling. There, we show the Lady Lawgic first. There you go. Here
Joe's the only one who gets
Whoa!
Joe gets a .999 silver play button.
Congrats, Joe. Looks good.
It does, right?
That's
They didn't
sick.
make any errors. Yeah. So
Now, when you say you had to order it, do you have to pay for those, or like?
They actually have
No.
a thing. They give you one for free, but they say that if you get across the next threshold, they make you pay for it. Like they'll give you one for free, and then the next one they make you pay for.
The
It
next
is small.
threshold is
There's been
a
sign inflation,
million.
too.
So why would they actually would make you pay for $1 million?
Yeah,
Don't worry, you can afford it.
yeah. If you have 1 million subs, yeah, don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you're good. You're good.
That seems kind of ass.
Yeah,
It
that's
is.
pretty
Make
ass.
you pay for
Yeah, this thing is really. Thank you.
Congrats, though, man. That's huge. That's a really big deal.
Yeah, and the thing is, people have mentioned it or they've shown over the years the play buttons are huge and they've gotten smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller as time goes on.
Everybody's been saying that. I mean, in the last
So like
couple
in
of weeks,
15 years, I might get one will be like a postage stamp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in the last, just in this month. Okay, so going backwards, Joe. Then before that, my co-host WDW Pro from thatparkplace.com, Drunk 3PO, and my buddy Craig from Side Scrollers. He's about 500 subs away from 100K. So like a lot of folks have been crossing that threshold this month, and everybody's been saying that how the actual placard has shrunk dramatically. It's just in the last year from what people were getting a year or two ago. It's few inches smaller in each dimension.
Yeah. Well, I guess
Maybe it's on coke.
I guess it's good that I got this in 2024 because by next year it'd be like a bar of soap or something like that. So
I mean, it looks good though that size. Are you gonna put it on the wall, Joe?
yes, I'm gonna put it on this shelf right here.
Yes.
That's where I'm gonna put it right there on that shelf.
Nail it right through your cover.
There you go. There you
Yep.
go. All right. So let me run through some of these other chats here. The VR incels have arrived. Thank you. Welcome, VR incels. Valiant Renegade Nation has officially raided. Welcome, you raiders, you nation. God bless you. And yes, I apologize. Virtual Valiant.
I was like,
Valiant.
wait, I was trying to come
Yeah,
in
not
like
me.
right after the show closed. I'm like, Joe said, come on tonight. We're doing this. I'm like, great. I'm going to redirect my whole chat to you. And then Joe totally forgot to send me the StreamYard link. I'm like,
Yes.
Whoops.
Yeah. I apologize for that. I'm sorry about that. LOL, it won't be the gun. Shout out to Sean the Beard for apologizing, making things right with Nick. Okay.
Don't ever expect it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't ever expect it.
Oh,
Yes,
we could be
wish
frank
you
about
and
it.
your family. Wish you and your family well, Nick.
Thank you.
You all are too good together. Talk to the potato, maybe the orange. Damn it, I ain't got money for another super chat. I gotta send love to Nick. Praying for you. Also awkward with potentially criminal on there. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Some people make things awkward.
Yeah.
Good
Nothing
enough
awkward about.
for World War II. Get him. Okay, convo started. Did you see John Kerry tell the WEF that people are in place to take over the internet to stop misinformation about government?
Yep.
I saw some John Kerry video. Watching it today. Yeah, I think that's the one he's talking about.
Wouldn't surprise
Yep.
me.
They're not very happy about the amount of
They hate free
black
speech.
power that they have, really.
Yeah.
And it's, when you think about it, like back in the old days, like candidates only existed if they got into the debates, right? Like, and if they didn't, or like documentaries, only whatever gets shown on television. Like they know that they have a serious problem. And like Elon Musk shared a video a little while ago that was like a compilation of every major network reading like from the same letter. That was like, this is a serious danger to our democracy. it sounds like the board, because somebody like literally synchronized all of them together to make it, and it's literally Fox, MSNBC, ABC, NBC, like literally all of them reading from the same thing. So
Yes.
they know that they're losing power, and that's why my channel has this. That's why my channel can drip 1,000 subs.
Yeah.
They don't like that.
No, they do not.
Speaking of dripping subs, Joe, I got to take off out of here, man.
All right, my friend. I appreciate you. I appreciate you stopping in here, brother. And
of course.
Good to see you again.
And I want you to know that I'm forever going to feel indebted to you. And not simply for what you did for my channel, not simply what you did for my channel, but for your friendship. So
you are in no debt of mine, man. You're a cool dude. You deserve every single subscriber, every single dollar, and every single watched minute, man. You're awesome. I appreciate you very much as a friend, and I think you've got a whole lot of YouTube left to do. So keep it up, and I'll see you all very soon. Y'all have a good night.
I appreciate you coming by. Take care.
Good night, Nick.
I wouldn't miss it for the world, man. Yep. Peace, guys.
Thank you.
Peace.
Send the link to Valiant Renegade, you boomer. Yeah, I know.
All right, to go.
Punch the dirty roofer. It's been a while since I've seen you, my brother. This guy was following me back from the days that this is when I had like a fully brown beard. He goes way back. He was one of the early day streamers from before I was monetized. So it's good to see you, Hunch. Thank you for stopping on by here. Palmyra, thank you for gifting 3 good Lawgic memberships. God bless you. Cedar Rose, this is the oddest adaptation of the Brady Punch.
You're not wrong.
Welcome to the non-cult show. Amen. Your guest said your super chat didn't buy books. Yeah, that was earlier, I think. Eventually I'll get you under 100K. I appreciate your efforts on that vein. One old guy's opinion says cackling comrade Kamala Harris, Timpon the tampon, no bowls walls 24, vote nay. Vote nay. Drunk 3PO, how are you? God bless you, brother.
I'm glad I sent him here.
One of my favorite channels.
Yeah, he was on my live show. We ran way long tonight, way longer than normal. We had so much to discuss, but Jay was there. I'm like, we got to close it down so we can get over to Joe's show. So I'm glad Jay made it, man. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah. Kyle Rittenhouse is a hero. God bless him. Amen. Congrats. Thank you so much. Bella Stella, Queen of Recruitment, coming in here with a 50. God bless you, Bella Stella. Competition of Rumble means YouTube has to shrink the award. I don't think that's how it works.
I wish.
One of guys' opinions is breaking news. 2 mimes were arrested in Times Square. They were doing unspeakable things to each other in public.
Boom.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
Somebody's
Well
a dad.
done.
That was a dad joke.
Inflation is so high in Canada, it muted Runkle.
I muted myself and then I forgot to unmute.
I like that one. That
I just thought you were lost in your leatherworking.
What? How did?
Yeah, no, I muted
did you do
myself
that?
because I don't want to do anything where I'm like, oh, how did I do this?
Like make yourself. I didn't know you could do that in StreamYard. I thought you could just add yourself. I didn't know you could modify your size.
Oh yeah, holy shit! I just noticed that too.
What I'm doing is I'm using a virtual camera through OBS.
Yep.
And so I've got that with 2 webcams.
Yeah,
Wow.
same thing, so I can have it.
So what are you making now?
I am making a coaster. I've got the Extra Life fundraiser stream coming up, so I'm trying to.
When is that coming up?
November 2nd.
For the election.
That's soon.
That's soon. It's going to be a 24-hour live stream of all sorts of, but last year we raised 100,000. I don't think I'm going to be able to pull that off again, but I'm going to try. And all of that went to the Stollery Children's Hospital.
Wow.
So,
That was an amazing thing. Dude, I can't just let what he just said digest through your brain. He raised 100,000 friggin' dollars for for life's most sympathetic victims.
Wow.
For children dealing with terrible, deadly illnesses. Like, what an it was my privilege to be a part of that last year, and I hope to contribute again this coming year.
I'll send you a link for sure.
Yeah.
What day
But
is it, Russell?
What's that?
What day?
November 2nd. And it's going to be 24 hours. And last year, after we hit our goal, there's like a local Discord with people raising money for Extra Life. And there was this guy on there who's going, I've been at this for 24 hours or for like 20 hours and I've raised $30.
Right.
And I was like, what's your link? So he posted that in the Discord and I just dropped that. And I was like, everybody hit this guy. And so suddenly he's losing his mind because he went from like $30 to something like 7,000. And he was sitting there going like, who are you people?
Hey, Uncle, do you know who Gerard the Completionist is? I was going to make a joke, but never mind.
I need a moment.
Okay.
You guys.
He was the guy who he does all the he was raising money and he raised like $600,000, but he never actually donated any of the money to charity.
Oh yeah,
because he's like, we have to donate it all together in a big chunk, and everybody's like, that's not how that works. And
no,
he's great at charity streaming. You should have him on.
Everything I do is through Extra Life, so that none of the money touches my accounts. I don't want any of that.
Runkle, can you send me the info for the link, because I'm very close with a lot of people who do Dark and Darker, and they do a lot of charity streams through Iron Fist, and they're really good about raising money for causes, and they'll probably it's about in the timeline that you're looking at.
Yeah, no, I can grab that link here and then drop it in the private chat, because it's a great cause, right? It's, and the Stollery is in this really interesting. They brought me in for a tour because they sort of reached out and they sent me an email going, "Who the hell are you?" Like literally, they were just like, "We don't know who you are, but what the hell?"
Thank you for the random money, internet guy.
Well, I was actually like the top fundraiser in Canada for like 2 years running. So they were just like, what is going on? What's the deal? And so they invited me out. They gave me sort of a little tour, and some of the stuff they're doing is really cool. They've got if you're a child and you need an organ transplant anywhere in Alberta, that's probably where you're going. So like they'll fly people out. They also they're building an outdoor, like, the problem with like sick kids is that they often have no immune system. So they often are really stuck in very limited spaces, but they're building an outdoor sort of spot where the kids can go out and be like outdoors and see sunlight. So all of that is like, it's just such a super cool thing. So
awesome.
And I think I just put it in the wrong chat, but it can be, it probably got nuked there, but there we go, in the private chat there. So yeah, it's really cool. It's, I'm super, happy to be able to do that. I don't know. I just feel like, these days people are A, kind of disheartened, and B, nobody has any money. And, so I feel like the fundraising is kind of a little more uphill, and that's fair. If you got no money, then don't donate to charity. Look out for your own kids first, right? But I don't know. I was just driving. Me and my wife were out on, we went out to a friend's pop-up to help support, and food was great. But on the way there, we're just seeing like these tent cities that are propping up. So I feel like the fundraising is a little bit of an uphill battle this year, but I'm still going to give it my best and see what we can do.
Yeah, I have a fairly large audience that I can push this towards, and they're really big about giving to people who are in need. So I appreciate the link.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Those of you who are curious about the link, it's extra. I'll add the link to the description here, because you're not going to be able to. This is not an easy to remember link that anyone's going to.
No.
Yeah. But this is so far he's raised 4,000 out of what I guess compared to last year was a modest goal of 25. But still,
I've upgraded like every year. It's sort of we hit a goal and then we raise it, right? So
right.
It's like,
Right.
all right,
Yeah.
we hit the goal, move it up.
You're just a remarkable human being. So stop putting the rest of this to shame because it's
No, for real though. Yeah, for sure.
No, and I really like being able to come on these streams. And Joe, you always help out with these things. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate the heck out of your friendship. And you don't you deserve the hell out of this and so much more. So
thank you, brother. Thank you so much. J Rock says 100K only came out as Potential Criminal 24K 24-hour stream. John Carey.
It's not happening.
Video is from years ago.
Oh,
that was what he wanted me to watch.
Well, John Kerry says enough crap. It's evergreen. All the
evergreen crap.
Evergreen John Kerry videos.
Yes.
Congrats to Nick Rise Above Awkward. So can we? Thank you. And Ricketta Martin 2024. That's an interesting pairing right there. Janelle Villegas becoming a YouTube member. And speaking of members, the queen of recruitment gifting 10 good Lawgic memberships. Bella Stella, God bless you. Thank you. All right.
Oh, got a red boy just dropped.
Oh, look at this. This guy, I promised him a drink before.
Dang.
Yeah, AV to the 7th she's really good too. Her and lead attorney together, they do really good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
AV to the 7th TLA's co-host, amazing content creator as well. Check her out, AV to the 7th Power. I think I've seen her on not just I remember seeing her on lead attorney, but I think I've seen him elsewhere also. In fact, I'm gonna raise a shot to you, Marcelechka. I'm gonna raise a shot to you. I actually have a new bottle of scotch that I've never tried before. So we're gonna do a little sampling here.
There you go.
What is it?
I'll show you. I happen to prefer I like the PD drinks, so I'm a big Lagavulin fan.
The whatty drinks?
Oh, same Lagavulin. Yeah,
the ones that taste like you poured your drink in an ashtray and.
Yeah. Well, only to the I'm going to tell you something. I like my meat bloody rare also, and my mother-in-law calls it raw. And I say you just don't appreciate if you don't have cultured tastes, so you're not going to appreciate.
Damn right. Damn right.
I'm a big fan of the rare steak.
Yeah.
So
raw bloody meat.
Well, this is Lagavulin 11.
Okay.
Caribbean rum cask finish. I think the Caribbean rum will actually sweeten off the smoky element to it a little bit. So,
man after my own heart. Lagavulin anything is fantastic.
I've never tried the Caribbean cask version here, so I'm gonna.
I have not had that yet. You're gonna have to let me know if it's smokier or sweeter than the usual, like a 12 or a 16.
Mm-hmm. I'm on it. I am on it. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, this has excellent potential. Excellent potential. All right. No, that's not. That's got real potential there. All right.
It already sounded good with the cork.
Yeah, it did.
All right. So first and foremost, I want to raise a glass to each and every one of you, my fans, who have, whether you've recently subbed up, you've been here for 3.5 years now. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your patience with me and my boomerisms, which are just inexplicable and seemingly never ending. And I want to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for supporting me, encouraging me, and wish nothing but, as we come to this forthcoming Jewish New Year, which is a time that we believe that the entire world is judged, and
yes.
God decides pretty much the fate of humanity for the forthcoming year on both a macro and micro level. I want to wish each and every one of you that you should have a blessed year, a year of perfect health, of growth and peace, and that you should feel at ease with who you are and comfortable with who you are as you grow into someone who is a better and better human. Salute. Good tidings to each and every one of you.
Thank you. I wish the same for you for Rosh Hashanah.
Thank you.
Yes.
That is not smoking enough.
What is it more like a Glenlivet?
Yeah. Yeah, it's more like a Glenlivet.
Nah.
Yeah. It
Not
is.
my favorite.
So, Joe, I was going to actually ask you, since it's been a little while.
Yeah.
I know with all the Trump stuff, that's kind of all run its course. Are you looking forward to like doing more of this high-profile litigation going forward?
What do you mean by high profile?
Well, like you filed your stuff with the whole Trump case with Judge.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Yeah. No, I meant like, is there any like update, like any?
The status of that is that we're in the middle. I'm actually supposed to. I'll share with you the status on that.
Mm-hmm.
Last week we were rejected by the New York Court of Appeals, highest court in the state of New York.
Oh, bummer.
That's actually not a bummer because my long-term objective here was to ultimately, I don't know what happened here. I'm losing folks. My objective was to get to the Supreme Court so I can have that DC Circuit Court case in US v. Trump overturned. That's really where I wanted to go, because that DC Circuit Court decision is such a bastardization of First Amendment law and such a corruption of First Amendment law. And the way that they wove together a sentence from this case and from that case, specifically three cases they really focused on were Landmark Communications versus Virginia, Nebraska Press Association versus Stewart, and Shepard v. Maxwell. Those are three cases which stand for the premise that you should pretty much never, ever, ever step on someone's First Amendment rights, whether it's freedom of speech or freedom of press. And they took those cases as saying, this is what teaches us that we're allowed to step on someone's First Amendment rights. And they completely, and I basically said, it was the analogy I gave to my audience when I was discussing this last week was, it's kind of like taking the line from the Star Spangled Banner of the rocket's red glare and then stitching in from God Bless America, from the song God Bless America of, Purple Mountain's Majesty, as basically saying these two songs tell us that the Soviet Union, red commies, are superior to the rest of the world. That's essentially what they did here. They took the actual meaning of these cases and flipped it 180 degrees to say the exact opposite of what they were intended to say. And they said, this is the law of the land now. And it's a horrific thing, which is terrible, terrible, not just injustice to Trump, but it's been proven based on how it's been crossing over from one jurisdiction to another. It's like, just like they said in DC, we're going to say here in New York that this is not going to be just Trump. It's going to be on smaller, less famous people. It's going to happen to anyone they don't like, and that they can charge you with crimes and silence you, claiming that, well, if we allow you to speak, you're going to be a danger and upset the fair administration of justice. And this is a terrible, terrible direction for America to take. This is a road down towards tyranny. And we need to stand up again, and we need the Supreme Court to stand up and say, no, that decision is backwards as all get out. And that's what I want to get up in front of the Supreme Court and pound the table about.
So you got a long play going here.
Yeah, that now we're trying to get it on an emergency basis before Justice Sotomayor, and as soon as you say the name Sotomayor, everyone kind of laughs.
Is she the Second Circuit?
She oversees the Second Circuit. I think our chances with Sotomayor picking this up, because it's obviously will be deemed a pro-Trump thing. Many will say that's dubious. Others have said that she's very strongly in favor of free speech. So who knows? Maybe we have a shot. But whether we get it in an emergency basis, my objective is, I think that this is certainly possible, capable repetition and escaping review. So even if this becomes moot because this case ends up going away, it doesn't matter. That this is something the Supreme Court should take up my case. And I am eagerly praying that one day the case of Good Lawgic versus Marsden becomes the law of the land, that you cannot just silence a criminal defendant out of fear that someone's going to read their tweet and say mean things to the district attorney. That's a ridiculous perspective.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that's what Good Lawgic versus Marsden is all about. I'm not really pitching that tonight, but so that the status is that we're in the middle of filing for an emergency appeal, which I'm supposed to be reviewing papers that the lawyer for Good Lawgic has prepared and try to edit them to make sure they conform with what I'm looking for. So that's sitting in my inbox. That's in my inbox. I'm supposed to get done like by tomorrow. So,
well, good luck on
that. Here's
man.
my Court of Appeals decision that Lady Lawgic just handed me, which pretty sure I know how this goes. Which is the Court of Appeals telling me, no, we're not going to take your case. Yeah.
Well,
no substantial constitutional questions directly involved. There you go. There you go. So, Chief Judge Wilson and Judge Halligan took no part. So I don't know what that means, but basically they told us to go jump in the lake. And frankly, as I said when I started this case, if I win at the first department, which I didn't, but if I would have won at the first department, that's a win for New York City. If I win at the Court of Appeals, that's a win for New York State. If I win in the Supreme Court, that's a win for the entire country. So hopefully we can only pray. I'm going to make the arguments as strong as I can. We'll see what happens. So
it's gonna bunker bust. You're gonna drop some bunker busters of knowledge, like you're hunting for Nasrallah.
Oh my God!
Yes, precisely.
Joe,
yeah, Valiant's got to run badly.
Yeah, I do. No,
badly.
I do. It's been a long day, man. Long weekend. This might have been tonight might be my longest live show ever. We pushed almost 5 hours. We had so much going on. Yeah. Well,
Jeez.
Ron was there. Ron Coleman, our buddy, was there, chiming in with,
this can't be real. What you share with me cannot be real.
Yeah, no, I sent you two. I sent you. Here's some great
that
conversation
cannot be
pieces.
real,
dude. Just
that cannot be real.
If you play it right now, I will hang here. Y'all were having a.
I'm playing this right now.
Y'all were having a 2-way argument earlier. I'm like, I came in as y'all were winding down the Second Amendment argument.
I don't even believe what's written.
You people in Canada,
here.
I'm like, okay, y'all.
This
can't
cannot
have
be
guns.
real.
I have guns. Like I'm in Louisiana.
That should be an airsoft gun.
I'm playing it now. I'm playing it now.
I love this. This is so
totally,
scary.
Totally
this
airsoft.
is scary.
This is astonishing.
This is a scary.
Mr. President, will you deploy more U.S. troops to the Middle East?
Mr. President, has Netanyahu gone too far?
Any comment on the strikes in Yemen, Mr. President?
Any comments on the strikes?
Any comments on the strikes in Yemen?
Yemen. Listen.
As in like bombing strikes.
Yes.
In Yemen.
Yes.
Listen to dummy.
Listen to what Biden says about his comment on the strikes, the bombing strikes in Yemen. Both sides have to settle the strike. I support the collective bargaining.
He's talking he hears
this. He thinks a labor dispute.
Yeah, exactly. He's talking about a labor dispute, a labor strike. Like this guy is so. Now go to the second one.
He's so baked.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's not AI, right? That's real.
That's real.
It's
no,
real.
100% real.
It's 100% real. The second one I sent you was just posted 20 minutes ago by Chaya over at Libs of TikTok. Yeah.
Wow.
There is going to be a massive longshoreman strike.
It's pronounced Chaya. I'm going to get
Chaya.
Chaya.
Get it from the back of your throat.
Chaya.
Chaya.
Hiya.
It actually means
Hiya.
it actually means life. But
There, to be fair, there is a longshoreman strike that is pending. Yes,
let's
on the
see
East Coast.
Wow, this is just amazing.
And then he's just going to suggest a counter bombing.
Yeah. It's not like Shia LaBeouf or something like that. It's
Shia. Shia is appropriate for him.
There we go.
Yes, it's tragic. As a matter of fact, we're trying to get the exact number. My FEMA advisor is on the ground in Florida right now. There's a distinction between the numbers that FEMA's used and the ones that are used by the locals. So it really is amazing. You saw the photographs. It's stunning. It's unbelievable. It really is. Such a wide area. And we've given them all everything that we have. We're on the ground ahead of time, so we're working hard.
Are there any more resources the federal government could be giving them?
No, we've given them. We had pre-planned a significant amount of it, even though they didn't ask for it yet. Hadn't asked for it yet.
Okay, so what he just said was, Mr. President, can we get any more resources on the ground in Florida? And Biden says, no, we've given them everything we've had. What is not said in there is, by the way, we just passed a bill to send another $20 gajillion to Zelensky in Ukraine.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Fuck you, Joe.
As Appalachia, as Western North Carolina is literally decimated. Like, it's to the point where North Carolina's Department of Transportation has said any highway in Western North Carolina is closed to traffic because so many of them are destroyed.
And the Waffle Houses are closed as well.
Like,
so,
Asheville, North Carolina is basically flooded.
Closed, you know you're fucked.
There's like 1,000 people missing they don't know about right now.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
So then here's my question to the panel. Do we think that the Biden administration will handle this better than George Bush handled the hurricane that destroyed, was it Louisiana?
Katrina?
I understand your critique there. It's your way of saying you think the Republicans are any better at handling disasters, because that was a complete cluster fart right there.
Can I add some context to that, given the question?
Do it.
Okay, so who asked that? Was that Runkle or was that?
That was V-Radio. That was V-Radio.
Okay, V-Radio. Let me explain. I'm from New Orleans. 45-year-old native of New Orleans. I can tell you anything and everything you want to know about Hurricane Katrina. My oldest daughter was born. We were trapped in a hospital in New Orleans, and my oldest daughter was born at 26 and a half weeks. 5 days after Katrina came through, we were trapped there. I can tell you anything you want to know. Now, let me explain something. George Bush had nothing to do with the Katrina issue. I will tell you straight up right now, everybody in Louisiana knew this. The stupid grandma that should have stayed home baking cookies that this state stupidly elected as a governor, Kathleen Babble-On, as we called her, Blanco, Kathleen Babineau Blanco, she was a piss-poor governor. She had no idea what she was doing. She was a clueless individual. Like sympathy votes got her elected. I have no idea, but she was a nightmare. She was offered well in advance all sorts of resources, and that she refused. And it was so bad that she got caught on a live camera and live mic moments before she went on, I think it was CNN. I don't remember what, but it was a national network. And then she got caught on mic going, I really should have accepted the federal help. I really should have accepted the National Guard when they offered it, talking about Bush. But the national news media took the opportunity to throw, regardless of what you think about George Bush, and I have my problems with him too, granted. But
well, yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, no, obviously. But my point is that the national news media took the opportunity to reflexively throw the Republican president under the bus on this one, saying that the reason that New Orleans was so jacked up was because George Bush blew up the levees and all this other crap, right? like George Bush blew up the towers in 9/11, whatever.
Well, no, I never heard that he did that. I just heard he didn't do anything for like 3 days, like didn't respond.
That was absolutely false. I can tell you, as somebody who was here, as a native of New Orleans, born and raised, 45 years, that was shite. The problem with the Katrina response was our Democrat governor, Kathleen Blanco, who was completely and 1,000% wholly incompetent to handle it.
Wasn't part of the issue, though, like they never fixed the levees, they never fixed the pumps. There's 30 years of like, we'll worry about it.
Well, the politicians, what happened was they would petition the federal government over the years. This was before FEMA. I want everybody to understand. Like FEMA was like not a okay. Backtrack. FEMA was barely a thing at that point in 2005.
They didn't have concentration camps then.
Exactly. But there was so much money that was petitioned
the FEMA camps, Joe.
by the state of Louisiana, by the city of New Orleans, from the federal government for years about we need to fix the pumps, we need to fix this, we need to fix the levees. You know what the politicians in New Orleans did? They stuck the money in freezers, which is why a certain New Orleans U.S. congressperson that same year that Katrina came through was convicted and thrown in jail he had literally $90,000 in cold hard cash in his freezer, in his refrigerator, in his home in New Orleans.
Wasn't like Jefferson Davis or William Jefferson, something like that?
William Jefferson, yes.
Just a point of clarification. Yeah. So you're saying FEMA did not exist yet during Katrina?
FEMA was barely in existence. So FEMA was developed out of it was developed and then like thrown into Homeland Security after 2001. There was a FEMA, but FEMA didn't have. I'll put it this way: Katrina, I think, as memory serves, Katrina is what made FEMA into what it is now, the monster that it is now. There was a FEMA. We had FEMA down here post-Katrina, absolutely. But FEMA it wasn't the monstrosity that it is today. That's what gave it the leverage to explode, in my opinion. And again, the folks down here in Louisiana, we experienced it. You know, we still refer to them to this day as the FEMA trailers and all that.
Right.
You know,
yeah, I've heard that.
They were there for years. So yes, there was a FEMA, but when I say there wasn't, it's a very different animal today than it was then. FEMA now has a budget that is got to be 20, 30 times, I bet, what it was back then in 2005 when Katrina came through. Yeah.
But yeah, FEMA, and what happened in New Orleans, FEMA, even if FEMA would have been there right away, the issues in New Orleans were a lot more than FEMA could have fixed.
Katrina wasn't that bad. The hurricane itself really wasn't that bad. What happened was, like 2 days after Katrina came through, the swelling of the Mississippi River and the Mississippi River Gulf outlet, the Mr. Go, the lake, everything else around, it swelled to the point where the levees that the Army Corps of Engineers had built years before that swore to the citizens of New Orleans, we built them rated up to X level. They failed way before X level was hit. Way before. And when they burst, that's what flooded the city. That's what caused the issue. Everything that happened in New Orleans with Katrina was almost 100% total government failure.
Hey, Radiant, did you ever hear the conspiracy theory about Katrina? About the levees?
Oh, yeah, we heard all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys know each other, Drex and Valiant?
Yeah, it's been a while, Drex.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear
Sean's we heard all that. None of that happened. I had friends that lived right there where the 17th Street Canal burst. I know that levee intimately. I grew up around there. Nothing was detonated or blown up. I mean, that was just
thermite paint.
Yeah, that was a complete bullshit failure of the government that didn't build it to specs. I mean, as a kid, I grew up walking those levees. I mean, like, we'd play on them as kids and all that. We knew what they looked like. We knew what the lake looked like. We'd seen countless hurricanes come through before. But what was different with Katrina was the amount of water the storm surge and everything else it brought in, the rapid rainfall that it brought in, that's what compromised everything. And yeah.
Valiant. Well, wasn't there in the 60s or 70s a bad flood in New Orleans? That's where they had a bunch of people.
In the
it
60s,
wasn't as bad.
We had like 50s and 60s. The famous hurricanes were Hurricane Betsy and Camille in '69.
Is that the one? Because I remember when
Camille was the Cat 5. Camille.
Yeah,
was
that was the one Ray
bitch.
Nagins. Yeah, that's the one where he said, "Remember, you guys, you have your axes in the attic for this reason." I think he said something like that in one of his press conferences.
Ray Nagin, the guy who right after Hurricane Katrina, the Chocolate City, the guy who said right after Katrina, as dozens of houses on St. Charles Avenue in Uptown New Orleans were being looted by the criminals that stayed behind in order to loot, that he wanted to confiscate all the privately owned firearms in New Orleans.
Of course.
And the police were like, you realize that we're all going to die if we try to enforce this. Rightfully so. It was a completely unconstitutional. The police were like, no, we're not doing that. You really want us to walk up on people who have just had their entire lives destroyed, who are desperate and are sitting on their front porches with their hunting rifle or their pistol or whatever they have, their shotgun, who are watching other houses on the street get looted by thugs.
Yep.
You really want us to go up there and say, we need to take your gun. Why? No reason, just cause. We'd like to go home tonight to our wives because our own homes as police officers have been destroyed. We'd not like to get into a gunfight with honest, hardworking, law-abiding citizens trying to enforce an unconstitutional order.
I do have a question for you about that. I remember the Katrina year, and I remember, of course, when the Saints came back, and Joe Horn, of course, everybody was cheering.
Oh yeah.
Do you recall how much warning the citizens had to leave? Because I had this argument with a Louisiana native, right? She was born and raised in Louisiana. I told her, so I'm actually going to write this down because I'm going to talk to her tomorrow morning, right?
Yep.
Okay. This is the way I remember it. Now, remember this. I'll give you the story that she gave me.
Sure.
Drex, how you going to say that when I live down here? I was born and raised down here. So she told me it was basically like, I'm not saying sudden, but let's say she said within like X amount of days, right? I was like, okay, Rady, I remember this.
Yeah.
Valiant, they had, if my memory serves, they were saying, like, I want to say at least 2 weeks, if not more in advance. Like, they were like, hey, it's probably going to be Cat 5, right? They said Cat 5, Cat 4.
It wouldn't have been 2 weeks, right? Like, no hurricane gives you that much warning, but it was several days. It was about as much warning as you possibly could get.
They had school buses available for people to get out.
What I'm saying, it's the evacuation process, right? Because this is what I mean by that.
There was plenty of time to get out.
Yeah, plenty. Okay,
ample
this is what
time.
I told her.
Yeah.
They showed what could potentially happen, right? They said this is what a Cat 5 looks like if it hits land. I was like, okay, cool. Then they said, get out. And there were people that kept on saying, I'm staying. I'm going to ride out the storm. And I remember as it got closer and closer, you kept seeing X amount of people were fleeing. So what my question to you is, how many days do you remember X amount of people were leaving before it actually hit? Like what was like a rough estimate of like how much time?
I mean, it was at least 2 to 3 days, which in hurricane terms, that is lots of time.
To evacuate, right?
Yes. I mean, 2 to 3 days. If you give an evacuation order and you're talking 2 days out, or even if the evacuation order hasn't struck yet from the governor's office or the mayor's office, depending on what's going on, you still know, like, you still have, like, look, we're looking at this. This is what can happen. The problem is, especially along the Gulf Coast here in New Orleans, all the way down to Houston and Galveston, across, like we just had the bad hurricane smash Florida, between Pensacola and Tallahassee. People down here, we get complacent, right? We ride out Cat 1, 2, 3 hurricanes all the effing time.
Yep.
But there are certain hurricanes. It could be a Cat 2 or a Cat 3. It doesn't have to be a a catastrophic 4-5 hurricane, if they hit in just the right direction, they can be horrific.
Like right now in North Carolina.
Yeah,
it just had to hit just right.
Yeah,
it's got to hit just right. So people knew it at the time. I didn't know anything about Katrina. I remember I was at an event. My wife had already been in the hospital. She was going to be under observation for months because of our first child. There was a pregnancy issue. She was already in the hospital in New Orleans under observation. Katrina was like 3 days away. I get back to the hospital. I'm like, what the hell is Katrina? What is everybody talking? I turn on the news and I'm like, oh, shit. This is coming in like 2 or 3 days at that point. We didn't have an option. We had to stay where we were because it was like, where do we go? My wife needs to be under 24/7 medical care right now, or our first child might literally die.
Damn.
Or we sit here. So we didn't have a choice. But everybody else in the city was like, you knew. And here's the other thing, Drex, that ask your friend about this one. Ask your friend who told you the story. I want you to think back to 1998 and Hurricane George. Geor, like George with an S on the end, but George.
Oh, yeah, like Jorge St. Pierre, yeah.
Yeah. Hurricane George came in 1998. That was the first time the city of New Orleans decided, hey, I've got a bright idea. Let's open up the Louisiana Superdome as a shelter of last resort. In less than 24 hours, people were in there just a day. They caused $100 million in damages.
I never heard this.
They destroyed I'll tell you the story. Yeah. 1998, and we all knew when Katrina came around and they started talking about the Superdome again. This is why everybody in New Orleans knew, oh, shit.
Oh, no.
We know what's coming. In 1998 with Hurricane George, which was a comparably a nothing burger, they opened up the Superdome. They put people in the Superdome that refused to evacuate, and they went in there and they had a party. And their party was you brought us in the Superdome. Why aren't any of the concession stands open? How come they're not serving us food?
No.
And I'm not kidding. I'm not
I want
kidding.
Peanuts.
Then they complained
If the Saints weren't playing.
Exactly.
We need beer.
Why is the Jumbotron working?
Wait a minute. It gets better, y'all. I'm not even near done with this one. I mean, look, after 6 hours, Tom Benson and the guys at the time that ran the Superdome, they opened up. They were like, okay, we can get this food in here. They were serving hot dogs and hamburgers from the concession stands, giving it away for free. Then the people in there were bitching that they only had hot dogs and hamburgers. That was number one. Number two, 24 hours later, when the evacuation order was done and the hurricane, basically, George was like, it dropped a lot of rain. It made a mess, but it wasn't a catastrophe. This is what the Superdome looked like. All of the suites had been looted. The TVs, the couches, all the DVD players, the VHS machine, everything, the electronics had been ripped off the wall. They'd been looted. They had torn apart bathrooms and concession stands.
This has been conveniently glossed over in history.
I don't remember. I grew up there. I know what happened. I didn't forget.
The way you say that, Val, you're like, I grew up there. That's where I got my TV from.
That's right. I got my sofa from there.
The Rolex that fell off the truck.
They looted the Superdome. There was tens of millions of dollars of damage in the Superdome for a nothing burger hurricane. When 2005 rolled around and they started talking about Katrina, and they're like, they said at first, the city was like, the guys that ran the Superdome were like, oh, no, we ain't doing that shit again. The city forced the hand. And y'all remember, somebody brought up, was it Sean? Like somebody mentioned like the school, the shot of the school buses. The school buses in New Orleans that were flooded, like water up to the top of the school buses. And they were complaining about how they didn't have the resources to evacuate the poor people that couldn't leave.
I remember that.
Yeah. And it was like they had 300 school buses in a parking lot in New Orleans submerged in water after Katrina. I'm like, you had every resource in the world to get these people out. But the people didn't want to leave because a lot of those people that stayed behind, not all of them,
they wanted to
not
leave.
all of them, but there were a select number of people in that group that deliberately wanted to stay behind to loot the rich areas of the city. And the city wound up forcing the Superdome, the company that ran it at the time, Tom Benson and the New Orleans Saints, open up the Superdome, and they let these people in. What happened in 1998 with Hurricane George looked like a pleasant little 5-year-old's birthday party compared to what they did in 2005. It was atrocious. I had friends of mine that were at the time working in tandem because, I mean, they were calling everybody and they could get their hands on from law enforcement and military. I had friends that had served in Iraq, in Afghanistan at that point, and they were like, I would go back and serve another tour before witnessing the shit I saw in the Superdome after Katrina. And I'm talking like 5 different people I had this conversation with that were there.
So, where can I get a link to this video you were talking about, where this governor is saying that she refused national guard?
Benson.
Just I don't have it, but look up Kathleen Blanco, Louisiana governor, Hurricane Katrina. I'm sure you'll find it. It's out there. But it's like right before she went live on an interview, or maybe right after she went live on an interview on like CNN or somebody else like that. And she's, I really should have asked. I really should have told them to send, because you got to remember, this is why people blame Bush. Why didn't you send in this? Why didn't you do that? Bruh, we are a federalist system. The federal government can't just send troops in and invade a sovereign state. The governor of that state has to sign an authorization to allow federal troops to come in for a purpose. A governor has to sign an authorization to allow the federal government to do what a lot of folks thinks it should do. The problem is Blanco didn't do it. And she said the quiet part out loud accidentally on a hot mic. And we all knew it here in Louisiana. It's like, Bush is not holding back. People were like, George Bush isn't helping out Louisiana because he wants the black people to die. Like, who believes this stuff? Like, this is so ridiculous. It's so absurd. And we all knew what it was. It was like Blanco, who was a Democrat, Bush was a Republican. Do the math. This was political dumbassery. And just the people of Louisiana were made to suffer for it. Sorry, that was a long-winded, but you asked for the story. That's it. That's the real Katrina story.
Next time you come back, I want to hear details about this story, because that sounded like a very brief overview right there.
The good part is my daughter was born 5 days after Katrina. At 26 and a half weeks, she was 1 pound, 8 ounces when she came out.
Oh.
She spent the first 3 months of her life in the neonatal intensive care unit at Ochsner Hospital in New Orleans. And she is now a full scholarship, beautiful sophomore in college, and just loving life and just amazing.
Good for her, man.
Thank God.
They had the
Thank God for life.
up and running at that hospital in New Orleans right after the. I'm surprised they didn't send you guys somewhere else.
They tried to. They wanted to send my wife to Women's Hospital in Baton Rouge. The problem was at the time they were trying to transport patients there. There was nothing but a absolute string of stories everywhere. Of course, the traffic between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, it was totally locked. I mean, you couldn't move. And so we didn't know how long, like, they would put my wife in an ambulance, but it would probably take a trip from New Orleans to Baton Rouge should take about an hour, but a trip from New Orleans to Baton Rouge at that point might have been about 12 to 13 hours.
Oh.
And not to mention the fact, the stories of
looting.
There were a lot of people getting fucking carjacked. So I'm like, I have one pistol with me. All the rest of my weapons are at home, which I couldn't get to. So I'm like, I don't know if 15 rounds of ammunition is enough for me to get to Baton Rouge. So that was like, I'm like, no, we're going to stay right here because I knew Ochsner had generators. We were far enough away. We didn't have any flooding or levee breaches near where we were in Metairie, Louisiana, which is adjacent to New Orleans. But
well, that's how you pronounce that name? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I actually do got to go because I have to get up in exactly 5 hours. But I did just want to.
I gotta get it too, but
guys.
y'all drag me down the Katrina.
Oh no, you're all good. Like I told Joe, I was like, yeah. Sadly, I ended up getting off work late tonight.
I plan on running for 4 hours. I said I plan on running for 4 hours. I'm gonna let you all. I'm gonna let you all get on out of here. And in fact, I see Ronco's backstage here. I don't know if.
Hey, Ronco, how you doing, man? How's Canada?
He's busy doing work.
Canada continues to be what it is, but yeah, 15 rounds is not enough for anything if you're in shit, man.
No, it's not. That's why this one has 22 rounds. So it's it's just
yeah, and also like load up an AR or something else that takes standard like the standard NATO
MP5s are really good.
There
for
it is.
that.
But
yeah.
Ian,
it's an MPX or
the
MP5.
thugs down there are literally like the immortals in the Persian army, man.
Valiant.
Like there's so many of them. You guys were still the murder capital of the world back then, right? New Orleans was, right?
Yeah.
It was back in the 90s.
Yeah. Back then. Like,
then they all drowned. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, no,
Then they all moved to Houston.
I should.
And St. Louis.
Sean,
St. Louis is the worst now, right?
My relatives were in Houston, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they, people, if you were in that time, in the Katrina time, the stories you heard about what happened once the Katrina thugs went other places, got dispersed.
They
Houston, had Mardi Gras night.
To Houston.
In particular. So my aunt and uncle are in Houston. They said you've never seen crazy violent thugs.
It was so bad. It was so bad.
So you had rival gangs at the same clubs on Mardi Gras night, like a celebration of our new, remember open borders, right? Our new brothers and sisters from New Orleans. They shot shit up.
Nope. It didn't, Drex. Look, dude, I remember those stories.
So
the riots that they had in Houston schools, high schools after that were like epic. And there was a joke, Drex, back then. Like the people of Texas were like, this is what we call refugees from Louisiana. You know what the people of Louisiana called the people that went there from Louisiana? Texans. We don't want them back. It's like that was the, and I felt bad. Like Houston got so screwed over by it, but that's where a lot of that went. But yes, you're absolutely right. The school fights, the riots, they had so many problems for 2 solid years after that.
Yeah.
It was bad.
You know what's crazy about that time is that was a time when a guy like myself got introduced to the term 60-day murders, right? Of the outdated laws in New Orleans, where the district attorney has to produce a witness to come and testify on these murder ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what ends up happening instead? Well, you guessed it. Nobody could snitch because you got deleted, right? And so when they went to Houston, these guys were committing the same kind of crimes they were committing in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're on a capital murder charge facing the death penalty. Like, what do you mean? I'm supposed to be out in 61 days. I should be out. And they're like,
this is Texas, homie.
This is Texas.
Right.
And so they were like, there's actually videos where these thugs go, man, we can't do shit over here, man. They got some strict laws over here. It's crazy. so they literally want to go back to New Orleans to go commit more crime.
Because crime. New Orleans was and still is in 2024. Unfortunately, it is a revolving door for criminals. Yep. It literally is. I mean, New Orleans, people don't realize, we talk about DEI stuff on our channels. New Orleans is the diversity, equity, and inclusion law enforcement capital of America. I swear to God.
You know what, though? Minnesota might be coming for the crown soon.
Minnesota's.
We're about to go
pretty fucked up.
Joe, I hope you can see what's coming in Minnesota with these new. They got non-citizen in the police force.
Yeah.
No bullshit.
Well,
I'm not.
AG Biochemist just dropped. He talked about D.A. Williams. He's right. What he just it was subsequent to his super chat here.
Something critical to the fall of Rome.
Yeah, but Joe, congrats on 100,000. All you guys. I have
Thank
to get
you
out
so
here
much for coming by, my brother. I
on.
appreciate and I miss hanging out with you. I gotta get you back in here soon.
I know. I definitely will get on the show with you. But peace out to all you guys. Some of us got to work in the morning. Take a shower. I stink.
I gotta get going.
Peace out, y'all.
It's been fun, man.
brother.
Always.
Dude, congratulations on 100K, Joe.
I'm actually thinking I appreciate all you guys coming in here and wishing you congrats and hanging out with me and stuff like that. I actually was thinking that I want to sort of close out the show by having a call-in session here because I want to say thank you to to the fans, and I know some of them would like to call in and say hello. So, and if any of you need to go, you certainly don't need to stick around and stuff like that. But I think it's appropriate, since this is 100,000 thank yous to my fans and to you guys, my co-creators, that I spend some time with open phone lines and letting people in here. But I understand that most of those conversations end up being one-on-one. Some of them probably would want to talk to you, but some of them, I don't know. You never know what you're going to get when you have a call-in show. I never know what I'm going to get. Like sometimes it's great. Sometimes it's great. Sometimes,
yeah.
And frequently it's great. My guest my chat is pretty good by and large. Once in a while it goes a little wonky on me.
I remember watching one that went a little sideways, and it was
the
guy thought he was doing real good, and I was just like, "Oh man, you're just getting slaughtered."
Yeah. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through the super chats. I'm gonna open up the phone lines here. I can't go very much longer because I do plan on doing a morning stream tomorrow. I plan on live streaming the hearing that's happening in Fulton County, where Judge McAfee is going to be deciding whether or not the Dominion voting machines are suitable for the 2024 election. And
I cannot believe we're still talking about it. Like, they weren't suitable for 2020, but yeah.
Well, apparently the cryptograph key is something that is so easily accessible that it's all over the internet, and that through that key, any hacker could put in an algorithm and change.
That's the point of it, Joe. That's a feature. Remember, it's not it's a feature.
The thing is these systems are designed by idiots, and they end up being, none of these people understand that security is actually really, really difficult. But then you get people who might find these systems to be convenient. But I think fundamentally they're just designed by people who are like, well, let's turn this around as quickly as we can. And I mean, we get similar problems here with cars that are made with such that some jackass with some machine can just hook up through the light that then they can connect to it. But once these machines exist, and once that possibility exists, it's too tempting for somebody not to use it. So
according to the complaint that was filed that this evidentiary hearing is for, it's so wide. The cryptograph key that gives you access is so widely known that as mockery, they were thinking of putting it on T-shirts.
Yeah, there's a ton of people who have it. So
I got to run, Joe. But congrats on 100K, man. I want to watch this in the morning. I'm going to watch this stream in the morning. I had no idea this was going on in Georgia.
No one knew.
Georgia is it has become such a shit show. It's in the last 4 years. So this will
hopefully this is designed to repair these issues before the election happens rather than after. That's why they're having the hearing tomorrow.
Let's hope, man. Let's hope. Yeah. Take care, man.
Pray to
Congrats.
God. Thank you so much, brother. If any of you want to check on out of here, I'm going to go through chats and
Joe, I need to head out. It's almost 12:30 here, but I want to
share with people where they can find you and stuff like that.
Yeah, potentially criminal guys on YouTube, and locals and Rumble. We're finishing up the Toby Manning trial tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun. And then get ready for Sarah Boone. But in the meantime, Joe, congrats on the 100K.
Thank you so much.
I think just the amount, and not just the amount, but the wide variety of people you have on tonight, I think so far just shows.
I think it says a lot, right?
It does. It says a lot. Like, you've had like all kinds of people on. And I think that's pretty cool.
All kinds of people. It's funny, I was actually going to I was thinking when I had these guests on, maybe I should ask them the most awkward moment that they've ever had on a stream. I literally was thinking about making that my question. and then
I could give a pretty timely answer.
Yeah, so I actually had I had my own story that I was going to share, because I figure we all have some great war stories. We've been doing this long enough. You have some good war stories of just disaster or just sort of moments where you're like, oh my God, please let this end soon. And so I think I covered that in my own way tonight. It wasn't intentional. It really wasn't intentional.
No, I know. I just.
It wasn't intentional. I didn't know
No,
either.
Hey,
neither
you have to laugh
neither
at life.
neither of you were in the thumbnail. I didn't know that either of you were going to come tonight. It
No,
was just like,
no. You have to laugh at life. That's how it works.
I was just like, I was like, when you stopped in here, and then afterwards, like I saw his thing, and I was just like, well, all right, we'll see what's going to happen.
Oh, well, either
I
that or you're going to
appreciated
get
that
a
you guys
Latino.
Yeah, I appreciated that you guys didn't turn it into a shit show because
that was very professional on both their parts. I thought it was very professional on both their parts. That there was a little scruffing. There was a little scruffing both ways, but I was just like, both of them were very professional and just basically saying that they're not going to make it this show about their beef.
It was like either everybody's going to be civil or I'll get a lot of super chats.
Yeah.
But no, anyways, Joe, I just mean in general, I think it's great. And I mean, look at your channel, 101,000 views or 101,000 subscribers, 11, almost 12 million views. Like,
thank God.
Thank
God. Thank God.
Yeah. I mean, and
it's really the grace of God. It really is. If I come up with something clever or funny to say, or I have the good fortune of being in the right place in the right time, it's completely the grace of God.
And
so,
yeah, and I mean, it's not only the milestones here, but like, your grandchildren, all those things that you've had along the way here, your daughter and
weddings,
all that.
It's no
joke.
Yeah,
it's been.
Thank God. I'm very, very.
It's been
very,
very, very, very amazing. It's been very, very blessed.
And I appreciate the opportunity to meet all you fine people. So, thank you
being
guys.
able to
Thank
meet you
guys
was,
so much.
I gotta say, being able to meet you was a special sort of treat when we all got together at one point. I still haven't met Sean. One of these days.
At some point, we'll work that out.
One of these days.
And Joe, I'll work that out too with you at some point. But anyways, Joe, I just wanted to say,
good night, my brother. Thank you so much.
A little bit what's left in there.
Oh,
look
at that,
Joe. Don't just play another 100,000, but all the way to 1 million. You're going all the way.
Amen. Thank you.
I'll see you there in like 20 years, but I'll be there.
You got it.
For me. But anyways, Joe, congrats again. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Runkle, I'll see you around, buddy. V,
Absolutely.
Take care, man.
Yep. Thank you.
You guys all have a good night. Good night, chat.
Good night.
Good night.
Let me I'm gonna be running through super chats here because I'm kind of behind. Worcestershire leader. Congrats to my Rabbi Joe. Thank you so much. One old guy's opinion is John Kerry looks like the skull from his Skull in Bones chapter. Lee knows how to lock out non-subs to get the likes up. Oh, that's pretty wise. Gents, what do you do if you miss your mother-in-law? Shoot again. By the way, I had to give a milestone on 100K. God bless and Chaim. Thank you so much. Nathan, 100% likes, 1,400 watching, 1,400 likes. Thank you. Amen. Thank you. Call and show past midnight. Yes, I plan on doing that shortly. Marchelenka is a gent and a scholar. Ava is amazing too. That's true. Cheers to Joe in the chat and panel genius. Thank you, Kelly. Cheers to you all. Salute. Old guy said one old guy's opinion is from the Mighty Van Halen lyrics. Come, baby, bottoms up. Come on. I don't know this song. I'm definitely singing it wrong. Marcelechka. God bless you. This guy's been dropping reds on me all night. Thank you so very much for your very kind support of the channel. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I got to figure out how to get this guy to drop in on my chat. Hey, let's go.
I wonder how much money you have in your bank account just to be able to throw it into super chats, man.
Debbie says R.I.P. Chris. I didn't know he died. Did you know he died? Chris Christopherson.
That sucks.
Also, Biden told reporter there's nothing more the feds can do to help the people of North Carolina. Please, everyone, go out and vote. Amen. SCOTUS is starting back in session soon. Get the case in soon, Joe. Expect some late night mechanical typing streams. It might happen tomorrow night. I have a feeling I'm actually thinking like it's such bad timing because I think I'm gonna need to work on the papers that he drafted, and I'm gonna be like live streaming tomorrow and then doing like typing up tomorrow night and then continuing the live stream the next day. I don't know when I'm getting everything done, but well, I'll try to figure it out. Allegan says we're down to second button with Biden, and will we get to third button? He's giving no Fs. What's second button?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Oh, maybe 2 buttons open is what he meant. Maybe.
Oh.
There's
I
another
don't know.
hurricane on the way. I don't know. I didn't know about that. Megan, congratulations on 100K, Joe. You my digger. Thank you so much. I apologize. I should have hit you up, and I apologize for that. Thank you, Megan. One old guy says Biden's not lucid. Triple K Harris is cackling over a cauldron with a big fat ganja joint to give 2 craps about hurricane relief. It's too much of a burden past. I guess so. Since we're talking NOLA politics, how about timeline of Miss TD indictment timeline? I don't know about Miss TD. I'm glad we didn't get him started on that because I know way too much about Louisiana politics right now. My God, I didn't expect it to go that direction. It was great. It was really, I learned a lot. I was just like, wow.
I appreciated it.
Yeah, no, so did I. I was like, it was great.
Sorry, I didn't mean to suggest you didn't.
Yeah, it came across that way.
No, I was just like, I didn't expect it, but I was like, oh, this is cool. Learning some new things.
Indeed. And Nurse Weezer says, I live in Galveston. I had to say God bless the Cajun Navy in Louisiana and our version of the Cajun Navy in Texas. Allie Richardson says, congrats on 100K. I'm following you since depth. You're one of the few channels I watch regularly, mostly a lurker, but thought I'd say congrats. Well, thank you, Allie. That's very thoughtful. I appreciate you stepping out of your comfort zone and hitting me up with the congratulations. Very kind of you. Say hi to Ron. Friday was fun. Yeah. Say hi to Danny as well. Oh, my. The entire town of Chimney Rock, North Carolina is gone. Wow.
Oh, the stuff where you see videos of like entire houses floating away. Just insane.
Lauren hit me with a pity. Happy 100K, Joe. Well deserved. Thank you so very much, Lauren. You're really way too kind. I appreciate it. Janelle hitting me with the 200. Wow. Congratulations, Joe, on your 100K. You so deserve it. Found you the very first week of the depth trial. I've been faithfully here since. Became a digger, and now I'm a follower. You bring so much logic to my life every day. My family loves you too. Now, can I please get my hats now? Yes. I'm so sorry. Shauna, where's her hat? I made the hat. You don't know. I'll make a new one. Do you remember Janelle? You do remember. You remember that can you just say out loud, like, do you remember me writing?
Yes.
You remember that I made this hat?
Yes.
We don't know where the hat is.
No.
I'll make a new hat for you. I'll make a new hat. I also have to make another hat for another gentleman who supported the channel. So
hello, Mrs. Lawgic.
Yes, I got Ian saying hello to you, Runkle. Hey, Ian. There you go. All right. Every day says, Morning Joe, missed the show. Can you clip the play button reveal? I'm waiting to see that. This is the play button. There you go. You can see my camera and how my camera is situated on a cardboard box for the last 3 years.
I was going to say the play buttons are dangerous because they are very reflective.
They are very reflective. You can see the mirrors back there. You have to see everything. Here's my.
Oh, he doxed himself.
There you go. That's sure to happen.
My play button is over that way somewhere, buried under a bunch of junk.
Yeah. Wrestler Town.
Good at that.
New member the following. DS Ballin. He does it all day. Hey, it's C Goody. How you doing, C Goody? It's good to see you. Congratulations, boss. Thank you so very much. Joe, your sound horns aren't playing. They're not playing. Oh my gosh.
They are playing.
You heard them? Maybe you heard them, but they didn't.
I
hit Janelle with one over here.
Yeah, heard that.
Yeah, and I hit one for Lauren over before. And I pulled up Nurse Weezer. And I definitely hit Marcel Chuck. My selection. All right. There was a few more also. I apologize if I didn't realize that whatever. The audio that plays from my thing wasn't. I appreciate you calling that to my attention, Cash. Thank you. All right. I'm gonna open up the call in. So I don't know how long I'm gonna have V Radio and Runkle the Bailey. But if you want to call in,
I can hang out.
I'm not going to be doing this for very long because I need to still set up my stream for tomorrow and then wake up in time to cover this trial tomorrow. So I'm not going to be setting this up for I'm not going to be doing this for a long time tonight. But if you want to call in, the number to call is 972 454-0703. That's 972-454-0703. 972. I'm going to put it in the Chiron. Is that what they call it? The banner that goes across the bottom, the Chiron? Well, whatever.
Yeah, that does.
Ticker?
That works.
The little ticker thing.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Whoops, I meant to. Let's edit that out. I don't know what that.
Needs to change what's on it. Oh, here comes something.
All right, let's see who we got calling here.
Call from
Vance.
Yo,
Joe.
Vance.
Wishing you congratulations on your 100K. Even though I
hold on one second.
keep wanting to get you under it.
Can you? Thank you so much. I appreciate you trying to get me under fence. You guys can hear him, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. No, because I wasn't sure. I know that my audience can hear, but I wasn't sure if you guys can hear. So that's why I wanted to make
loud
sure.
and clear.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, fans. That was you won the race. That was pretty good work. Is there a system that you want to share with people, or is that like a secret as to how you won the race?
Just save you in your address book.
Yeah. Nice. Well done. Well, I appreciate the thank you. Is there anything else you want to say, ask, or anything like that?
Oh, that's it. I just wanted to congratulate you on your 100K.
God bless you, brother. Thank you so much, and I appreciate
God bless you.
I appreciate your incredible dedication to the show, my friend.
God bless you. Good night, Joe.
Good night, my friend. All right, that was nice. There you go. It was. I want to thank Nathan, by the way, who actually pointed out to me that people were hoping for a call in, because I was like, you know what, that's appropriate. And the whole point of this show was I wanted to say thank you to the fans. Easiest way to do that is to actually engage with people who watch the show. So 972-454-0703. I usually pin that in the chat, but instead you're gonna have to read it from the Chiron below because reasons. yes, reasons. Are you black pills, Runkle?
I'm not actually sure I know what that means.
That's like the red pill and the blue pill. The black pill is like I just feel everything's doomed.
To accept, press 1.
I don't know that that's where I am.
You don't know that's where you are?
I mean, I try my best to make things better.
Hey, Joe, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Who's calling?
M169.
M169. Oh, you've been around a while, right?
Yes, I have, since the Dep days.
Wow. Yeah, I thought I recognize it. Are you able to hear Runkle and V Radio when they talk, or you can't hear them?
Say something.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can't hear them.
Yeah, I didn't think you could hear them.
That's too bad. That would have been
But I say hello to them too, as well.
Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen.
They hear you. So they seem very pleased that you thought to wish hello to them.
Yeah.
So now they're making rude gestures. I don't know what's happening.
I highly doubt that. There is no way that Mr. Ian Runkle would ever make a rude gesture.
I'll tell you this: one of the feelings of accomplishment that I ever felt. The basically three moments. One is when I crossed 100K. I'm talking about my social media career. One is when I crossed 100K. Another is when Viva Fry knew my name, and the other is when Runkle the Bailey, I got him to rant. I saw him rant, and I felt like that was my influence. I saw him rant like crazy at the Karen Reed trial, and I was like, "That's definitely my influence."
Oh, that was such a rantable trial.
There's nothing like a Runkle rant. Both are awesome. I can't stay long. I won't keep you long. Just want to call in and say, hey, congratulations. You've earned this. Love to see it.
Thank you so much. You're really too kind.
I'm supposed to be working. Good night.
Good night. All right. There you go. Just like that. Just
called in like when she was supposed to be working.
That's not your hat. It's not your hat, Janelle Arella. This is the thing. There's two Janelles, and it belongs to Janelle Vegas. But the other day, she's like, wait, there's another Janelle? So, and I was like, wait, which one of them do I owe a hat to? And I was very confused. But I learned it was not Janelle Arella. She yanking my chain there. I missed, there was a rant here. Where were you? That was this thing here. Yeah. Bill goes, Costco manager, how much lube and baby oil do you need, Miss Diddy? Diddy, all of it. That's kind of nasty. Not gonna kid you, Bill. That's kind of nasty.
Have you been following that whole
P Diddy thing?
Yeah,
I broke down the charges. I have this new thing now that when I go through charges, I do it like I'm a law student to try and make it like more digestible and like more entertaining when I'm like reading through it. So, for example, the charges, the complaint that was the inspiration. Hold on a second.
Call from Shiloh.
Shiloh.
Joe, how's it going?
Awesome. Hold on one second, okay? Give me one second. I just want to share my screen, and I don't want anyone to see you. So basically, when I'm like, when I go through a complaint now, Runkle.
Yeah.
So I mark it up like a law student.
Okay.
Like with like color coding. I like, okay, so here's your party. Here are facts. Here's law being cited, and here's something that I definitely don't want to miss. And like this way, this is stuff we have evidence for.
You were a much more diligent law student than I ever was.
Yeah, no. So oh, sorry about that. Yeah, so I basically, So that's become like my new thing now. Is that I actually mark them up with like different color. You didn't color code when you were a law student?
Oh, I mostly like just remembered cases. I was weird.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you went
weird.
You went to Canada.
Not anymore.
You went to Canada school. I don't
know. I'm still very weird, but
thank you, Barb Rogers. So Shiloh, what's on your mind tonight?
Just out of sheer curiosity, out of all of the cases that you both have covered on YouTube, do you each have a favorite case? What is it, and what made it so interesting to you?
That's easy. Everyone has the same answer on that one. It's Johnny Depp.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Johnny Depp built us.
It's
not that, but like Depp is the one I was there in person for.
Or is there one that was more interesting or more technically difficult? Or did you think that there was what made it just special aside from what built your channel?
Well, what made it special? I mean, Runkle was saying you couldn't hear him, but Runkle was saying that he was there in person, which made it a unique experience for him. And that was, and going to that particular trial was unto itself an experience. Just getting into the courtroom was an experience. Just the phenomenon of all the people around it and stuff like that. Like you knew you were living through an event and part of something that would be remembered for years. So like it was like, yeah, that made it a special thing. As far as most complicated trial or complicated thing that I ever had to cover, let me think that through. I'll tell you this much: the most I feel as if the thing that I'm doing with the Ungagged Trump, which is obviously not nearly the same publicity.
That's been a toughie. That has been a toughie.
I feel as if I'm doing something. I feel as if I'm actually potentially I'm taking my stab at bettering the world, and that feels significant. And we're all, one of the things I've talked about is that one way or another, we may not realize it. Certainly when we're young, we don't realize it at all. But when we get older, we all start recognizing the value of legacy. And legacy has multiple definitions. Legacy can refer to your offspring. Legacy can be your reputation. Legacy is also the legal term for money you leave behind. And every one of us is building our legacy. one way or another, that's what we end up valuing. And and for some of us, that legacy manifests in multiple different ways, but that's what ends up having significance to us when we feel as if we're making a positive legacy, positive, the children who are socially happy, healthy, productive, and that's why we value the accomplishments of our children, that we feel as if this is an impact I'm making on the world. Because ultimately, why is legacy become so important psychologically? I believe that's because that gives significance to our existence, that our lives and the impact we have reaches beyond the number of our days, that even after we're gone, we're having that imprint of our existence is still there on the world, and that gives meaning to our very lives. So for all these different reasons, for some people, legacy is the company that they built, but it's also reputation. These are all things that are designed to last beyond our time. And the reason for that is we're so desperate to find significance and meaning in our own lives that's what we build. We build into as a part of our meaning. So for me, first and foremost, my legacy is my family, my children, my grandchildren, and nothing is going to come close in the same scale to that. But on a professional basis, like the idea that I'm even just the effort of trying to move the needle in trying to protect America from sliding down this slippery slope, that is something that I think I'll always look back at as that's significant. And that's something that professionally is probably more important than some case I won and got a judgment of $100,000 or, negotiated some deal or something like that. That's all forgettable money. But this is something which is actually has significance. And that's why, to me, I think that certainly since I started this channel, that's the most important thing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think that you're definitely going to be making a mark in the world, especially the United States, with this case.
Hopefully. I need to get before the Supreme Court. I need to get before the Supreme Court. But yeah, I mean, they have to grant me writ. But we'll see. Hopefully. Pray. And you know what? At the very least, I know that I did my best for that. And like there's like no effort being spared to try and accomplish that. And after that, all we can do as humans is do our best. And after that, everything's in God's hand. So
absolutely. And you have all of us behind you.
Amen. You guys are, and I'll tell you something. When I went in there to argue, that's what calmed my nerves. When I went there to argue, that was the thought that I had, which enabled me to like actually say, I'm not fighting for me. This is for everyone. And it's not, and it's because there were 3,000 people watching me type it that I'm like, they all understand the value of this. And that served as like an easy reminder that this is something that's important. So anyway, thank you, Shiloh.
You're very welcome.
All right.
Have a good night.
Good night. Take care.
Talk to you soon.
All right. Great question.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That was a good question, no?
Yeah. No, good. Solid question.
Yeah. It was all around. Good call, Shiloh. All right. I'll take a couple more calls before I wrap up over here. And whatchamacallit?
Yeah, whatchamacallit.
Yeah, exactly. Barb Rogers gifting a Good Lawgic membership. God bless. God bless you, Barb Rogers. Better than getting the hat. I know you'll remember me. That's true. You may confuse Regionals, but you'll remember us, and that's worth the gold. That's probably true.
Call from
Abel.
Abel?
Yes.
How are you?
Good, Joe. How are you?
Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you so very, very much.
I have a Modelo with lime and beer for you, lime and salt, ready for you right now to congratulate you on your 100K.
Nice. Thank you. Salud.
Salud. Absolutely. Well, congratulations, Joe. And I just want to ask you to see if you will be getting your second pew pew after you've gotten your first one.
In New York, in New Jersey, where I am, the license that they give you gives you ability to have two. Unfortunately, there was a whole issue where I ended up
Wait, what?
When you get one,
Okay.
you have an automatic right to get a second one.
You're limited to 2.
So you're limited to 2. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well,
Runkle has
anyway,
questions. Runkle has questions for me.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
for Runkle, I'm just wondering if he's a fan of the 1911.
I am not. I don't like the 1911. There's a lot of handguns I like, and the 1911 is not one of them. So
He says it's his favorite gun.
hey,
Awesome. He's welcome to the U.S. anytime then.
All right. Thank you so much for the call, Abel. I
All right.
appreciate it.
You have a great evening and cheers to the next 100.
Cool. Take care, brother.
so you can't buy more than 2 guns?
You cannot buy more than 2 guns. No, you get a license gets you 2. Then you can get another license for like another 2. But every 2 you need to get another license for them. So.
I have more than 2 guns in this room.
Well, you can have 2 licenses. You can have multiple licenses, but yeah. The license
Yeah.
is 2 guns. Yeah.
The Canadian license doesn't actually have a limit on number of guns, so yeah. I've got, I think, 8 handguns in this room, and another like 8 long guns.
Really?
Yep.
All from
Yeah.
Julia.
We call that arms dealer here in the Northeast.
Handgun and a carbine in my room.
Julia.
Joe, this is Julia. Hi, Runkle. Hi, V Radio.
Hello.
I won't be able to hear you guys.
Yeah.
Joe, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Been definitely a long time coming, and I appreciate the coverage you've done of all the cases that have caused YouTube to completely throttle your subscribers and your view count.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like that local case that started with, JM or GM. You know who I mean.
Yes.
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 And I just wanted.
Mhm.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No. The that's back when I thought at least I get a sponsorship from Maxwell House Coffee, but that didn't happen. So yeah.
I found you. I found several of you. I didn't see the Rittenhouse case itself. I saw the Rittenhouse verdict stream, and I actually found you, Joe, then because of that. That weekend was Waukesha, was Daryl Brooks.
Really?
And,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you were the only coverage I found that didn't go saying an SUV did this.
Oh.
You were the one saying a person did this, and this is an attack, and this is murder, and how could this happen?
Yeah, it was.
And
that guy's a monster.
He was. It definitely was.
That guy's a monster. Yeah.
He is. And I really appreciated that I had found you shortly before that and had you there to give that take, and made me feel much more sane and seen and heard and understood. So thank you for speaking up and being you. Really appreciate it.
That's really kind. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. That's real. It's very. I don't even remember my coverage of that particular case. It does sound like what I would say, and I have very little patience for sugarcoating. I mean, I just I'm like, look, this is, you have to just call a spade, and sometimes calling a spade can be difficult when it's, something that you don't like from your own side. But if you're able to recognize it and say it, then people understand that you're someone who's going to be giving you their best take, and that's what I always try to do.
Yes, exactly. And you know what? It's because it wasn't a special show. It was your normal Sunday night show.
Yeah. Thank you.
And it had just happened. And thank you. Thank you very much. And congratulations. And on to many more subscribers.
Amen. God bless you. Thank you so much, Julia. That's very kind of you.
Of
Thank
course. And say hi to Mrs. Good Logic, please.
you.
She's
I will
always
say
a delight.
hi. This is good logic.
Okay. Thanks. Congrats. Bye.
Take care. Bye bye. That's so nice. See, it's really nice when you hear things that like I don't even remember that, but it's like it made an impact on someone. That's actually a pretty cool thing. That's a pretty cool thing in general when that happens. Legacy can also indicate who has the longest P. I guess so. This is sad when the Canadian law is less limited than the state's law in the USA. Wow, surreal. That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Isaac says play button, shrinkflation. Yeah.
Call from
Cedar Rose.
Hey, Cedar Rose. Cedar Rose.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I'm just calling to say congratulations.
Thank you so
just
much.
A quick call.
Okay.
So you can get to your other, and I'm sure other people are calling. And I just wanted to say hi to my fellow Canadian Wrinkles.
Hello.
He says he says I don't know you. Why are you saying hello?
That
Why
is
are you
hey,
so mean? Jeez.
Joe. You fix that.
He's in Alberta, so I'm going to say hi from Manitoba.
Oh, hi. Oh, okay. Obviously, I'm kidding. You know that. You knew that. All right.
So,
yeah.
congratulations, and I'll let you go so you can get to your other calls.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the warm wishes. You have a great night.
Not a problem.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Took a few more. Who remembers when Joe took smoke breaks? Yeah, that's true. I quit smoking while on this show.
Good job.
And by the way, I mean,
Congratulations on that too.
I vape. But you want to know something? It's because I was like, my voice actually has value. Like I really need my voice. That's really what it was. Like I was like, I have no career if I mess up my voice. So and the fact that I would fall asleep and not be able to breathe. That was another
call
issue.
from
Marty?
to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Marty.
Hi, congratulations on 100K, Joe.
Thank you so much.
Haven't been a subscriber that long, but found you, loved your show. Just love what you do.
Oh, thank you. That's really kind. How long you been following me?
Probably about 8 months.
That's a while now. That's a while now. Not everyone's. I call out the ones who have been here for for a few years, but 8 months is not like yesterday. So, and some people hopefully were yesterday, unless you two unsubscribed them already. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I got to meet Ian down in Nashville and saw he was on the show and just figured I'd call in.
Yeah, I made a lot of friends. I met a lot of really high quality people since I started doing this. Just really just good people. And
yeah.
He also met me.
Yeah, he can tell you about the drinks I make because I brought him down.
Do you remember a guy making you bring drinks down for you? Ian?
Oh yes, he makes like these fantastic sort of concoctions. They're really good. I drank way too much of that.
No, yeah, he said he drank a lot in order to make you feel better about it. So
yep, tomorrow I start applying for business loans to actually make it my business.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I think you've really got something there. So
he says he really got something there. So go get him.
Yeah, I want to bring him out to Rob's wedding, but on the promise that I bring him, drop him off, and leave.
All right. Well, I don't have that kind of pull, but you got maybe if you keep getting Ian drunk, like he can get you in there. So
yeah, we'll see.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call. Thank you so much, brother.
Sorry for taking the time. Bye.
No,
have a good night.
No, you didn't take any time at all. You were great. You were great. Thank you. Don't apologize. I'm here to talk to you, you fine folks. That's why we're here. Otherwise, I could just turn my camera off. We'll be like, we're out of here. No, I did this because I want to spend some time talking to you guys. So maybe it's the Canadian dude. Just apologize.
Call from
Cynthia from North Carolina.
to accept, press 1. To
Getting
send
a lot of
voicemail,
ladies
press
tonight.
2.
So,
Cynthia. From
Hi.
hey,
I wanted to
how are you? First, you're in North Carolina, and I know that's been battered by leftist politics and then a hurricane. So
Thank you. Thank you. We need all of you guys as much as we can down here. Every time I get an opportunity, I share, I post it, I practically wear t-shirts and flags. Yeah, we need all the help we can get.
yeah. If I was any good at marketing, I would have opened up my store, my merch store today, and just started selling stuff. But no, I'm bad.
I'll be right behind you. Hey, Joe, I just wanted to remind you, first of all, I was there when you quit smoking, and that was around the time that I joined.
Really? That's a while
That was
now.
interesting.
That's a while now.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, you were interesting.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just wanted to calibrate first. Well, actually, two things. First, I needed to recognize the import of having you with Runkle the Bailey. Ian is, again, legendary. And to have the two of you legends on the same screen is amazing.
Well, thank you. That's very kind.
Thank you, but Joe, I feel like you do better.
Remember when you first started? Like, if you look at the about on your YouTube, it says things.
I haven't looked at the about on my YouTube page in 2 years. I don't even know what it says.
It says that you're going to 1, 2, 3 entertain us, encourage us to think for ourselves, and you're going to motivate self-improvement.
Look at that!
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, that's a pretty good message.
Yep, and then the 3 goals that you had were to search for truth, which you have absolutely met and exceeded your goal.
Thank you.
To bring humor, you're welcome. To bring humor to law and politics, which you certainly have met and exceeded. And I love this one because this is one of the things that I listen to until the wee hours of the morning. You try to simplify the complicated, and I really appreciate you for that.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was like when I was explaining legacy. Like these are things like I sort of like think about, like what motivates people, what motivates society on a macro, both macro and micro level. When I was a kid, I used to do it because I wanted to be popular. I'm not going to kid you. I was like, if I can understand how people think, then I can understand. It was really the manipulation in me. I was like, I could manipulate them into liking me. That's really how I started this as like a teenager. And then like I realized that, okay, maybe manipulating people is part of your problem there. So I tried stopping that, and it took a while. That takes a long time to learn to not engage in that. And then I was just like, just enjoy and just have a good time. And people, and I figured out, I sort of analyzed what it was that I liked, the people who I liked, what they had in common. And I was like, those are elements that I want to try and incorporate into myself as much as possible. And then, yeah. So, and like the ability to be self-deprecatory is, and not, and proudly self-deprecatory is something that I recognize that when I see in others, I find it endearing. So, and it's actually a strength rather than a weakness to be able to mock yourself. And
that's all.
Yeah, so things like that. And so, and I try to break down for people, like, and then I think to myself, okay, why is that so endearing? And then I try and break it down and simplify it for others after I feel like I got a handle on it, so people can better understand that I'm not just like sharing something that, you know, that is I'm trying to sell, but this is why common sense dictates this is the explanation as to why people work the way that they do. And yeah, and I think that fortunately there's at least, according to DUI Guy, a small audience for that, and thank God they enough of them find me that I can keep doing what I do. People like you. So.
Oh yes, and Robert Gouveia, he also gets a lot of credit. He kind of really steered a lot of folks over to you. That last.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
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 But the thing is, Joe, the thing is that what you have for me, because I'm pretty particular, I'm finicky. What you have that others, very few others have, is the faith combined with the intelligence, the high IQ. And a lot of people aren't able to, well, they can, but they maybe prefer not to. But you really do a good job with that delicate balance of saying, hey, this is my faith and this is my belief and this is what the facts and evidence are, and let's use our logic.
Right. Because I want to appeal to people on what's going to make sense to them, but at the same time, I need to tell people where I'm coming
Yeah, it's also nice.
This
it's
was
also
such a
nice to have
great.
Queen.
This was such a great call. Wow.
Thank you so much. Well, I also wanted to tell you that I've got a 14, almost 15-year-old, and you're one of the many, but not as much as should be, calls or channels that I can tune into with my teenager. That's clean. And that's why I say faith face is not. It's not just a faith face. It's also that you keep it clean and you keep your guests clean. I love how you keep them on their toes. Nicely done. Congrats on the 100K, and I hope you have a great night.
You're awesome. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Gotta love that Southern accent.
Wow. That was just like, I don't know if my head's going to fit through the door anymore. That was really nice.
Oh, you've been getting a lot of that today, man.
Yeah.
I haven't even gotten started yet. I've been waiting my turn.
When will Great Lawgic come back? Can I share something like a confession with you all? A confession. I'm going to make a confession right now. He's offered to come on many times. My father happens. I don't know if you know this, Ian, but my father is not just a rabbi, but he has a doctorate in medieval Christian Muslim relations.
Okay.
And he's an incredibly educated guy who knows. He's a historian who knows so many amazing stories. Talking as little.
Call from
the Buddy Cassius.
To accept.
Hey, Cassius, hold on a second, okay? So,
all right.
Some everything I know about the Middle East, I learned from my father, because he knows more about the history and background and culture. He speaks Arabic, he speaks Hebrew, he speaks French. He's just a very educated person who spent his entire life reading. And like my mother, the two of them basically would go on dates in the library, and they would just sit next to each other reading. Like they were just complete nerds. And that's what and proudly.
Nothing wrong with that.
They were proudly both complete nerds. But so now he has like a wealth of stories that he's able to share. And ever since October 7th, with everything that's been going on in the world, like he has very strong opinions about it. And I was like, when that happened, that's obviously a world event, and I cover stuff going on in the news and politics and things of that nature. And I was like, look, I have strong opinions about the war in the Middle East. They're going to come across as very pro-Israel, even though I'm always saying I don't want America to be investing money or troops in Israel. And if anything, I think they should send no money to Israel or to Palestine or to Ukraine or to any foreign nations, and I'd be totally fine with that. Like I think it's like we have so many problems here at home to invest in that the notion that we're sending all our money abroad is wrong. But I was like, so now I take that position. I certainly don't want any troops going anywhere, like that to any of these places, whether it's the Middle East or Europe or Asia. I don't want any of our troops going anywhere and dying. But at the same time, with that starting point, my position about this conflict is very much like Douglas Murray or any of these other people who are very strongly pro-Israel. And I was like, if I take that position here, in that case, people are just going to assume that the reason I'm taking that position is because I'm Jewish and not because of or that's going to be impacting my perspective on things. So I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to talk about it at all. I don't want it to become that it's like this is the channel where I'm going to be talking about how bad things are or whatever. I just don't in that region. I was like, I don't need to, I focus on American politics. I don't need to focus on this element. And my father, if I have him on, so that's his first go-to, because this is what he spent his whole life on. So it's like I know that when I bring him on here, it's going to end up basically being 2.5 hours talking about Middle East and Gaza and Israel and all that other stuff. And he makes very compelling arguments. But I was like, I don't want that. I think that people will either just naturally agree with him because that's their starting point, or they'll disagree with him because that's their starting point. And they're going to assume that the people who are disagreeing with him are going to be assuming that the reason he's saying that is because he's Jewish. So you're not really convincing anyone of anything. So I was just like, I don't want this to become that this is the focus of my show. So I pretty much have avoided the topic as much as possible. But the ramification is that I haven't really, I think I've had him on once in the last 11 months because like, I was just like, I don't know what to do with this. Like,
it's a really dicey situation.
It's such a difficult topic, and no matter what your take is or what your stance is, there's people who are pissed off.
Right.
Even if your stance is just like, I literally at one point made a comment. It was kind of a throwaway comment. I'm just like, I don't like it when people die. And I especially don't like it when people die because of like shitty leaders or shitty governments.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount of hate mail I got for that comment, and I probably will get again for repeating it, was a lot. And I'm just like, how is it controversial to say I don't like it when people die? Right. But you know, some people want you to be moderate on whatever side. Some people want you to be like aggressively for whatever side. And there's no way to please everybody. It's just, everybody is mad. So
and my problem with it, because I'm always very careful about what I cover and very meticulous about everything that I say being correct before I ever put it out. And there's really no way to know perfectly what's going on over there. Like, it's really a thing that needs like war correspondents to be on the ground, like say in the Vietnam era, to really know what's going on over there, because everybody's going to have their own spin, whether it's Al Jazeera or American networks or wherever. You know, and it's impossible.
To follow up on that, you know, and when you talk about having your own spin, right? So, like, I've critiqued Dave Chappelle, and I'm like, he sounds so normal. And when you get him talking about any issue related to racism with blacks, all of a sudden he just like, his take just sounds like out of left field. And I'm like, why is that? And I'm like, okay, so that's something that he's emotionally invested in, and I don't think he can look at it fairly. And I recognize that it's very possible that on this issue, I might look at it, and the history I'm going to get, which I have been getting since I'm literally 3 years old. I understand. I'm mature enough now to recognize that that's going to be given to me with a slant. How much slant is in there is ultimately that's the key. And when you look at, and when a Muslim is growing up, and this is something I've talked about with other Muslims, like I talked about this with Hassan Shami, who's like a very strong pro-Palestinian guy who I've had on the show, who all of his positions, when you talk about any other topic but this one, he and I are going to agree. And on this one, we're going to take exactly opposite positions. And I was like, the history that you've been learning since you're a child is completely different from the history I've been learning. And it's very likely that the people who told us our history, they genuinely believed it because they were being propagandized. And each side has elements of truth that are baked into it. And how much twist is in there is really the ultimate question. And I think that it's like, you know, it's like a generation before me and 2 generations before me. Like that, it goes back to like 2 generations now of the truth being twisted around, where you can make a really compelling case here, you can make a really compelling case there, what's the motivation, what's right, whatever. And then so as when people get into the whole historical background on it, there's going to end up being like grave disparities as to justice versus complete injustice, and there's no middle ground about it being justice or injustice from either side, as to like, this is no recognition of any wrongdoing by either side. And you know that when it's purely a Cinderella story for your side, you know that some of it has to have been glossed over, some of it has to have been corrupted, and so you sort of feel like, I think I know the truth, I think I know what happened, but like, you know, is this detail a little bit different, or is this like been a little bit glossed over, or this wrong that was committed by my side, you know, kind of like spun a little bit to make it sound less egregious. You know, if you're being fair and having intellectual integrity, you have to recognize there's definitely a possibility. But I also know that some of the stuff I'm seeing from the other side is a, you know, atrocity, like how it's like genuinely evil, and that ends up being your fallback point, and that's whether you're someone looking at from the pro-Israel side, or looking from the pro-Palestinian side, that the other side well, even if there's some corruption in the story I got, the other side is so evil that it outstrips it. So now most Americans know very little about this before, as of October 6th, 2023. Nobody knew anything about the whole history here, and their source of information invariably is going to be whatever, whoever it is that they heard and came up with their perspectives as to and that's where they're going to be learning their history from. And I was just like, I don't want to be part of this whole propagandizing political thing. Even though I feel really confident that the history I've learned is 95% correct, I don't want to ever feel like I'm part of this whole thing. And the sad part is I love having my dad on here, and I don't know how to this is everything that's about his whole life. And the reason I brought up Chappelle is because when it's something that's what you grow up with, you cannot divorce yourself from it. Because this is not like you could talk about climate change issues, and I can argue left, right, whatever. I could talk about the border. I could talk about Ukraine. I can talk about election fraud. I could talk about pandemics. I could talk about and argue till you're blue in the face, and I'm totally fine, and I'll walk away from the argument, and I feel totally fine about it. But this is something that's you. It's who you are and who you're coming from. And it's like when you hear someone who you otherwise respect, like basically taking a completely opposite view, you cannot help but feel genuinely angry, hurt, and internally actually raging. And then when you walk away from the conversation, it's not like, oh, okay, I disagree with them. It's like, no, you feel angry at them. Like you feel like resentment toward them. So that's why this topic has so much passion to it, because people who know their history are passionate about it, and there's very little give, and they think that, and each of them feel 100% justified in where they're coming from, because very few of them are going as far as I am to even think about like maybe the history I got is a little bit distorted, because that's just not human nature. What most people are just like, no, what I heard is I know is that's 100% truth, from God's own mouth. And anyone who disagrees with me is a liar who's basically twisted because they have some other evil agenda behind them. So, yeah. So that's why I basically was like, I'm trashing this topic. I was just like, I talked about it for like 2 or 3 weeks after October 7th. I was like, you know what? I don't want this to become my channel. And I pretty much scrapped it from a topic I covered. Even during this election cycle, I've talked very, very little about it, as limited as possible, because it's
bring him on to talk about his favorite gun.
I love it. Buddy Cassius, I'm sorry I kept you there for that whole thing.
Oh, no. I'm a bad guest because I'm just nodding along half the time. Like, yep. I called in for a couple of reasons. And the first one is congrats on the 100K. But
thank you.
Yeah, we get to 500K. Tracksuit's definitely a must. Second, Runkle needs a haircut. I followed him forever, and he definitely needs a haircut, and he's got to get that now. But
he's getting razors out now as we speak.
Yeah, I absolutely want the your dad on, but you can do a second channel. You can do a podcast. I'd tune in that. I guarantee everyone else would too. But yeah, we're all anti-interventionalists here, and I think we can appreciate your point of view. But if you don't want to poison your current channel, make a second one.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. I think we'd like it. I don't know.
There's enough. How many hours? I'm thinking, how many hours are there in a day? I'm trying to think how many more calls I can take because I gotta set up a stream for 9 a.m. So
I know, and you work too, which is crazy. But
no, I don't work. This is all I do.
I gotta tap out soon because I gotta work tomorrow.
All right.
All right. Have a nice day, man.
What was that, brother?
That's all I had to call in for.
Well, I appreciate the call. Thank you so much, my friend.
All right. Later, buddy.
Have a good night, bro. You need to go, Runkle?
Yeah, I got to get to work tomorrow. I've got some early crap that I need to at least be semi-sane for. So, yeah, I should probably tap out. Congratulations again, man. Thank you for inviting me to help celebrate with you because it's a huge achievement, but it's a well-deserved one. And it's
Thank
just,
thank you very much.
you know, and I'm sure one day you're going to be sitting there at 1 million. You're probably going to get there long before I do. And you're going to be sitting there going, yeah. And hopefully you've got all of the, like, I wish you all the success on this, because you bring a sort of thoughtfulness to a lot of issues that I think is much needed. So
well, thank you.
Appreciate it.
I really I appreciate that you just, you know, you drop everything and come out here for me. I really
I wouldn't have missed it. My wife and I had plans tonight, and I was like, we have to come home after a certain point because I can't miss this. She's like, I understand.
You're really awesome. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Have a good night. And you guys make sure you sign up to Runkle the Bailey. He's awesome. You all know. Everyone knows. I don't have to tell anyone. You know he's awesome. You hear him for 10 seconds and you know.
Yep.
So, anyway, I think I'm going to be pulling the plug on this show. I'm going to take one more call, I think, and then I'm going to just like sign off here and start preparing my stream for tomorrow morning. Okay. So let me get this. Thank you, Bob Rogers, for gifting a Good Logic membership. Allegan says, Joe, we need great Logic viewpoint for balanced news review. Is Israel overcompensating the threat from Hezbollah and Iran? Is Israel widening their border for more security? My thoughts are, I think that Israel's security is, look, I can't speak to every politician there, but I think Israel basically has decided we've had enough with like people like being a thorn in our side. That's what I take from this battle with Hezbollah. They're just like, you know what, we're tired and we're going to be getting enough flack from the world anyway. So let's just do what we need to do. And that's what I think is happening now over the last couple of weeks with Hezbollah and Lebanon. So, all right, last call. Here we go. Whoever it is, this is it. This is your shot. Phone lines are back open for one more call, and then I'm gonna be pulling the plug on this. So 972-454-0703. And then there's always that fear that I have D radio. I was like, maybe no one's going to call. maybe I'll be like sitting here like sort of staring at my phone, but I see like all these missed calls from like one number, like whatever, and I'm like, maybe I should just call them back. They'd probably be happy if I called. So
I haven't been able to do call-in since I was on Blog Talk Radio. You'll have to show me how you do this on YouTube sometime.
Yeah. I like the call-in. It like sort of a different voice, a different perspective.
Sure.
Call from
Matthew Felty.
To accept.
Matthew, you're the last call tonight, my brother.
Right. I couldn't leave you hanging, Joe, after that remark.
It's funny because as soon as that happened, I appreciate that, brother. No, as soon as that happened, all of a sudden someone else called in here now also, but they might be they might be a pity call too. I don't know.
All right.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing very well. I want to congratulate you on the 100K and the success of your show and what you brought on a wide range of topics. I kind of miss the older humanities streams, to be honest, but I know you got your nose to the grindstone with these.
A couple of weeks ago. A couple of weeks ago, I had a humanities stream, but Matthew Felty's been around long enough to remember the word humanities. I used to have a segment called Humanities where I would talk about life and things like that. And those are
maybe I'm missing out a little from locals. I still hadn't crossed that border from YouTube.
You got to come in there. You got to get in there. Goodlogic.locals.com. Good Logic. At least for notifications. Absolutely. Well,
like I said, I want to give that call in, and I know you've mentioned it one or two times. So just in case you wanted to get some frustration outside of Barnes, I'm the member of chat that gave you the New York Times versus Rothwax in Article 72.
That's right. You did. That's right. It shows how that was the key. The key ingredient for my Good Logic versus Mershan is that New York Times versus Rothwax basically paved the way for for reporters to say, "Hey, I have a right to come in here and complain about you oppressing our freedom of speech here." So God bless you for that. This wouldn't have happened without you. So thank you, my brother.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I remember that stream, and you were, like I said, you were running the night I shared that with you. You were running with review, and you were just like, I don't have an in. I'm not a party of the case, and yeah. New York
Times Watchback said, "No, Joe. Here you go, Joe. Here you go." and I'll tell you something. That's the only element that like the first department agreed with. They were like, "That's true. He has a right to be here," but we're still not going to listen to him. But hey, ultimately, it's about getting the Supreme Court, which hopefully we get rid of certiorari and we get to be heard by those 9 hallowed justices.
Yeah.
All right, my friends.
All righty. Thank you. So I appreciate your work and all the aspects in your show, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
You're awesome, my friend. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you too. Bye.
All right. So, and finally, I want to thank V Radio and all of my guests who came in here, as well as those who couldn't make it for one reason or another, and sent their warm regards, or even just didn't happen to see the notification, but they help enhance the show. I really appreciate the community of people that I've been fortunate to work with over the last three plus years now. I feel blessed, and part of that blessing is that I have enough blessing, thank God, and I need more of His blessing. But I always need more of His blessing. But I feel blessed that I'm so blessed that I'm able to recognize that I'm blessed, which is just, well, anyway. Yeah. I just pray for more of God's blessing, because that's we all need it for survival, day by day, month by month, year by year. So thank you, V Radio. Thank you, each and every one of you who joined, who stuck around and enjoyed the show tonight. And I hope to continue providing content that you'll enjoy and appreciate, hopefully, God willing, for many years to come. Have a good night, you all. There's a couple of messages that I need to share with you before I go. The first thing is this. Lab meat is not meat. It's no cow has ever hung out in a laboratory. It's not a thing. Do not touch lab meat. Okay. You don't know what they're putting in there. You don't know what it's about. It's just some sort of like conglomeration of different, I can't even imagine. What does that even mean, lab meat? It's not a thing. So stay away from the lab meat. And no matter how they spice it up, I don't care if they put it on with pickles, lettuce, tomatoes, special sauce on a sesame seed bun, and it's served up to you by Kamala. Do not eat the bugs. Have a good night, and as always, Godspeed.